such sights to show you. I have pain. Far with crown, I with penny box.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Hello, good evening, and welcome once again, folks. It is that time of the week again. It's time to show your geek, because Hun Ya Geek is showing, baby. With me as ever. Will you stop touching yourself?
No.
Fair enough. Right. With me as ever, touching herself, is the Queen of Mean. She makes us scream. She keeps it clean. Sometimes. It is Miss Fires.
Good evening, my sweet tortured souls, and welcome to another fun-filled, pixel-blasting episode of Hun Ya Geek is showing.
Pixel blasting?
Yeah.
Pixar blasting. I like to blast them bastards. But anyway, that's my problem, and I'll deal with it. Well, you know, I don't like it.
Continue.
Yes. So, shall we start out with the usual stuff this week, and we'll go straight to the shout-outs.
Shout-outs this week from Matt Rose.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Matt. He said
Hello.
on our Crow episode,
Ah,
wish they did release some classics. Always wanted to see the 89 Batman at the cinema. Crow, what a film. As always, guys, love what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Matt.
Oh, Matt, guess what? I did see 89 Batman at the cinema. Yeah.
Join me in itching your face, people, towards Guy.
Went with me, Dad.
And from our wonderful friend JK, the Ginger Ninja, Jason Kerr, we have
JK.
JK.
JK in the motherfucking house. Got you. Boom.
Asshole. Anyway, I'll keep this comment short and sweet.
Will ya? Will ya?
I do need to click on the actual read more section. Bear with me.
So, no, you won't.
It was one extra line. Thank you.
Oh.
One extra line. I was thinking, oh shit, here we go. It's going to be like. I was once asked what movie I would watch if it was the only movie I could ever watch again. The answer was Ghostbusters. This is from our Ghostbusters episode. Funny, scary, perfectly acted with a superb cast. I saw this in the cinema. I was about 8 or 9. And never looked back. The sequels / reboots, meh. They are all good, but they don't match the original in terms of originality, humor, or scares. Great episode, and thanks for the shout out. You are more than welcome, honey.
JK and yo, mate. Nice one.
Thank you.
Thank you for keeping watching.
JK.
Keep the comments coming, folks. And if you haven't commented before, please do. We'd love to hear from you.
Yes, even if you want to call us crap, please comment.
But we also have our regulars, so, you know, who haven't commented.
Yes.
Kelly.
Tony Harris.
Yeah, Kelly.
Huh?
Kelly.
Keep comments.
Yep, we like them.
Okay, moving swiftly on, throwing it back over to you, Guy. What you been watching?
What have I been watching this week? That is a good bloody question because I can't remember. Second episode of no, not the second episode, the third episode of the Zone continues to impress me. Good. Yes, I know you don't like it.
It's not that I don't like it. It's I've not been really into Star Wars like heavily for quite a while now, and I feel a bit lost with a lot of it. Fuck off, you random Star Wars nerd.
Yeah. Oh, pardon me.
There was his quick impression of Jabba the Hutt.
Yes. And the Rancor, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it rouses rancor.
What else have I been watching? Breaking. Yeah, I've been rewatching. We've been rewatching Breaking Bad. So there you
Ooh, very good. Is that all?
go. Yeah, that's it. That's all I've had time for. Been a busy man.
Well, I started a rewatch and got through a rewatch of Stranger Things because my insomnia decided to come for a visit for nearly a full week.
Oh God.
So I was not sleeping till 5 o'clock in the morning and waking up around about 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Yeah,
I
that
had
sucks.
a lot of time being very tired, not
Mm.
wanting to do much other than lie on the sofa and watch TV. So I got through Stranger Things again. And still breaks my heart every time I get to the end of it. And we will at some point try and get round to it. I've seen it, Guy hasn't, and I don't think he's got an interest in seeing it. So we may have a guest for that episode, possibly. Other than that, I've been watching Buffy again. I started a rewatch of Disney's Gargoyles. We will cover it. I fucking swear to God. If it kills me, I will cover it on this show.
Yeah, it'll be season 5.
You. We're only on season 3. You left out number 4.
Oh yeah, of course we are season 3. So yeah, it'll be season 6.
Ass. But late to the party.
Oh,
Oh.
I did have a bit of a lazy Sunday afternoon today, so I watched Star Trek 2 and 3.
Ooh. Wrath of Khan is overrated, but okay.
Silence, damn heathen.
Overrated.
She tests me.
It's a running. It's sorry.
Tests.
That's a running thing, viewers. There's a couple of Star Trek nerds within my gaming group. Like when they get going about Star Trek, and it's like blah 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 blah, blah, and I'm just there to kind of change the subject. I will just randomly shout out in the background, "Wrath of Khan's overrated," and then it starts a debate about Wrath of Khan, which I actually enjoy. So.
From hell's heart, I stab at thee.
What? I'm an evil bitch. And there's a hornet's nest. Do you know I'm going to kick it into a nursery? I wouldn't really do that.
That'll do it for tonight's episode.
Now before we
We'll
get
be taken off YouTube.
airwaves, good night. I wouldn't really do that. I'm not that evil. Nursing home maybe, but not a nursery. What?
Anyway,
Anyway, highlight of my week, I finally got round to watching Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story. Late to the party, I know. I got a cold shoulder, but what do you expect from a cannibal dinner party?
I'm later.
I didn't have a leg to stand on by the end of the night.
No.
But yeah, as we talked briefly about it before we started filming this load of bollocks, it's good. It's really, really good. But don't watch it before you get to bed, like I did. You'll be sat there overthinking every little detail, like oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. But shout out to the actor. I can't remember his name. The guy who played Dharma in that series. Is it Evan Peters?
Way to go.
We're professionals, I swear.
It's all life, folks.
It is. We've said many times on here, we have a script. We don't necessarily fucking stick to it, but we have a script.
No, we don't. We don't even have that.
I do. I have notes over there somewhere. See, I have a script. It's just not at hand.
So you've got notes, they're over there.
I told you I'm prepared today. Well, I'm having a stressful day, people. Can you not tell? Is it not playing by the look on my face? Look.
You're having a stressful day.
Anyway, the actor who plays Dharma in that series.
Thingamy Bob. Aye.
Yeah, Thingamy Bob. I think it's Evan.
Who's your flip?
Shut up. I'm trying to sing praise here.
No, I'm trying to put you off.
One thing I really liked is when he's talking, he really nails how Dharma sounded.
Oh, cool.
Like, because I've watched the conversations with the serial killer that takes recordings of him.
Mm.
And when you hear them kind of side by side, like
Oh, fuck.
watch the show and then we watch the
Sorry.
carry on.
I can't help it.
Very much like, yeah, he's nailed the voice, and it's creepy how much he sounds like him. Like,
Mm.
but again, highly recommend it if you've not seen it yet and you kind of put off seeing it. It's not as gory as you think it might be.
Mm.
At least what I watched of it was not as gory as I thought it was going to be. So bear that in mind. But yeah, it's very good, very good.
Oh, I also watched Clone Wars. I watched a few episodes out of this one.
Ooh. Star Wars: Attack of the Clones. Oh no, wait, that's the bank managers. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, folks. Sorry
What
about
have
this.
you been drinking? Pure air.
No, it's the chicken curry balls.
Yes. Balls do give you the burps. I can definitely attest to that one,
Yes, you can.
especially if they're curried.
Oh, bloody lovely though. Anyway, folks, after all this sort of ramblings and bollocks, we better get on with the issue at hand.
Yes.
It's time once again to step in to the console wars. It's part two, ladies and gentlemen. You thought we'd left it alone. We have not.
We are here to talk the next stage in the console wars for a few years. It was
See, this is where we need previously on Hun Ya Geek show.
yes, previously in a quick rundown. I may work on something like that, but leave it with me, see what happens.
Chill.
Anyway, from going from the late 80s through to the mid 90s, it was pretty much Sega versus Nintendo.
As we discussed.
Yes, as we discussed in previous episode. But then in the mid 90s, Sony threw the fucking gauntlet down. It was a Mortal Kombat, a new opponent has appeared kind of fucking moment. Sony throw down. We're doing this machine called PlayStation. It's a gaming system. It uses CDs, not cartridges. It was my little tiny young minds blew. Like we were used to
goodbye to
cartridge games. We were a cartridge console generation.
Yes. We're the cartridge family.
The cartridge family. Yeah. As long as we're not the fucking Brady's.
No, we're more like the Gacy family.
All the Mansons.
The Gacy bunch.
No, I've got the theme tune in my head. No. There was a man named Casey who had 33 bodies. No.
Yes.
Right, back on topic. We would.
So tangent alert pretty early there, folks.
I'm broke. I've lost it now. For a young generation, I was 11, 12 when the PlayStation launched.
What? So that was
95?
95, yes.
95.
So I would have been 18.
I was 11. I was 11 years old. And my Mega Drive 1, the original baseline design of the fucking thing, was on its last legs, bless it. It was having static whenever it was plugged in because the connectors started to erode. It was getting on its last legs. So my parents at the time, sort of test the waters, rented out a PlayStation 1 from the local video shop. And I was fucking hooked. What was your first encounter with the PlayStation there, Guy?
I actually did the same thing. I rented one out because I just thought, it's a lot of money to plonk down. Let's check this out first. And
sorry,
see.
Breaking moment there. My thing just popped up on my computer screen. Internet connection is unstable, and I just instantly went in my head. Me too. Sorry, it just broke my level of concentration. It popped up like me too. Continue. Right, yeah, you rented one from the local video store like I did. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was a Blockbuster over in this is where I was living let's see. I didn't do this until oh god, it's about 97, 96, 97. So yeah, but you could still rent one out from Blockbuster. So I was living in Bradford at the time, so I
Rented one, yeah. First game I can remember playing on PlayStation when we rented one. There was three games. We had Ridge Racer,
yes, nice.
and that was a true arcade port, and I fucking loved it. Um, Abe's Odyssey,
Mm.
and there was something else, but I cannot remember what it was. Some other random PlayStation launch game. I think it was like a tennis game or something like that.
Mm.
But I fell in love.
Yeah, my first game was it came with because I was later to the party, so
Yeah,
I played a game called 13 on it, which was a cell shaded thing.
that was PS2.
Was it?
Yes,
You
that,
sure?
yes, I'm sure that was PS2.
Oh well, fuck it, I don't know. I can't remember. It was Grand Theft Auto, I think.
The
That was one of the other ones.
oh yes, yes. I
Top down Grand Theft. We have talked about this. It's in the archives. Go over to Calico Productions on YouTube, folks. You can find it.
yes, we did a Grand Theft Auto centric episode. So anything we cover about that, it's in
We've
that
already
episode.
done.
Go and have a look.
Yeah, so we don't need to talk too much about that.
No, no, we don't. But as we said, it kind of Sony threw their gauntlet down to
Mm.
Sega and Nintendo, which at the time they'd outlasted the Commodore, the
Yeah.
Amiga, ZX Spectrum. They thrashed them all. They were the kings of the hills. And then Sony throws down with the PlayStation, and it was a fucking game changer. It really, really was. Because I mean, we're like
Trivia alert.
oh,
Trivia alert, folks.
trivia alert. Go on, guy. What's your trivia?
PlayStation actually began as a joint venture between Nintendo and Sony.
Yes, it did. But then
Then the Nintendo threw the
Nintendo didn't
toys
like
out.
where it was going.
Yeah,
Nintendo who shut it down, wasn't it?
yeah. Nintendo threw the toys out of the pram. So Sony just went, oh, fuck you, carry on.
We'll do it ourselves then.
Mm.
And for a time, Sega tried to keep up. We had the Sega Saturn come out at the same time as the PlayStation.
Dreamcast?
I did have a Dreamcast, and I actually got it for my 16th birthday.
I didn't.
I got it with Crazy Taxi and Soul Calibur.
Oh, so
I sink so many hours in Soul Calibur. It is unreal. I unlocked every fucking thing on that game. I loved it. It's the reason why I still play Soul Calibur even now.
wow.
Yeah, like new one comes out, I'll at least give it a try. I like it. But yeah, I mean, the Sega Saturn kind of came and went, really just kind of like, okay,
Yeah.
thanks. Like,
Thanks for coming.
yeah, thanks for coming. See you later. I need to wash up.
Yeah, take a party bag with you. Off you go. Drop on.
Put that in the bin on the way out. Thank you.
Yeah. There you go.
But the Dreamcast, I do kind of have fond memories of that. Don't get me wrong, I loved my PlayStation. I'll go over the story of how I actually got my actual PlayStation. How I got one that was actually fucking mine. Given that my parents had rented one and it was a roaring fucking success that I absolutely I needed one. Mine was on its way out. I needed one of these machines. It was the future. It was, CDs. Graphics were ultra realistic at that time.
Yep. 3D
Tekken.
polygons.
You look at Tekken and Tomb Raider with the triangle boots, it's we were just happy to see them,
Yeah, yeah. Well, it was actually Virtua Fighter that sort of persuaded Sony to go the 3D polygon route.
Yes.
Because of the success of the arcade version of that. So
Exactly. But when I got mine, it was Christmas '97. And I have spoke about this on YouTube before, but not on this channel, on a channel that I am no longer associated with, and then a lot of them can go and suck in it. D word. But I got it Christmas '97.
Mm.
I was with my parents when they tried to slyly pick it up from Toys R Us in Derby. You've gone to Toys R Us, it's a few months before, it's like September, I think. It's like I'm gonna put two and two together, and I know you get my Christmas presents. I'm not fucking stupid, right?
No, it's a magical place. You're on
Yeah,
your way.
it's no longer with us, unfortunately. But, unfortunately, that October was the October my father passed away.
Mm.
So getting that PlayStation for Christmas that year was,
Bittersweet.
yeah, that is the best way I can describe it. It's even now is very, very bittersweet because I look back on it and I'm like, I loved that machine to the point where even when it didn't work, I refused to get rid of it.
Mm.
It wasn't until I got my Dreamcast and I had a replacement, I was like, yeah, I can let it go now. But this just goes to show how gaming, getting a little bit real here for a moment, folks. I'm sorry
Mm.
to apologize, but that for me shows how gaming can, one, be a coping mechanism for people who are struggling with
Mm.
family members, things like that. Their worlds to get lost in. And two, it's not always a game that's going to spark a memory, a machine. Like I see a Sony PlayStation 1 now, it always makes me think of my dad.
Mm.
Always will do. And it's little things like that that I think people don't really associate with gaming. It's these sentimental memories you have
Yeah.
of people you've lost. And it's connected to those kind of things. It's whether it's a video game, a console, a game that you were planning to play together,
Mm.
or a game that came out around the time of their death, and that's what you think of when you see that game. Something like that. There's just little things like that that you don't think of with the gaming community, but it is there with a lot of us, especially me.
Yeah.
But there we go. Back to the topic at hand. Sorry
Mm.
for the emotional tangent there, everybody. My phone going off again. Keep forgetting to put it on silent.
Div.
I am. I am. But yeah, did you have a Dreamcast?
No.
I I really did enjoy the Dreamcast. Okay, the games library was quite small for original titles, but it did have some good ones. Crazy Taxi being one of them, Sonic
Crazy
Adventure
tech.
being another one. Sonic
Mm.
Adventure was really, for a 3D Sonic game. I know by today's standards there's been better and worse, but this was the year 2000 it came out, 23
Mm.
years ago. Sonic in 3D back then was yeah, it was like, oh, and the little chow things you could take around on your memory cards, like little virtual pets, which
Mm.
at that time were at their fucking height of popularity. We all remember having a bloody Tamagotchi in school and getting it taken off of us and killed.
Tamagotchi.
Coming next week on Hun Ya Geek is showing.
Yeah. Don't get me started on fucking Tamagotchis.
Have you seen they're kind of making a comeback? You can get R2D2 ones and stuff like
Oh,
that.
really? I'm going to stamp on them all.
Go for it.
You
Go for
come
it.
around my house with a Tamagotchi, you get a stamp on.
But no, and the Dreamcast was the first proper console that went full online. Like you could send the emails and all that kind of stuff, which
I didn't realise that was the first one.
I think it was one of the first home video game consoles that could do it. I
Mm.
don't know if it's the first home computer that could do it.
Well, it's not a computer.
Potato, you know what I mean? But
Yeah, let's have some oranges.
Dreamcast, highly underrated. I think if it had got better third-party support, like a bigger games library, it probably
Mm.
could have done better. I think the big problem was, and I did notice this myself owning one, that a lot, and I mean a lot of the games that were coming out were just slightly upscaled ports of what was
Mm.
PS1.
Yeah.
And the PS1 at that time was still cheaper. So it's
See?
like, I think it was bad timing on Sega's behalf because PlayStation took off better than anybody expected.
Yeah.
This little grey box from Sony blew the competition out the water.
Yeah, well, the advertising budget for PlayStation was 200 million. The advertising budget for Dreamcast was about 40 million.
Yeah. And it didn't help Sega's reputation as well. The infamous Sega Saturn launch, where they're like, "Oh yeah, it's surprise drop. It's launching right now. You can get it in shop right now, and it's what $399 was it at the time?" And Sony
Yeah.
come out with that mic drop of a moment
Yeah.
of $299 and just walk the fuck off.
Yeah.
So their rep was damaged then, even, and
Yeah.
slowly. That was the last
Bye,
console they
Sega.
produced. Bye, Sega. You're
Bye,
now just a
Sega. Buff
developer.
the software with you.
Yeah, yeah. And then we get to it where,
Yeah.
one little side note though, Nintendo were oddly silent after the
Mm.
Nintendo. Everything was quiet. And then, as the PlayStation is making its grand stamping debut, in rocks N64.
Mm.
Did you
And
have
that,
an N64?
yeah, I was not a Nintendo boy.
Me and my friends, we used to do this thing, right? I had a Dreamcast. One of my friends had an
Mm.
N64, and another one of my friends had a PlayStation. And whenever we got bored of the same few games that we had on our console, we would offer a week trade with another
Oh,
friend for their console, so they could play some games that they hadn't played, and I could play some games that I hadn't played on a different console, like hunt down and rent the exclusives like that are only on that particular console, kind of thing.
yeah.
So I got to play quite a few games, and I will say the N64, when you talk about the likes of GoldenEye, Perfect Dark,
Mm.
Banjo-Kazooie, anything that Rare made for the N64 is still today very, very well done games.
Mm.
GoldenEye,
Yeah,
Perfect
I
Dark.
played an N64. I didn't own one, but
Well, there you go. I should have gone
GoldenEye.
GoldenEye. Oh, many a college night on that on old GoldenEye.
Mm. Shit. The amount of fucking bottles of Jack Daniels we used to go through playing that game all night.
Mm,
Shit, it's all
Mario,
going down the offing.
Mario Kart and shit like that.
Oh yeah, God, yeah, Mario Kart.
On the big nights, we'd all get together and all bring our consoles around, so we could have like full on gaming
Mm.
session going on. Like winner stays on Tekken on the PlayStation, or
Are you doing that wrong? It's not. Shouldn't be winner stays on. Should do loser stays on. Better. Everyone gets more of a turn.
well, that is true. That is true. But then again, if you're playing me on Soul Calibur with Nightmare, the round's going to last all of 7 seconds. So, I mean, what do I expect from most men?
Very good.
It's just me being a bitch. I'm sorry. But yeah. So the N64. Oh, and of course, Super Mario 64
Mm. Yeah,
revolutionized 3D platforming. Can't ignore that.
you can't. We also need to talk hardware.
Oh yes, hardware specs. PS1, we'll call it.
Oh, PS1
32.
memory cards.
Oh
Removable
no.
memory cards. How cool was fucking that?
It was cool, but also annoying because if, like my parents, you didn't realize it needed one, you couldn't save anything until New Year when you went and bought one in the fucking January sales.
I'll grant you that. But I had the foresight to get one when I bought. But no, that was cool. There you go around and make so. Oh, here's a copy of your memory of that game.
Yes, I remember doing that with Duke Nukem on the PS1. Like I get stuck on a level, so my friend would be
Yeah,
like, "Oh well, here's my save file. I've got literally just past that point, so here you go."
yeah.
Like save swapping.
Copy that over. Boom.
Yeah. I remember as well. I had Driver on the PS1.
Oh, Driver was cool.
Fantastic game, absolutely. I got it the day it came out, and I
Driver
got
was
it.
already.
I got it with a driver themed memory card, like a driving wheel on it.
Yeah.
What I didn't realize was that if I used this memory card and loaded up, like, because it would always come up with this memory card in continue game, and I was like, what? If I clicked continue game, it would play the end credits for the game, restart itself with all of the cheats unlocked.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
I was like, ah. So then me and my
Yeah.
friend figured out that it was just the last save file on the memory card you needed to trigger it.
Mm.
So I started copying and pasting that around to everyone I knew that had a copy of Driver.
Nice.
But hey, you can just put invincibility on and fuck around. just go driving, or turn the police off, see how long you last, shit like that. And that's one thing that is unfortunately gone the way of the dodo. Cheats on consoles and games.
Yeah. Yeah, cheat codes, blimey.
Yeah, I mean, they were a thing for a good long while.
Up, down, X, triangle.
What's the infamous one? The Konami code: up, up, down, down, left, right, BA start.
Yep.
The Konami code. I've probably got it all fucking wrong, and someone's gonna
Yeah.
grill me in
Actually,
Actually, it's this one, you stupid woman. No, 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 fuck off. I don't care.
that being said, please do comment.
Please remember to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel.
Yeah.
But then,
We need to talk about as well the best controller in the world, PlayStation controller.
oh yes, definitely,
The best.
definitely, in my opinion,
DualShock.
everything
Never has.
naturally relaxed. Not like the
Yeah.
Xbox where it's like, well, the N64, it was.
Oh, yeah.
It's got 2 bits here and a bit down. It looked like a
What
fucking.
the fuck's that?
Yeah, it didn't look good. But the PlayStation Pad, to this day, I think is one of the best controller designs.
One of is the best.
Xbox are starting to catch up now, but I still don't like the offset thumbstick placement. I still don't like it.
No, I don't.
Like,
Rubbish. Sorry, but rubbish. I don't care if you're listening. Microsoft, I really don't care.
disagree with us in the comments, everyone.
Yeah, come on, Microsoft. Let's see what you say.
Yeah.
It
Bill,
was Paramount listens to me. The other
sorry,
week.
there's motorbikes going past. I do apologize. I live on a main road. Fuck my life. But yeah, so that is kind of when the console
Yeah.
wars really did start to change, because we had the N64, PS1,
Mm.
Sega kind of slowly fizzled out. But
Give us
then,
your favorite. Give us your favorite PS1 game.
favorite of all time.
Yeah, just say give me
Right.
three.
Okay. Well,
Top three.
I have to make two choices here.
Oh.
I cannot decide between these two because they're so influential on me.
Mm-hmm.
First is the Twisted Metal series. I'm putting it all as one, the series, just because we talked about this again. Check the archives, check the episodes. We've done Twisted Metal.
Calico Productions on YouTube.
Go and check it out. But the next game I would have to say, and this is more definitely number one, Metal Gear Solid.
Ah,
The original Metal Gear Solid. I first played that purely because I was in the video shop. It was new release. I was like, I'm looking for something new to play. I've just finished Resident Evil 2. Let's give this a try. It's not my usual kind of game, like tactical stealth stuff. Usually not my thing.
Yeah.
And it was so cinematic. The voice acting was amazing. For its time.
Big shout out to David Hayter.
Love that guy. Love him. Play Guyver. One of my favorite B movies. We'll do an episode on that eventually. Anyway, but yeah, Metal Gear Solid just was such an action epic. I could have gone with something cliche like Final Fantasies and things like that. Yes, I played Final Fantasy 7 and 8. 8, I preferred 8 over 7 just because the graphics were better. And I like the story a little bit more. But for me, when I think of PlayStation 1, it's Twisted Metal and Metal Gear that are the first two things that pop up when I think of them.
Nice.
I think of one of those machines, I think of those two games. Yours? What would yours be?
Oh, gotta be Gran Turismo A-Spec.
Gran Turismo A-Spec, yes.
Tekken 3. Tekken 3 Tekken 3 wasn't PlayStation.
Yes, it was. It was.
Yeah.
It wasn't until number 4 it made the jump to PS2.
That was.
This is why we call the show Hun Ya Geek is showing, because I know all of this shit just off by heart.
So yeah, Tekken 3, Gran Turismo A-Spec. Oh, and Point Blank. Because I had a gun.
Yeah. Oh, and Time Crisis.
I preferred Point Blank. It's just
Oh,
something about.
here's one thing actually I will give shout out to the Dreamcast for. I had House of the Dead 2
Mm,
with the light gun,
nice.
but I had a Mad Catz light gun, which
Mm.
had an auto reload button and an auto fire button. So I could literally just sit back on my sofa and go,
I had the same. I didn't buy the actual official
oh
PlayStation
no,
one, so
the Mad Catz one was half the price. It was like 40 quid, 20 quid. This one.
and I had one that looked like an actual, Colt 45.
Oh,
And
yeah,
I
yeah.
had an auto fire, had all that. Boom.
See, again, fond memories just randomly pop up about these systems when we start talking about them.
I miss light guns.
I,
I
I
don't like guns anymore.
well, they do like PlayStation Move, but to me, it's not the same because it's still,
But no, I want a gun.
yeah, like I thought the Nintendo Wii would have been perfect for that, but it's literally just a holder in the shape of a gun, and
Yeah,
it's not the same.
not the same.
Although when I did own a Wii, we're jumping forward a little bit here, but when I did own a Nintendo Wii, I had Resident Evil 4.
Mm,
The dual aiming thing on that was actually dead responsive. Like you moved and you
yeah,
were actually moving an aimer around. Like it wasn't like delayed or anything. It was button
yeah,
smooth. But that's jumping forward.
is. I think we need to move on to the PlayStation. Good.
Yes, and another opponent throws its hat into the ring round about this time as well.
Mm,
Because while the Dreamcast was selling like week-old hot cross buns, the PlayStation sold so much that they went straight into production on a PlayStation 2.
mm,
Upped the graphic count, still needed memory
yep.
cards. The pad design was pretty much unchanged.
But with DVD player and backwards compatibility, not just on the software, on the hardware as well.
Yes, you could play your PS1 and PS2 games. You could use your PS1 memory cards to save your PS1 games.
You could use your PS1 controller.
I still have a functioning PS2 in my bedroom.
Nice.
A host of PlayStation games that I absolutely adore.
And some other things you don't want to know about.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about those on this channel. That's for a different podcast.
Yeah.
But yeah, PlayStation 2 when it came out, it blew the Dreamcast out of the water and it stood uncontested for a short time.
I think it had the best look.
It did that sleek black box with the lines and the little rotating PlayStation symbol.
Yeah.
The disc tray coming out of the damn thing rather than having it open and
Yeah.
all that
Were
malarkey.
you a standing up girl or a lying flat?
When I first got mine, I did notice, and I don't know whether this was a widespread problem with early PS2s, but if I had it led down, if I had it stood up, it would struggle to read the discs. But if it was led down, no problems at all. It's the same with the one I've currently got. If it's stood up, it will struggle to read the disc. You can actually hear it struggling.
Yeah. I always had mine flat.
Yeah, I think although it was designed, you could stand it up. It was probably not recommended that you did.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the ones that I had that were standy up ones didn't work very well.
Mm.
But that's just me. That's just me.
Yeah, I do have in my spare room an old silver PS2, which I need to get around to sorting out and plugging in because I need a new controller for it. Because the controllers I have with it don't work.
I'll talk more to you about this afterwards, but there is a retro shop in Derby that sells old PS2 pads for about 10.
Nice. I think you can get them from. I think you can get them from CX.
I've had a look in there and they don't do them.
Bastards.
Yeah. Not unless they're selling it with a PS2.
How dare you, bastards?
You can try asking, but honestly, I think there's a proper full-on retro gaming shop in Derby.
Right.
So we'll go on a road trip one day.
Yeah, be the old X38 for us.
I'll visit the earthly twain for an hour and I'll take you over to Derby.
Nice.
A sort of shopping trip, retro one.
Cool.
But yeah, PS2, absolutely loved it. Again, biggest, hugest library of games you could possibly think of.
4,000 titles.
Exactly. Nintendo, God bless them, they tried to keep up. They came out with the GameCube, which to me kind of just felt like N64 plus. It felt very much like N64 plus. There was a couple of good games. The Resident Evil remake was an exclusive on there for a time. That
Mm.
was very good. Again, graphics for its time, very, very good. But GameCube for me always just there was just something about it I couldn't get on with it. Like
Mm.
I don't know whether it was the pad or the graphics or the fact that it was meant as a home gaming console with four ports. The pad one you got was like this long. Like you had to buy
Yeah.
extensions to be able to sit comfortably on your sofa. It was not everyone's. God, just I didn't like it. Really didn't like it.
Nor me.
But then, much like as Sony did, in comes Bill motherfucking Gates with the Xbox. And it's black and green, shiny, shiny glory.
Wank.
It had Halo, and Halo is awesome.
Didn't want it. I was a PlayStation by then. By the time I had the two, that was it. My closing out to the world,
You want to know the
and
secret?
I'm still the same.
You want to know the secret?
Oh, go on then.
I traded in my PS2 to get an Xbox.
So then, folks, I'm going to need a new co-host. So if any of you fancy the job, because Violet's fired.
but, but, 6 months later, when I got bored of the Xbox, I traded it back in for a PS2 with all of the games that I previously had, plus a couple more. So I saw the error of my ways.
You damn straight.
But I think on that bombshell, that revelation, I think we'll end it here so we can do a
Oh,
part 3.
favorite games? PS2.
Favorite game, PS2.
Go.
What I'm trying to think, which game did I play most on the PS2 out of all of the games I played on the PS2? And I'm trying to think. Metal Gear 2 is up there as one of the best ones.
Nice. Good choice. Is
Um,
that Guns of the Patriot? No.
that's one of the
Sons of
oil.
Liberty?
What?
Sons of Liberty?
Yes. Sons of Liberty is the second one. Yeah. Um. Oh, one game that I did forget to mention for the PlayStation 1 and the sequel on the PS2 was just as good. Soul Reaver, Legacy of Kain.
I never played it.
If you can get hold of a copy, like there's
Mm.
plenty of emulators and stuff on phones and stuff. If you can get hold of it, give it a try. The story is really, really rich, full of lore.
Oh, cool.
Seriously, you proper get. It's about vampires, and no pun intended, but you can proper sink your teeth into it. It's really good. Like I said, no pun intended there, folks. But yeah, I'd have to say my favorite PS2 game, the one that I played more than any other game, would have to be SmackDown, one of the SmackDown games, the one that had Brock Lesnar on the cover.
Here comes the pain.
Yes.
See.
But yeah,
Look at
me and my friends, because they had a brilliant creator character on it, and we got
that.
to the point over the space of a week doing the creator character thing, we had enough creator characters for a creator character only Royal Rumble.
Nice.
And we had characters like Spider-Man, Venom, Iron Man, Thor, a little Super Saiyan guy from fucking Dragon Ball Z.
Mm.
You know, we had like just anything we could think of. Just like, yeah, just throw shit at the wall and see what fucking sticks. Why
Yeah.
not? You know?
For me, Vice City. That's up there.
Oh yes, Vice City and GTA 3 and San Andreas. Okay, they're my top 3. There you go.
Mm. So yeah, those two. Plus, at the top, my all-time favorite, Time Splitters, motherfucking 2.
I still got that. I still got Time Splitters too.
Right, come around to yours. We're playing. I love that game.
I do too. I've been keeping an eye out for a cheap copy of Future
Mm,
Perfect. Every time I see it, I can't afford it. But then when I can afford it, I don't find it.
yeah, yeah, that's
Honorable
hard to
mention to
find.
the PS2 because it was as close to the to the PC version you were going to get. It
Mm,
only got released on PS2 and PC. Star Trek Voyager Elite Force.
yeah.
Very, very good. It's a first person shooter built on the Quake engine.
Oh yeah, cool.
Very good game.
But no, the Time Splitters. Jesus Christ,
Oh, hell yeah.
I wore through a disc of that. I had to buy a second. I had to buy another copy of it. I played it that much.
When I was living with my friend in Tamworth, we were playing Time Splitters Future Perfect and it had a map editor. So we were just
Mm.
going crazy making maps. I think I may have mentioned this in a previous episode when we were
That
talking.
was on Time Splitters too, as well. Yeah, that on the
Yeah, but it was better on Future
3.
Perfect.
Yeah.
But the amount of maps we would make
Mm.
just to fuck with each other. Like, oh, while you go out and smoke, I'll make a map. Then when I get back, you can try. And it's like maximum number of bots, all on hard. Everyone's carrying nothing but like grenades. It's like, oh shit. Or proxy mine only matches, you know.
Yeah. So the amount of just playtime you had in that game.
Oh Christ! And if you had a multi tap
Mm.
for four controllers, 4 player split screen,
Yeah.
they were Friday nights. And again, this goes back to what we were saying, like the social aspect of gaming as well.
Yes.
We've kind
Yeah.
of lost that with online gaming. I feel. I mean, we get the social interaction because we talk to each other and we're playing the same game.
Yeah.
But there is just something so intrinsically comfortable and friendly and
Mm.
memory building, in my opinion, of having your friends around and ordering a Domino's and
Yeah.
playing through Grand Theft Auto, take it a live feature, or having a 4 player split screen on Time Splitters or Mario Kart or something, you know.
Yeah.
We've
With the
kind of,
drink flowing.
yeah, we've kind of lost that a little
We
bit with
have.
online
We
games.
have. I think we have.
All games need to offer couch co-op, especially first person shooters and like action brawlery type games.
Yeah.
You know, you need couch co-op with stuff like that, in my
Gotcha.
opinion.
Mm. Yeah. I mean, going forward to Wipeout 2086 on the PS3. I go around at my buddy Vern's house so much and we play the shit out of that thing.
Oh, Wipeout Fusion as well on the PS2. Just that that game alone filled many a Friday night for me. But again, social aspect of gaming.
Yeah.
Kind of losing it. You know, we're almost going backwards. You know, in the early days, gamers were seen as the antisocial motherfuckers who stayed inside playing Angsty Kid and Sonic all day.
Yeah.
Then couch co-op became the big thing with like the Nintendo, like we were saying earlier, GoldenEye and things like
Yeah.
that. Became this big whole social event. Now we're kind of slipping back into the darkness again of like we're just kind of here, aren't we, gamers?
Yeah. That's the thing. Go around your buddy's house. All you have to do is slip your memory card in your pocket. You go.
Exactly.
Maybe take an extra controller if you.
Yeah, yeah, if you needed to, yeah. Yeah. I remember many nights like that. But
That and 12 beers and fucking great.
one game we used to play on Grand Theft Auto Vice City
Mm.
was every time you hit a car, you had to take a shot.
Nice.
But of course, this in itself is intrinsically bad because the more shots you take, the more cars you
Cars
hit.
you hit and the more shots you drink. Yes.
It's a vicious fucking cycle that just leads with unconsciousness.
I used to do that on purpose. Oh, fucked it again. I'll give it another shot.
Need for Speed was my one. Get drunk, put Need for Speed on, play against the computer, and see how bad you do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we're gonna kind of
Yeah, we're gonna
wrap
pop it on the head there.
wrap
We
things
will be
up a
back.
bit because we go any further, we're gonna get into the Wii and the 360
Yeah,
era.
we will come back to this.
Yes.
for part
This
3.
is kind of an ongoing series. We didn't want to cover everything all in one episode because we would have had to have condensed so much information and so much stuff that
Yeah.
it would have been hyper speed rambling of, you know,
This, and then this, and
theirs was
this.
good. You know,
Mm.
we wanted to do it this way, break it up into as many parts as we can and just talk about it, not really scripted, not really structured, which is slightly different from what we normally do. It's not like lists or notes or something. These gaming,
No.
because we are both passionate gamers, we just kind of let it all roll out.
Yeah, we're sort of going on memory, folks. So,
Yeah,
which is
our memory
ironic.
cards. We're using our
Yeah,
memory cards for once.
indeed. But yeah, so that will wrap it up for this week. We will be back. Don't you? You quite finished that. Thank you. Jesus.
There we go, done.
Can't get the stuff these days, folks. You really can't. But no, we will be back for another round of talking out our asses. So from me, the randomly geeky bloke, and from this one, or this one, I don't know. Which side.
You know I like it both ways.
So I hear. So I saw it written on the bog wall at the wiggy. But, you know.
I thought you did. It was at the wiggy, wasn't
Yeah.
it? But yes, good night, everybody. And remember, my sweet tortured souls, you can't be good, be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get sadistic. See you next time. Mwah. Bye.
See you, folks.
We have such sights to show you. Pain. Far weep Grana, weep Pinnybug.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Good evening, my sweet tortured souls, and welcome back to another monkey-filled episode of Hun Ya Geek is showing. And with me, as always, is some damn dirty human, the random guy, Jessup Braithwaite.
Hello. You drive me ape, you big gorilla.
Oh, I know I do. I know I do. You know what they say? You know what they say? Human see, human do.
Well, yes, indeed. I
How
never
are
met a
you,
monkey I
honey?
didn't like. Hmm?
How are you on this wonderful Sunday evening that we're recording on?
Yeah, I'm good. Can't grumble. I've had a few issues with headaches, hassles, and horse shit with computers, but you know.
Yeah, it's kind of been the same over here. Very stressful kind of day, but anyway, moving on. What you been watching this week?
What have I been watching this week? Well, I have watched quite a bit. Because, you know, I like that. Carried on with Breaking Bad and finished that.
Awesome.
I, of course, watched episode 5 of Ahsoka, which was feckin' fantastic.
I keep seeing more and more clips for that, and I keep being more and more drawn into it, especially since my daughter informed me that they do actually have a Star Wars timeline on Disney Plus. So that clears up a little bit of confusion for me. So I may wait for it to run its course, the first season, and then binge watch the lot. I may.
Yeah, cool. It's all right. Hold on. I'm having. Hold on a sec. Just bear with me.
I'll pause.
Yeah.
And there we go. We're back.
Oh, so,
More
yeah,
tech issues, we're afraid, people. It's not been an eventful day for us, pair.
so yeah, so Corey recommended that, and last night I actually watched Interstellar. Yes, I know it's an old film, but I've not seen it for some reason.
Ah, one of those ones that kind of flew under your radar.
Oh yeah, it's stuff I like. The Adjudicator herself had seen it years ago, but I think I was out gigging, so
more than likely, yes.
Yeah. As will happen.
Yeah.
So no, I really enjoyed it. You know, Christopher Nolan, bless his socks.
Very, very good. Very, very good. What have I been watching this week? Not a fucking lot because I haven't had much free time to myself. Apart from Monday, I've been busy every day this week. So if I have watched anything, much like in the previous episode, same crap. I'm afraid Buffy, Angel, same old shit. Just because I haven't had time to sit down and really focus on anything new. Too busy, too busy. I've got a lot going on in my life, and I'm not sharing it on fucking YouTube. Go to
Yeah.
Facebook for that. I
Yeah.
overshare on Facebook. We all know this.
I didn't like to say anything, but
Yeah, but the problem is, I don't seem to give a shit neither. But anyway, time for that part of the show that everybody tunes in for because they get to hear their own names. It is, of course, shout out time.
to shout out, shout out.
We'll go in order that we receive them. We have from 4 days ago at the time of recording, not the time of viewing. From friend of the show, been on the show, Invisigaz, over from the world of what was Twitter but is now known as X. God, over from that side of things, he joined us for an episode. I think it was the 80s and 90s cartoon one we did.
Yes, I believe it was.
Yes, it was because we talked extensively about Transformers and how we all love to suck the Optimus Prime.
Megatron.
Yeah, play on the Mega trombone for a bit.
Yeah.
It says this one was actually words out. This was a comment on my own separate show, Miss Violet's Underworld, but I'm shouting it out here because that show is currently on hold. It says, great video, love. Great to listen to and love that book. It's fantastic. Needed to track myself down one of those. The Necronomicon
yes.
replica that I've got. I've got it over
That
there
was a good episode.
with my masks. Yeah, really, really, it is worth the money. I don't regret seeing any of the Evil Deads. I just didn't care about the rest of the carrion. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for the shout out. Much, much love. And we hope to get you on the show again soon.
Yeah, definitely, guys. Yeah, we'll have that again.
Yes. And then we have the man, the myth, the beard, the ginger one, the ginger ninja, Mr. JK, with JK 47, motherfucker. You can borrow that one. You can have that one. It says here on the Terminator episode that we recently did, I've enjoyed all of the Terminator films and the TV series, and I've always found something enjoyable about them. Even Salvation and Genesis. Loved the inclusion of Shirley Manson in the Sarah Connor Chronicles. Yes, we missed that. It wasn't until I read that comment I was like, fuck, I forgot she was in it. Something we should have talked about. So,
but to be fair, that one kind of went off the rails a bit, that episode. So
yeah, we were. It was hot. We were tired. It was. We went into incoherent babbling by the end of it.
Yeah, we did.
We may revisit Terminator at some point and do a better episode. Even we think that one was a little bit for us.
Yeah.
I mean, we say shit content is better than no content, and that was shit content. But yeah, so given the impression Guy did of the Leprechaun at the end, is a Leprechaun franchise coming soon? Well, I commented, Guy replied to this one with, no, mate, not doing the Leprechaun, was just knackered and way too hot. Always sends me weirder than usual. But then, as we were starting this meeting, I commented, well, now that you mention it.
No.
Well, it's a no from him. It's a possibility from me as part of Miss Violet's Underworld.
Other than that, we'll do it in Series 8 along with Gargoyles.
Anyway.
No, not Series 1.
And this shout out, I'm going to call it out. Lee, you're a Burke. His message, his comment on our Terminator video is a shout out without a shout out about shouty shout bail. Whatever medication you're taking, I think you need to up the dosage, hun.
What?
Yeah, that was kind of my response when I read it. I was like,
B. Sort yourself out, mate.
confusion.
Have a word. Have a word with yourself.
If people can figure that what that one out, that comment was all about, please tell us in the comments if you think you know what that was all about. Because
Love you though, man.
answers on a postcard, motherfucker. Anyway, and that's it for shout outs. That's it for what you've been watching. Now, rolling on with the episode, as you can tell from some of the clues and hints we've dropped along the way on tonight's episode, we are, of course, talking about one of the best film series ever fucking committed to film, starring the all-time greats like Charlton Heston, Roddy McDowell,
Tim Hunter.
Kim Hunter, yeah,
Maurice Evans.
yeah, the list goes on. We are, of course, talking about the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
Now, I'll let you go first on this one, Guy, seeing as you're that little bit older than me. You probably might have seen some of these in the cinema when they first came out.
Go fuck yourself. Bollocks.
I know you're not quite that old, but I mean, some of them did come out in the late 80s, early 90s, so you know.
No, they didn't.
Oh, no, that's true. I got my dates wrong. Oh, crap. 2001.
Ooh.
2001. You might have gone and seen the Tim Burton one, but we'll.
No, I fucking didn't.
The less we say about that one.
No, didn't.
But anyway, okay then, rolling on. Guy,
Yes,
how
did.
and where did you first encounter those damn dirty apes?
On the telly.
On the telly.
On the telly.
I watched them on the telly, Mum. It was
What's them on telly?
around. It was so funny.
Ah, maybe want a banana.
But not in the way you think.
Ooh.
And at the age, a film that spawned a whole generation of furry.
Yeah. No, I ambled across it one night on the telly on the sort of multiple times it's probably been repeated, but I saw the original first and I bloody loved it.
Yeah, I think for me it's pretty much the same as you. It was one of those films that obviously my parents had seen and they'd obviously watched it growing up. So when it was on the TV, if it was on in the afternoon, because they did sometimes show it in the afternoons with certain bits cut from it.
Well, yeah, I was going to say you'd have to.
Yeah, I have seen gutted versions of it shown on TV. It's like 20 minutes shorter. But yeah, again, like I said, much like you, I saw the original on TV when I was a young age, and I've pretty much loved the franchise ever since.
Now, the question is, do you prefer the original franchise or the remake franchise? Or reboot?
Oh, that's like asking if that would be like me asking you, who do you prefer? Kirk or Picard?
Picard.
That's a tricky argument for another day.
Yeah.
I can't really say I like one more than the other because if viewers, if you have seen the whole lot, if you like me, if you've seen all the films, the newer ones and the original ones, they both tell very, very different stories and they're both good in their own rights. So for me, it's one of those things where it would come down to splitting hairs and nitpicks of which one I actually prefer over the. I mean, okay, the more modern part of my brain is like, well, I like the newer ones because of the more believable effects. But then if you know the story, the backstory of how the original film got made, then you appreciate the special effects in that a hell of a lot more than you would do any CGI. So it's very difficult for me to decide on that. I can't decide on that one. What about you?
For me, I do prefer the originals.
Which is
I do like the remake series.
Oh yeah, we'll get to it. We are going to run through the films as quick as we can here. We're not going to do them. We're not going to spend half an hour on each film. We're just going to go, right, favorite bits, worst bits, off we go.
Mm.
So we'll start at the very beginning. For those who didn't know, this is actually based on a book by Pierre Boulle, or Boulet, depending on how you want to pronounce it, French author. And originally, the book was originally titled The Monkey Planet. That was the translation, The Monkey Planet. It then got...
Planète des Singes.
There you go. I couldn't bother to look up the French, and I don't speak French. Anyway.
I'm good at words, mate.
So that's the book covered. Apparently, it's very different to the films. I've never read it. I would like to try and track a copy down, an actual physical copy, not a fucking digital bullshit. Books are meant to be real, not pages on a fucking screen that you scroll through. Sorry, I'm a book purist. We're going to cast our minds back all the way back to the land before time, like after Guy was born. Back to the year 1966 for the release.
56.
That's what it says here.
68.
No glasses, I'm sorry. It's my screen. It's fuzzing things up. Okay, 68. Sorry.
Good job on there, folks, isn't it?
1968, the original film comes out.
Yes. Weirdly enough, I do have some numbers because
one
of the things I do.
Yeah, you do the numbers. That's what.
Yep.
That's what it is on this show now. You do the numbers.
Yep. So the original had a budget of 5 million, which in 1968 or 67, as it was made, was a lot of scratch.
Oh yeah, from what I remember hearing from the document, I've got the big box set that's got all the films and a documentary disc, and on the documentary it does say that it was the largest budgeted movie of its time.
Yeah, well, originally it was going to have it was slated for a budget of 10 million, but that's just just went poop myself, no.
Yeah, they kind of reeled it back a little bit, but it also set a world record for being the most expensive budget at its time spent on special effects.
There is a but. It raked in 22 million. So today, during the course of my research, I thought, was 22 million in 1968? What's that worth now? Turns out nowadays that is worth 192.6 million pounds or dollars.
Yeah, which is weird to think that's the budget for most films these days.
Yeah, back then,
stupid money.
You fucking wonder why there was 5 fucking films.
Oh yeah, and they literally came out. Well, I'm looking at the time list here. You've got 68, 70, 71, 72, 73.
Oh yeah, they banged them out.
Yeah, after the second one, it was one per year.
Yeah, the problem is the budget just went like that per film.
To a certain extent, the quality followed along with it, but we'll get to that. So, not treading over the story because we're trying not to do that as much on here anymore.
Let's go favorites.
We'll cover the basic premise of the film. The basic premise of the film. For those who may not have seen it, and if you haven't, why not? The film's so old.
Even Tony's seen all of them.
Yeah, I mean, if Tony's seen them, then fuck you must have seen it. But anyway, the general premise of it is that an astronaut called Taylor, along with 2 others, I can never remember the names. Is it Brent and?
No, Brent was in the second film. So you got Taylor. Fuck, it's gone.
Anyway, he crash lands on what they think is an alien planet. They've traveled through a time warp in a spaceship. They think it's the year, what is it?
3095.
Yeah, it's like a couple of thousand years. 39 something or other. Anyway, they crash land. They think it's an alien planet. They encounter super intelligent apes that can talk. Humans are mute, wild, feral creatures that live in the forests. And it's kind of the story of this astronaut coming to grips with every fucking thing that's going on, and then spoiler warning, big twist at the end. He finds out it was Earth. Hey, it's a in a few years' time, that film is going to be what, 60 years old?
Oh yeah, that's it.
I don't care. Spoiler ending. It was Earth all along with that. God,
Oh my gosh.
no!
Oh my gosh, I was wrong. It was all along. I guess you finally made a monkey out of me.
You went full Simpsons. I fucking love it. Oh, if you don't know the ending to Planet of the Apes at this point, because it's such a big pop culture thing, you'll never. But yeah, okay. So favorite moments. Let's run over that real quick with the first one. For me, it the whole thing, because it's famously one of the longer films from that period at 112 minutes. And I know a bit of trivia about the remake ones with that. We'll get
Belts along though.
what?
It belts along though.
Oh, it really does. And each kind of scene keeps you hooked as to what, like, you want to know what's going on. Like, how did this all happen? What's going on? So it does definitely hook you in and engage you and pull you in and along with the story. And that's brilliant. So for me, I think the favorite moments are kind of those pop culture moments, like the bit where he's caught in the net and, take your hands off me, you damn dirty ape. We've quoted it several times already.
Yeah.
Just moments like that are standout moments in a film that is a standout film against all other films. So
yeah, I mean, for me, there's obviously that. His monologue at the start, I love as well, and the fact you can tell it's like this is a '60s film. He's in his spaceship smoking a cigar. You can try that at NASA these days. Would you put that fucking out?
You see on the space station now, someone just smoking a stogie floating by.
But yeah, that whole monologue's wicked because it's essentially, Captain's log.
Basically, yeah. He was the guy in charge.
Yeah, that and him ribbing his mate as well. It's like, we're here. That's it. Get used to it.
Yeah.
Just man up a bit.
Man up a bit and put up with it. Yeah. Again,
this is the end of the line.
Yeah.
There's obviously the court scene as well.
When they do the
It's just objection, overruled. Objection, overruled. But I love all of the vistas, the huge open plain vistas.
Ape City was a full set and stunning, absolutely stunning. It was believable that this is how they lived.
Well, it's our old friend practical effects.
Exactly, and again, sing the praises of it. This is why I love practical effects, and I think that's where my love of practical effects and makeups and things like that all come from. It's from watching films like this.
Yeah,
I grew up that really kind of got me into this is what you can do with makeups and paints and things. You can make a costume, you can make a mask, you can do all of that kind of thing. You don't need a computer to do it. You don't need a degree in binary coding language to be able to make something and it look good.
But I think the soundtrack as well. So just
haunting in places. Some of the sounds stuff they use, it's very unnerving.
Yeah. It's fucking brilliant. Just the whole drags it along, and of course the end scene.
Yeah.
But no, I love the way that it sort of brings into question, sort of science versus faith.
Yeah, that is a big component of the main story. Because you got to bear in mind, 68 still very science versus religion back then.
That's the thing, and the fact that the man who's in charge of science is also the defender of the faith is a total conflict of interest.
Yeah,
so lampshade that like fuck.
Oh yeah, and I like that bit right at the end of the film where Taylor's taken them. They've gone to near the forbidden zone, and he's going through this thing where he finds like a dolly that talks and a pacemaker and a pair of glasses, and it's like that's scientific fact, but you, again, love the incros. Can't think of the word. Incro. No, fuck, I can't think of the word. No, I can't think of the word. But I just love the way that those kind of little subtle subtexts are always there behind the scenes in the film. Like even if you don't notice it, you know it's there. Like that subtext to it.
Yeah. So I think it's the best one of the series.
Yeah, I can say that. Definitely the best one of the series. We'll move on
to, yes, Beneath
the Planet of the Apes, released in 1970, and it's pretty much a direct follow-on. It's supposed to take place like a few days later, kind of thing.
Well, I don't think it's a few days.
Oh no, because Nova comes back to the apes, doesn't she? I know timescale's a little bit weird. Timescale's a little bit.
Hey, go on, ask me how old I was when I saw this.
Go on, and how old?
Oh, ask me how old I was when it was released.
1970. I'm gonna guess around 30.
No, I was spunk. Yeah.
You were a bundle of cells in a womb somewhere.
No, I was swimming around in my daddy's nutsack.
You were a twinkle in your daddy's eye.
Yep. I was one of the ones that just go bump together and go dog.
Yeah. You were one wank away from oblivion. Sorry. That was too much even for me. Although it does sound like a cool name for an album.
Yeah. What's that?
Proper Swedish death metal band, you know.
So yeah,
tangent. Sorry. Beneath the Planet of the Apes. Continue.
Yeah. So yeah, I saw that one first. God, blimey. Can't remember, but I've seen it. Yeah. I watched it again today because what the fuck, right?
There we go. We have seen it. We both have seen it. Like I said, continues the story on from the first one. A new astronaut is sent to find the missing astronauts.
Yes.
Crash lands on the same planet. Meets up with Nova, who's lost Taylor, and it does like a flashbacky, shows you what happens to him. Then you kind of vanish. Charlton Heston actually did state in his contract that, like, okay, I'll do the film, but I want to go missing in the first 10 minutes and then show up again in the last 10 minutes. And that's exactly what they fucking did.
He also gave his fee to charity.
He did, yes.
Which I thought, because he's Charlton fucking Heston these days.
Yeah, exactly. Good old Heston. Apart from his whole gun views, I kind of like the guy. But anyway, so this story is, like it says, beneath the Planet of the Apes. While trying to escape from Ape City, Brent and Nova end up beneath the Planet of the Apes, where they encounter the remnants of humanity, who are now pale-skinned, veiny, telepathic people who worship a doomsday bomb, the Alpha and the Omega. And they wear weird rubber masks.
Yeah. They basically be fucked.
Yeah, and war breaks out. And in an early attempt to try and end the series, at the end of the film, the planet gets all blown up.
Yes, it did.
They set the bomb off, and they go, boom, da boom, no ape, no human, bye, everyone.
Yeah, because they killed Brent, so, of course, Taylor's all pissed at them.
Yeah, and he got all shot up and...
Yeah, and then he falls over and hits the old red button.
Yeah, it ends with a scene of Charlton Heston's bloody hand pulling the button down, and then the screen goes all negative, and then there's a voiceover saying about, this little green insignificant ball is now dead. And then the credits roll. It was a hell of a downer ending. It really was.
Yeah.
And I can only imagine what it must have been like seeing that at the time it come out, because you wouldn't think there was any more after that, would you?
Well, no.
It literally ends with the end of the fucking world. Like, damn. But
Yeah, but you can write your way out of anything when shit makes a profit.
exactly, favorite bits of this one?
Um, Obviously meeting back up with Taylor, that was great. The
Right
return
at
of
the end.
Cornelius and Zero, I loved. And Dr. Zaius being back as well is sort of like, oh,
Did you know it wasn't actually Roddy McDowall playing
yeah, I
Cornelius in
didn't.
that one? It was the only one that Roddy McDowall didn't return for.
Yeah, he had a scheduling conflict and couldn't do it.
Wasn't he making? No, he wasn't making Fright Night. That was in the 80s. He was in
Yeah.
something else, wasn't he? Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, one of my favorite parts in it, and it was kind of because it was sort of building up over the first film and going into the second one, is the bit right at the end where they find Taylor and Nova sees him and she actually
Mm,
talks and she says his name.
yeah.
I like
Yeah.
that because, okay, first viewing, I was like, oh, does this mean humanity's going to start slowly clawing its way back? Boom, they're all dead. Okay, maybe it's not. But, it gave me that little flicker of hope for a moment that if she can learn to talk, maybe the rest
Mm,
of them can. Maybe that's what they're going to do with the future of the franchise. Maybe like humans start talking and rebel against the apes. Maybe that could be a new.
yeah.
That's not what happened. We then got. Or what one your favorite? Did you do a favorite moment?
I love the bit where they were singing the hymn to the bomb. It's just sort of like so manic and fucked up.
Oh,
It's like, you're singing it to bomb.
yeah. Get out
You're
more.
supposed to be evolved.
You people are psychic and you still don't realize you're fucking with a bomb.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that was it's like it's just deliciously fucked up.
But despite the writer's best attempts to try and end it, again, it was profitable, especially considering it had a lower budget.
Yep.
And you can tell in some scenes where you see some of those ape masks sitting in the background
Oh yeah.
on
Ooh.
DVD and HD. When you see those now, it's like, oh,
Yeah.
that's
Oh.
bad. You can see like where it's sagging at the eye holes and around the mouth, like it's literally just some dude in a Halloween mask.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes, I was watching it on the 64 inch today on the Disney Plus, and yeah,
oh dear.
me and the adjudicator were both there going, "Ooh, that's shonky."
Yeah, yeah, it does show, but because it was profitable, another
Yeah.
sequel was greenlit, and this one, Escape from the
Escape.
Planet of the Apes, released in 1971.
Yes.
Now, this one kind of holds a bit of a special place in my heart
Mm.
because I was going through some real bad shit at the time. And the Sci-Fi Channel on Sky at the time were doing this. It wasn't like a Planet of the Apes marathon. It was like a Planet of the Apes season. I think it was to do with one of the anniversaries
Mm.
of the first film. I think it was like the 25th or 30th anniversary or something like that. And I sat and caught the ones that I could. And this was the first one that I watched on this watch through. It's the first time I'd seen the third one.
Yeah.
And for its runtime, with how wacky and how goofy it got in the middle, I laughed for the first time in about a month at that
Mm.
point, and it was weird that a Planet of the Apes film from the early 70s kind of pulled me out of my depression just a little bit, just enough
Mm.
to kind of go and get up and get shit sorted. So I love this film because it gave me that kick to
Yeah.
life ain't so bad. I could be a monkey in the 70s. Life ain't that bad.
Was it?
You know, so that's the that's the story of how I
You could
felt.
have half a coconut for a gob, so yeah.
Yeah. But here we go. This film, the story of this film, how do I best describe this? It's a classic fish out of water tale, but it's more like a monkey out of a tree.
Yeah.
Basically, the premise of this is that because Zira and Cornelius were not in a majority of the second one, they were in it very briefly in the beginning,
Yeah.
for about 5 minutes, and then you don't see them for the rest of the film. So the writers went, well, that spaceship that Brent crash landed in, and the one that Taylor was in, and it sunk. How about some of the apes recover it, they fix it, and they fly away before it blows up, and they end up back on Earth in modern day times, being
Yeah.
1971. And I think this is the only one in the series, as much as I love it, I think it's really the only one out of the whole series that's really, really dated by its setting.
Yeah.
The fashion, the clothes, the extras walking around, just the whole
Yeah,
tone of it is
actually.
so 70s.
Yeah.
But from a nostalgic point of view, I think sometimes that's a good thing. It casts a little magnifying glass on that era of history. But when you're doing a series watch through, the most of the other ones you can kind of just go, oh well, it fits here, it goes there, wherever. But this
Yeah.
one is the really just standout one of this is the 70s. Like, but that's my thoughts. Yours?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of mad, isn't it? It's sort of turns the magnifying glass on the way like the culture celebrity is today,
Mm-hmm.
It's instead of being all shit scared because it's like, oh, God, talking monkeys. They're like, hey, talking monkeys, wicked. Get them on the chat show.
I think maybe Escape from the Planet of the Apes maybe predicted how the future was going to go.
Yeah.
Talking monkeys, we're not shit scared. We're like, oh, quick, get them on TikTok.
And of course,
TikTok page, get my social media account.
And of course, it's also got Ricardo Montalban in it. So of course it's a hit with me.
Good old Khan himself.
Yes. He tests me.
That monkey tests me.
Sorry.
Sorry, we're blending franchises here again. Sorry.
Calm. Settle down there. All right. Cheers.
King Khan.
What the hell's heart I stab at thee?
Can't do that. It's only a banana. Sorry.
Oh shit, we're going wappy again.
Night is drawing on people. We are so sorry. Right.
Yeah.
So, Escape from the Planet of the Apes. Favorite moments. I won't cover the story of this one because we've just pretty much said it's set in the 70s.
Yeah.
Have fun. Go watch it. Have fun.
Yeah, the aforementioned chat show, just the culture shock for them as well. It's just
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
The bit where they're going out in the fashion suits and everything.
Yeah,
And
it's like it's mental. Oh, and of course, Ricardo.
yeah, exactly. I do
Love it.
like the way this one though, the way this sequel bait ended, because for me, this is where the franchise kind of took a slightly darker turn for a little while, and I enjoyed it.
Just to let you know, 20% left.
Okay, right. Well, we'll get through this as quick as we can. Right. So for me, my favorite scene is the ending, where they switched the babies around, so that the non-talking one got killed and the talking one is still around.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a nice little debate in the switch. I like that.
and I do like that. And then that brings us on to the next one, and one of my personal favorites, because like I said, it gets darker, this one, is Conquest of the Planet of the Apes, released in 1972. Now, for me, this one is on par with the first one because it focuses on Cornelius.
Yeah.
He didn't grow up in the future and know what humans become. He's a singular talking ape on his own. And it's almost like the role reversal for Taylor in the first one. And when you see throughout the course of the film, the way that people treat these monkeys and treat these apes, it does shake you a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it's like, how cruel of a species can we be? No wonder that one of them that come along eventually was smart enough to organize, led a fucking rebellion. I am
Mm.
really not surprised. In fact, in the first one, you're rooting for Charlton Heston to get away from the monkeys.
Yeah.
This one, you're rooting for them to take down the humans, knock them down a
Yeah.
peg or two. At least
Yeah.
I am.
And this is where you get these sort of through line to the new ones.
Or, you start seeing that maybe it's all one big loop.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I loved this film. Again, won't cover the story because we're short on time, people. For me, the final battle between the apes and the humans is the best part of the film because it goes on
Mm.
for about half an hour from
Yeah.
start to finish.
So it's good old-
Yeah, from the minute they start attacking to the credits start rolling, and that speech by Roddy McDowall.
Mm.
Apparently, I know this from watching the special features on the DVD. There was actually an original darker version of that speech
Ooh. That's
where
good old.
I will lend you the box set because the deleted
Mm.
scene is on the box set. And he basically condemns humanity. That it's like you come near us apes, that's it.
Mm.
You know, it proper comes across as dark. And I think they should have gone with that. But again, the whole film is dark.
Yeah.
You see torture scenes and all sorts, and it's full on. It's full on. But your favorite moments of this one?
Yeah, same.
The ending.
That
That
end
last
is just-
third.
Yeah.
Fucking awesome. Absolutely awesome. Right then. Here we go. This is for me where the series really went.
Oh god, yeah, I fell off a cliff like a motherfucker.
Battle for the Planet of the Apes. Now, quick story note on this one. Literally everything that was set up in the last one is thrown out the fucking window.
Yeah.
The nuclear war happens in between fucking films. We don't see the downfall of humanity. All we see is start of this film is there's a bunch of apes living out in the forests away from the city with a group of friendly humans,
Mm.
and they have to go into the city trying. It's the weaker one of the lot.
Yeah.
It's not very good. It- I didn't like this one very much. If I'm doing a series watch, I'll watch it. But if I'm just watching the films for the fun of it, I will skip this one.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've watched it.
I can't even remember that much about it. The only thing I can really remember
Okay.
is the final battle scene where it's like 12 guys walking around shooting guns with a school bus slowly driving in behind them.
Yeah.
That's about all I remember of that film. Although there is a character in it called Maurice, who was named after Maurice Evans, who played Dr.
Yeah.
Zayas in the first one because he passed away shortly before the final film came out. Shortly before it started filming, sorry. So, yeah, there we go. We're not going to cover this one because neither of us really liked it.
No.
If you're doing a series watch, though, viewers, honestly,
Yeah.
it ties everything up to a certain extent because the ending is a flash forward of so many hundreds of years, and it gives you the idea of maybe there's a divergent timeline, maybe there's not.
Yeah.
But then we get to the remake, the Tim Burton one. Didn't like it. I thought the special effects, the makeup effects they used, okay, I can give it its props for that. They were impressive because it was all practical and it was all actors in masks and prosthetics. So I loved it for that. The story, everything else, just you don't need to watch this one. Honestly, you really, really don't.
No.
And we'll cover these ones kind of quickly.
Yeah, because they're fresh.
Yeah, we've got Rise of the Planet of the Apes, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, and War for the Planet of the Apes. Now, for me, I take these as one big film because they do bookend each other very nicely, and you can watch it as one long thing. And it tells the story. It's sort of a reboot, sort of a prequel. It's kind of murky as to where it actually stands.
Yeah.
But
you got Caesar in it, who was in the last three.
Yeah.
Or is it the same Caesar? We don't know.
I always thought that Rise of the Planet of the Apes was more of a remake of Conquest.
Yeah.
They were basically fixing the story of Conquest and like, right, well, this is our new jumping point where we can tell a new story. And it followed Caesar, played absolutely amazingly by Andy Serkis.
Yes.
Motion capture king. And I don't just mean the movements, the facial expressions, the noises. He did the whole thing, right? Through all three films. Right? Now that is impressive. We again won't cover story. Trying to keep it light here. If you've not seen it or any of these ones, go watch them now because they are absolutely amazing. By the end of the third one, I was in tears. It hit me so hard because that CGI monkey on the screen for me was so believable.
Yeah.
That goes to Serkis's performance as the character. But I absolutely loved the remake, prequel, not sure what it is, trilogy. Guy, your thoughts?
Yeah, same. I mean, especially Rise. Really enjoyed that one.
With James Franco.
Yeah, with the simian flu as an offshoot of the viral thing that makes us smart.
Speaking of, sorry, cutting in here. Speaking of favorite moments, because you sparked a memory there. I love the end credits of the first one where the pilot, when he's got the nosebleed, and the lines going all over the world, and it's showing how far it's all spreading and everything.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's not foreshadowing for real life events, really, is it?
Yeah. Whoops.
Whoopsie daisy. But yeah,
it was a long time before that, so we can forgive.
It was 2011, so yeah.
Yeah.
But
also, I loved the fact that they had the like the news article going on in the background about
with the missing astronauts on the newspaper.
It's like, oh, there goes Taylor.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what makes me think this is more of a prequel. Like maybe he thought it was nuclear war that wiped out humanity, but maybe it was this.
Yeah, maybe it was a virus.
That's kind of what I'm saying. Like the continuity between this trilogy and the original 5 films is kind of If you want it to be a prequel, it can, but it doesn't have to be. I think that's kind of what I like about these as well. It's like if you want to do a series watch and include these, you can, and it all kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
But
I also loved your man out of Harry Potter, Blondie.
Oh, Draco Malfoy.
Thank you.
Tom Felton.
Yeah, I thought he was a very convincing cunt.
He does seem to play that role very, very well. And I do like his comeuppance, where Caesar blasts him with the water hoses. He's got the cattle prod.
Yeah.
Fucking cups him.
Yeah.
And how powerful is that moment where Caesar says no for the first time?
Yeah, it's like, oh, go on, boy. Go on.
No! Like, he spoke! Right. Oh, are you nearly dying?
No, hold on. I think I might be able to transfer it.
Oh, okay. Because we're right up your nose right now.
I can do it.
Want me to pause while you swap over?
Might be an idea.
Sorry about that, everyone. Slight technical issues, but we're back.
Oh, sometimes.
Yes, we were talking about the remake trilogy of Planet of the Apes.
Yes.
Favorite parts, like I said a minute ago, the end credits of the first one with the globe and all the lines of infection are going everywhere.
God, yeah.
That was amazing.
I think. Oh, go on.
No, you go first.
No, I was going to say, I think just as a whole, I mean, you could lump all 3 films together.
Yeah. Well, I tend to, if I'm going to give them a watch through, I watch them one after the other. Like set aside a day and just watch them all because they're long. They're long films.
Yeah, you get a whole lot of AP goodness there.
Oh yeah, and the little bit of trivia that I do know, originally, in the Rise of the Planet of the Apes, the little drug that they're developing for Alzheimer's,
Mm.
they originally wanted to call it, instead of AZ, whatever it was, they wanted to call it RT 112
Mm.
as a nod to the original film because its running time is 112 minutes.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's a cool little thing. And again, much like we said about Ghostbusters, I find with these Planet of the Apes films, there are little things if you look for them that connect it to the other ones.
Yeah.
Character names, certain things, situations happening in the background, little moments like that. One character, I will talk about this one character that I love in this trilogy. Well, more so the first two because he gets killed in the second one, is Koba,
Yeah.
the big scarred up ape.
Mm.
And the moment that made me fall in love with him as a character is he's having a conversation with Caesar. And some of them can talk, some of them can't. And when they do
Yeah.
talk, it's kind of broken language. And Caesar says to him, leave the humans to do human work. And this irritates Koba, and he starts pointing to all the different scars on his body. And as he's doing it, he's going, human work, human work. And he's got like a
Mm.
big scar over his eye, and he runs his thumb along it, human work. And I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, you got deep-seated hatred, but fuck if I don't understand that.
Mm.
Like,
Yeah.
leave them to do what they want to do. This is what they'll do. If humans had their way, the apes would be back to being
Yeah.
lambs if they had their way.
Exactly. So
So again, I side with the apes on this one. I really do. I sympathize with the apes in this trilogy because
oh god, yeah,
I
yeah.
feel so bad for them. Like
The,
everything they're put through.
especially when you get to like the third film, it's like Jesus Christ, Woody Harrelson's just after him.
Oh god. I did like his performance in the final one.
That's fucking Woody Harrelson, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, but it's not the last one.
No, it's not.
There is a new one coming next year.
Hopefully.
Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, and it is reported that this is setting up a new trilogy,
Mm.
but it is also a continuation of the last one.
Yeah.
And rumor has it, this is just rumor at the moment, it is set several hundred years after the last one to sort of
Yeah.
give enough of a time gap so that the apes have become advanced enough so that they started building houses and weapons and armor
Yeah.
and things like that. Which, to be completely honest, it's not a side of the Planet of the Apes we've seen.
No.
We've seen them in like mud huts and they've got fabric clothing and things like that. But we've never seen them and they've got guns and stuff in that. We've never seen them with like swords and shields and armor, like almost gladiator style. We've not
Yeah.
seen that. So if that's the direction it's going to go, I'm kind of okay with this.
Yeah. Me too. Definitely.
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how it goes.
Ape Evolution.
Is it Andy Serkis? Is he coming back? I can't remember.
No.
Didn't think.
No, he's not. I can't remember the dude's name. I bloody read it earlier. Jesus.
Oh well, but yeah, that's coming next year.
Mm.
Well,
hopefully it's coming next year.
hopefully, if the writers' strike don't.
Well, you would like to think if it was due out next year, you'd like to think it was buttoned up.
You would like to think so, but you never know. You never know. There was a TV series in the 1970s, 1974.
Bad reviews.
Yeah, I wouldn't. We haven't got the time to cover it on here. If I'm going to throw this out to the audience, right? Audience members, people who are watching, drop it in the comments if you would like us to talk about the extended Planet of the Apes media because we haven't got time for it tonight. But things like the comic books, cartoons, video games, whatever, drop it in the comments. We will take it into consideration. And if there is enough of a demand, we'll do it. But it's going to be more than one person. But yeah, there was a television series in 1974, and there was a animated series, Return to the Planet of the Apes, in 1975, and it ran till 1976. I had one season.
I didn't even know about that until, the course of my research. I didn't even know about that. So there you go.
I only know about it because I watched a review of it here on YouTube with by a wonderful guy called Decker Shadow. Go and check him out. He did like all the Apes films. He did a whole marathon summary of Planet of the Apes, covered them all, including the Triple X parody Playmate of the Apes.
Oh dear.
Yeah, whoever thought that was a good idea for a porn parody,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly a connoisseur of porn, but
no, me neither. But
there's better. Surely there's better parodies to do than that.
oh well, this is the same company who released another parody called Lord of the G-Strings, and I only know this because they had a copy of it for rent in Burton Blockbuster back in the day.
Oh wow. Okay.
It was right next to Playmate of the Apes. It's the same actors, it's the same everything. I think a lot of it's the same goddamn sets.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
So there's always that. For those inclined who may want to go and check that out.
Mm.
Man in a gorilla mask walking around with his. If you want to go watch that, I mean, we're not going to criticize you.
But I think overall, I mean, let's face it, we can say, Jesus, on the whole, Planet of the Apes, fucking great.
Like I said earlier, it's coming up in 2028. It will be the first film's 60th anniversary.
But I think that deserves a 4K release.
Oh fuck yeah! Or whatever's the new thing at 8 years, 5 years from now.
Let's fucking hope it's still 4K.
Well, let's hope it's fucking 4K. But the way technology keeps jumping forward and forward and forward and forward, before we know it, we're going to be talking about Planet of the Apes while living in the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
Or Planet of the Apps.
Yeah, that sounds about more right, really.
Yeah. Bunch of mobile phones go around. Super intelligent mobile phones.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'll be there with my cavitate. I'll be there with my cavitate.
For you. You can parody Planet of the Apes, call it Planet of the Apps, and just have it as iPhones have become super intelligent and now use guns, and humans just go around grunting.
Their enslavement of the Android phones.
Yeah. Oil hail the mighty Android. Oh.
It's got to that time again, hasn't it?
Yeah, we're going there again. It's nighttime, meds are kicking in, and laughing and everything. So, but yeah, I think we'll wrap it up here. That's pretty much all we can do with the Planet of the Apes franchise for now.
Indeed.
We've monkeyed around enough on this one.
Oh.
Like, monkey puns.
Oh, you were driving me out.
Oh yeah, I'm going bananas over here.
Yeah. Oh. Well, it's time for us to swing off then.
Oh yeah, I gotta put some toast under the gorilla.
Okay, tenuous, but okay.
It's the best I can do. Been talking monkeys for the last hour. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it for another fun-filled monkey poo flinging episode of Hun Ya
Oh, she's gone. Oh. Looks like I need a new co-host there, Pete.
This is a brilliant episode of Hun Ya Orangutan is showing.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can't even get through my fucking sign out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Monkey.
Hey, we're the monkeys.
And people say we monkey around.
We're too busy stabbing.
They- Oh, sure, husband.
I worry about my next. Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh no, yes. Very
Of
good.
course, I was very, very drunk.
Good game, good game.
Good game. Ooh, every monkey's on it. Ooh,
You know monkeys do well.
ooh. What's the skulls on the doors, Andrea?
Okay.
Oh, cough it
Right,
up.
people, time to sign off. We will get there. Right.
Didn't they do well?
Yes, I did do well. Right. So, good night, my sweet tortured souls. I have always been Miss Violet Impulse. He has been.
I've been Cunty the Monkey Boy.
He's been Cunty the Monkey Boy, apparently.
I've been Ram, JB.
He has been the Random Man, JB. This has been Hun Ya Geek showing. Good night, everyone. And remember, if you can't be good, be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get fucking sadistic. Good night, everyone. Bye.
Peace out.
We have such sights to show you. Pain. Bah, weep, grana, weep, pinnybug.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are back once again. It's that time of the evening. Oh, Hun Ya Geek is fucking well showing.
It definitely is.
Not that geek. Wait. Right.
I was at a party Friday night. I'm still recovering. Fuck you.
It started, ladies and gentlemen. It's probably started already.
It's starting early tonight, folks. Woo-hoo.
With me, as usual, she's a dreamer, she's a schemer, and she writes for Arena. It is Miss Violet Impulse.
Right for me.
And I've got her already.
Love it. Continuing onwards, everyone. Hello. As he said, I am Miss Violet Impulse, here to torture you, my sweet tortured fucking souls.
And torture it is.
Anyway,
Stop that.
moving on. Hey guys, how you been?
I've been alright, mate. How's you?
I'm good. It's been a hot minute for us because
It has, yeah.
I had illness, and so we kind of relied on episodes we had pre-recorded. Thank God we pre-recorded.
It's up here, folks. It's all up here.
Yeah. See, we
Plus,
do
but
know
I
what
have-
we're doing. We do know what we're doing. You might not think it,
But we do. But yeah, I also had adventures in music, so yeah, I had to disappear for a Sunday. So sorry,
That
folks.
was the Sunday that I was ill, and then it took me better part 3 weeks to recover. So here we are now, finally
Hooray!
actually recording again. Everything for the last month has been pre-recorded.
Yeah, so
That's why there's not been a sort of a consistency with doing the shout outs, because we, like I just said, we relied on pre-recorded stuff. We couldn't do shout outs on stuff that we recorded 3-4 weeks ago.
no.
So, but we're going to catch up with that tonight.
Yes. So over to Violet with the shout outs.
Shout outs! The parts where you get to hear your own names and feel justified about being on the internet. I mean that in the nicest way possible.
Yeah, well, yeah, just
demon can anyway. But from Invisigaz, we have from our Planet of the Apes episode, which came out a fortnight ago. Invisigaz, the Gazman, who hopefully may be joining us for an upcoming episode, but we'll talk about that later.
Lovely.
He said here, fun show, my beauties. Thanks for the shout out. I'd love to come back on. I'll DM you and we'll chat again. Blah, 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 blah. What a great franchise, some great movies, both old and new. The originals are fantastic, but what I like about the new ones is that when they rebooted it, they didn't just tread old grounds. They're basically prequels and hopefully exist in the same line of the story. Also, Weta did a fantastic job. They did. We forgot to shout that out. The special effects in the newer trilogy.
Yes, we did.
You know, if tangent, you know that on this channel we are big fans of practical effects, but
Yes.
that's not to say that we hate CGI. I have more than once on this channel said that CGI for me should be when you need it for something you physically cannot do, or
Yeah.
to make it more believable. Okay, we saw it in the 60s with the makeup effects they did, and they were cutting edge and high budget for their time.
Mm.
And I think the newer ones kind of copied that with the available effects at its time. So they're both fantastic films. But yes, completely agree. Thank you. That was our good old friend Gaz.
Cheers, guys. Nice one, man.
We love you, Gaz. Mwah. Up next, lost my mouse. Hold on. Where's it gone? Oh, there it is. I couldn't scroll. I've lost my mouse. Peek behind the curtain, folks.
Yes, that's what she said at the doctor's the other week.
But next comment, also from the Planet of the Apes episode, it's the man, the myth, the beard, the ginger one, JK47. The ginger.
JK.
Hey!
JK and her fucking hats.
Like I said, JK47, that's his gangster name.
Yeah.
He's going to release a hip hop album under that title. At least that's what we've heard.
Well, there you go.
Anyway, he said, grew up on the OG Planet of the Apes films and used to have the collection on VHS. The first two were my favorite, but I didn't mind the last three. I think I am one of the few that really enjoyed the Burton version of Planet of the Apes.
JK.
Oh, to go a little bit western on you there, Mr. JK. Them's fighting words around here.
So, looks like we got ourselves a Burton fan.
Yeah. Anyway, but he does say though, although that end is absolute trash, completely agree. Completely agree.
Oh, I've puked better fucking ideas than that.
He goes on to say, recently I rewatched / finished off the new trilogy and loved it. Damn near perfect and really looking forward to Kingdom. Great show and thank you for the shout out.
Wow.
Well, perfectly welcome for the shout out, JK. Mwah, mwah, mwah. We will have to try and see if we can get you on the show at some point. That would be an interesting one.
Well, fucking time difference of being a bitch.
Hey, I stayed up for an interview with Reanimate Her over in Canada. I was up at 1 a.m. in full costume. So if I can do it, you can do it too.
It was fucking Australia.
So it's been 12 hours.
Oh, my.
Well, 8 in the morning for us, 8 at night for him. I'm sure we can work something out. 8 in the morning for him, 8 at night for us. I'm sure we can figure it.
I got a fucking day job.
What, 8 at night, 8 in the morning for him. I'll DM you. The next comment, I'm not actually going to shout it out because this person, I mean, I don't know if you've taken a look at the comment section on some of these recent episodes, Guy.
I may have them.
Yeah, they're borderline insulting. They really are. I feel there's a certain someone behind this account, possibly.
Oh, I'd imagine so.
Yeah. So I'm not even going to bother acknowledging their comments here on the video, but I'm going to leave them up there for everyone to see. I mean, they're thinly veiled kind of insults, really. So you've made it when you get a troll, though. You've made it as a YouTuber.
Yeah, this is true.
When you get a troll like this one. So come on, Trolly Trollington, let's troll me some more. Come on. I'll show you what the Billy Goats could do when they're pissed off. Okay, over to Miss Violet's Underworld Halloween 2023 episode for another shout out from Gaz. Don't know if you watched this episode, Guy.
Not yet. I've been a bit busy.
Ed, Put another pineapple on the list.
No, again.
Right yourself. Self-inflicted, no sympathy. Okay, he says on that episode of Miss Violet's Underworld, great handful of movies, especially Nightbreed, fantastic movie. Yeah, cheap plug here. I've done a episode of Miss Violet's Underworld on Nightbreed, as well as I mentioned it on the Halloween special. Please go check all those episodes out. My tongue is not working today. I overworked it Friday night.
I bet you did.
I was talking to lots of people before you think anything else, you rude man. And that's it for the shout outs, because the other shout out was from that same troll. So, hello, Trolly Trollington. Keep trolling. We'll keep pointing at you and laughing.
Keep trying, bud.
I mean, the funny thing is you're trying to laugh at us because we're different. We're laughing at you because you're the same as everybody else, honey. You're basic. You're basic.
My advice, son, would be get laid.
And move out of your parents' basement.
Yes, off you fuck. Come on, off you go. Bye-bye.
You're 45, for fuck's sake. Get alive.
Yeah. Anywho,
moving on.
Swiftly on.
Next segment, guy.
Well, yeah, we're going to chat about some shit. We're going to have some geek chat.
Wait. What you been watching?
What's the date?
November the 5th.
What the fuck do you think I've been watching?
On Fire of the Vanities?
Yeah, well, this laptop.
V for Vendetta.
What hit the iPlayer on the 1st of November, dear?
Oh. Tony's dad.
Tony's dad.
Tony's dad. He's gonna rip us apart for this. He really is. He's gonna say this and be like, you. Oh, I can feel his wrath coming down on me now.
Fuck, man.
Sorry. But yes, Doctor Who. Of course, you've been watching Doctor Who.
It's the Whobination.
Oh yeah. The gorgeous David Tennant is back as the Doctor, isn't he?
The 14th.
Yes.
I should be there. I should be watching. But yes, my TV has been full of Tony's dad. Not as full of as his mum was, though.
I was going to say, is that the name of a sex tape? I'm sorry, folks. I'm in one of those moods. I've had an energy drink right before filming. It's caffeinated. What can I say?
But anyway, moving on. We'll talk about
Doctor Who.
talk about the 60th in a little bit during the geek chat, I think. I've also been watching Loki.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a few episodes. I spoke to someone about this on Friday night. I'm one of these, you know, this guy. I kind of wait for something to get 2 or 3 episodes in, then I jump on it so I can at least get halfway through before the break. That's what I'm doing. Well,
I think we can leave that for the further chat in the evening as well.
Okie dokie then, because it's kind of the main
powder dry.
It's the main subject of the episode, really.
What have you been watching?
Well, considering we haven't spoken in quite a while, I've been doing a series rewatch of Bones.
Nice.
Yes, from the first episode. I am now currently I'm midway through season 9.
Oh, cool, yeah.
And I've watched every episode because I've had in my insomnia come pay me a visit again. Well, I don't get periods, I just get insomnia.
No, I'm trying to weigh it up.
Anyway, but yeah, I watched Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
Yes, you have the advantage of this.
Yes, you haven't watched it, so I'm going to try and be a little bit spoiler-free with this. Very, very good. Just like the first one, there's different animation styles for the different Spider-Man, and some of the visuals are like the Gwen Stacy stuff I really like because it's like a pastel drawing come to life. Like the No, just the backgrounds I'm on about. I'm talking about the backgrounds and the colors and things like that. They are very vibrant and very comic book, which in an age of waning interest in comic book movies is interesting to see.
Mm.
But I will say at 2 hours and 40 minutes,
Yeah.
and it's only part one of an at least two-part story. I almost got sort of Lord of the Rings PTSD flashbacks because of it. I was like, oh God, no, not again. Not 3 hour films where I have to watch it in, oh no. Like it got me. So it's good, but 2 hours and 40 minutes, I think it could have been shorter and still told a very compelling story.
Yeah.
But that's just my thoughts.
Cool.
And other than that, not really been watching anything. I've been too busy editing my book because I'm nearly ready to publish.
Way. Nice.
Yes, be in major retails soon, like Oxfam and Help the Aged. They're all those posh, trendy shops.
Cancer research.
Yeah. But no, that's it then. So
Yeah, fair enough. Right, so Geek Chat. Geek Chat.
Geeky chat.
Geek Chat.
I flash it up in big letters across the screen when I'm doing the editing of this.
Yeah, you keep saying that you do the tangent word, but you never fucking do it.
I need to get a soundboard sorted on my PC so I can have sound clips to go.
Or just do it as a graphic.
Yeah, but I want a sound effect. I want it to say tangent or something. I want a noise. I like noises. Yeah, but see, there you go. I could do a fart, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Anyway, so Geeky Chat episode for tonight. We're going to kick things off here with, and I can't believe I had to be the one to alert this guy to it, the trailer for Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes dropped. Oh my God. I'm a bit of a saddo. I watched our episode about the Planet of the Apes when we did. And when I talked about like it kind of looks like a cross between sort of Planet of the Apes and Gladiator. And sure as shit, you see the trailer and it looks like it's going to be that way. And
told you they listen. They listen.
They do. You with the Paramount stuff, now me with Planet of the Apes. Either we're guessing really, really close to the mark, or they're fucking listening. One or the other. Not to get my tinfoil hat on because it won't fit over the horns, but just it's creepy. But I'm so hyped. I'm on that. Weirdly enough, I will say this: I'm on the hype train more for this than I was Rise of the Beasts. Which, as a Transformer fangirl, that's
there's another one that I've yet to see.
Same. I haven't seen it yet either. But your thoughts on it, Guy? The new trailer?
Oh my God, it looks lush.
It really does, doesn't it?
And on the screenshot for it, friend of the show, Chris Hukin, good mate of mine and friend of ours.
Yes.
He said, "Is that the Lean Tower Pizza in the back?" I'm like, could be. It's all grown up.
Could be. So that could tell you where it's set.
Don't know, but hey, might be not, might not. But
I mean, if it is, here we go. Fan theory time. If it is, that means that it's the first Planet of the Apes film that's set outside of the United States.
Yeah, so I doubt it will be actually. No, so
no,
they'll have to keep the stateside. So yeah, sorry, Chris, we did bump that one for you, mate. I mean,
it showed the virus that changed the monkeys did spread all over the world, and if it's so many hundreds of years later, I mean, if it is set in somewhere like Italy or Europe or that kind of region, I'd kind of be okay with it because, as daft as this may sound, the certain shots in the trailers where you see the cities all overgrown and the buildings all wrapped with trees and vines and stuff, it definitely gave me Horizon Zero Dawn vibes. If you've played that game on the PlayStation. Like when you get more into like bits where you recognize like the shape of a building and things like that, it gave me that kind of vibe, and I was like, "Oh, see, that's what I liked about Horizon Zero Dawn was you're out in the middle of wilderness, it's just trees and everything, but then when you start recognizable buildings, and you start putting these puzzle pieces together of exactly where you are. If this film can kind of replicate that in the visual form, great. Don't tell us where it's set. Maybe like we're guessing here, put landmarks around and let us
Yeah.
figure out where the fuck it's set. Make it a thing for the fans to do.
Yeah, man. I'll go with that.
If they're listening, they're going to pinch that idea.
Yeah, of course they are.
Quick, rewrite.
I'm gonna 25%.
Yeah. Pay me up now. But anyway, so yeah, your thoughts.
Yeah. Oh God, it looks fantastic, and I think we're sort of from the look of it, from like the humans, it looks like we're getting towards the time of
Taylor showing up. Yeah.
Mm.
That's what
creeping
I'm
towards it.
thinking.
I think, but because this is a new trilogy, isn't it?
Yeah, and the thing that got my intrigue pumping was the bit where it focuses on that like train brick archway that looks, considering it's
Mm.
hundreds of years in the future, looks relatively clear and open.
Yeah.
So does that mean we're also going to start seeing the rise of, like in the original films when they went beneath the Planet of the Apes, they
Yeah.
had the bald-headed, veiny humans. Maybe this is another mutation from the simian flu that certain
Yeah,
people
it could
were
be.
immune to it, but it started to affect them differently. And
Mm.
because like you said, it's a new trilogy. If each one's set X amount of years later, does that mean were they going to end this trilogy with the spaceship coming down?
Yeah, if Taylor turns up, that'd be just
Oh yeah, I tell you what, right? If they get to
good.
the end of the third film and that's the hook for a new trilogy and like another trilogy added on, I'd be down for that because it's like, well, now we are into remake territory,
Yeah.
so that would be interesting to see. But we're not even at the first gate in the hurdle yet, so let's.
Yeah, we've got to wait till next year.
You can tell the hype is real here today, folks. We are very much like we want to see this film. In fact,
Mm.
might go on record and say this could be the next film I go to see at the cinema. I'd be willing to go to.
I was just about to say that because me and my issues with the cinema.
Yeah. Well, here we
This is
go.
a well true.
It's a Calico road trip.
Oh, now you're on.
We're gonna go to the cinema. We're gonna watch it, and then we can do like a straight after spoiler-free our thoughts.
Yeah, don't hold the popcorn, you bitch.
I won't.
And don't do the popcorn trick either.
So we'll throw this out to the comments. Are you excited to see Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes? Thoughts on it? I mean, from what we see in the comments, people do like a good AP.
Oh, we love it. We love it. And if you've not seen the trailer, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, go and watch the trailer if you've not watched it.
Go on, off you go. Now, we'll wait.
Wait. It's only 2 minutes long. I mean, most guys can last that long.
Speak for yourself.
I was speaking from experience.
Mayhem. So what else are we going to chat about? Wow, I've got a good one. This is
Go on, then.
interesting. I was reading the magazine the other day. It wasn't Penthouse Forum, for you ask. No, apparently Henry Cavill is going to be the executive producer in association with Prime Video and Amazon and all that on a Warhammer 40k series.
Oh, I have heard rumors about that kicking around. I have.
Yeah. 2025 apparently.
Ooh.
We've not actually talked about this before. You were a Warhammer 40k sort of
I played some of the video games, like the RTS type ones, like Dawn of War and Dawn of War 2. I played those, so I know a little bit about the lore. I did sort of get into the game a little bit. Weird period of my life, I was trying to get into something as a distraction. A friend gave me like a load of his Tyranid army that he wasn't using, and I trounced him in my first ever match, which was quite surprising. But I never really pursued it. So it's one of those things that I am aware of it. I do know a little about it, but I'm not super huge on it. But we can cover it as an episode because I think I might know someone who knows like the entire lore back to
a thing or two about a thing or two. Well, this is my issue is I like Dawn of War the games, they're great. I like the lore behind it, I like the stories, I like the artwork.
Oh yeah.
I can't stand playing the tabletop game. It takes fucking forever. You're dicking about at the start. I just can't do it.
Yeah. I mean, the one short match that I did was about 3 hours.
Yeah, and that's the short.
A short match. So it was just like, what a
Fuck
skip.
that. Sorry, but no.
I mean, if they're going to do a TV series on it for people like me and you who haven't got the patience for the tabletop game and have only kind of grazed the surface through video games and people talking about it, that kind of thing, I think doing a TV series of it might get it a wider audience. But
yeah. I don't know. It's not like Games Workshop need a fucking money.
well, that's true. But I mean, you look when you adapt any kind of RPG into a film, Warcraft, it's hit and miss. It can be really hit and miss because it's kind of a niche market. It's not
Yeah.
really a mass market thing. I mean, okay, you've got the star power of Henry Cavill.
I could see him as a space marine.
Yeah, but is that enough to carry a film or a show or
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, everybody watched The Witcher because he was in it, and then when he left, everybody left. Everybody stopped watching it. So, I mean, it could, but I think that one is in specific is tread water.
Yeah.
You know, we'll wait and see with that one. Like, it could be good, it could be bad. It could go either way.
Yeah.
But my personal opinion, it could. Sort something right over
Do it.
there that off. There we go. Forgot to do the Transformers news. We'll cover that in a minute.
Yeah. Oh, more news. Welcome to Derry, the It prequel
Oh, yes.
has been postponed to 2025.
Is that because of the writer's strike?
No, the right strike is over.
Oh.
It's because of the actor strike.
Uh,
That is still ongoing.
fair,
Come on,
fair.
Sag. Come on.
Mm,
Let's make a deal. So come on,
come on,
all you
Hollywood.
studios, stop being cunts, give them what they want. Let's get cracking.
I did hear someone say about the whole writers and actors strike and everything is that when actors strike, directors have nothing to do. When writers strike, actors have nothing to do. So it's kind of having a knock-on effect either way you look at it. Like you've had a writer's strike which affected the actors. Now the actors are having a strike which is going to affect the directors and the writers. But they could pull a positive out of this while they've got this time. All these scripts and everything that are kind of rushed towards the end. We'll get more into that in a little bit. It gives them more time to tighten it up and polish it and get it where it should be because a lot, and I mean a lot of media at the moment that is just cranked out and out and out and out. And we consume, consume, and consume. A lot of it right now, to me, is starts off great and it's just rushed by the end of it because it's like, get it out the door. We need this out there. We need to make money off this. There's no real I get tangent about this so much because it interconnects with other fucking things. But yeah, your thoughts go.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the reason why we've not had the Boys series 4 yet. And I'm pissed off about that. Although, sort of looping back to what I've been watching again, I've been watching Gen V, which is the Boys spin-off.
Yes, I have heard about that.
Oh, it's fucking fantastic. And you've not watched any of the Boys yet, have
you? No. I did see a Blu-ray box set in HMV the other day, but I didn't check the price on it.
Oh my fucking god, just get it because you will love it.
I will see what my budget will allow this month.
It's got a JB guarantee. A JB guarantee, goddammit.
If you don't like it, you won't get your money back.
And
involved.
The adjudicator has spoken. It has an adjudicator guarantee as well.
It's got Carl Urban in it, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Right, okay, well that's me masturbating for the next fortnight. Thank you.
Yes, and you've got Carl Urban setting a record for the use of the word cunt.
Oh, well, it makes me love him more. But yeah, I would definitely check that out. Right, I think what we'll do now is we will quickly cover some Transformers news and then we'll get into the real meat of this episode, the thing that kind of sparked us doing this episode tonight.
Yeah.
We're going to talk some Transformers Legacy United Wave 1. This is basically the
Are they in
fourth.
football kits?
No. Well, I mean, Optimus Prime wears red. Put a Man U logo on him.
Don't. They listen. Shut up, I fucking do it.
I'll be the next crossover.
Hey, no. Hey, Violet.
Oh, but obviously you guy can't see these pictures, but I can. So what I'm going to do for the viewers at home is I'm going to put. I can see that. What I'll do for the viewers at home is I will get some little screenshots of these before I upload, and I will put them on the episode, and then Guy has an excuse to watch the episode back.
Well, see, if someone had thought about it, she would have sent me a link. Just saying. Just saying.
I was rushing. You know, I never organized.
Just saying.
Anyway, the two characters that I'm looking at here are an animated styled Bumblebee and Optimus Prime.
Oh, God. Bumblebee goes
Ah.
first. What a fucking surprise.
I never really watched Transformers animated. It was kind of, I was at that age where I wasn't into Transformers like the shows, but the toys, childhood nostalgia. But yeah, it kind of bypassed Transformers animated. And as good as these figures look, they're not for
Yeah.
me. They're not for me because I don't have any affinity to those characters.
Well, yeah, if you've not seen the thing, then you.
Yeah, like those designs mean jack shit to me because I've
It's one of them where you just go, oh, yeah.
yeah, for those who want that kind of transformer, also
Yeah.
great for you. You know, this is the funny thing about collecting. You don't have to buy everything. Not everything is for you. The amount of
Yeah.
people that complain and go, "Oh, look at what they put in this now." Ugh." It's not for you. Don't buy it.
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
You know, like the amount of bullshit I see online, like, "Oh, they should have done this figure." Give them a chance. They've got damn near 40 years worth of characters to get through.
Yeah.
Get to the one you want eventually. Shut up.
Well, it's like the Bayverse fucking masterpiece line. It's not for me, so I'm not buying it. But I'm not bothered that it exists.
Yeah. But up first, we have Core Class Energon Universe Megatron, which is basically Grey Galvatron.
Right.
The picture I'm looking at, it is basically Grey Galvatron. And Core Class is the smaller class of the day. They're
Thank you.
basically minifigures, for those who don't know the class.
That's pretty fucking big.
That's what he thinks.
Well, tell the wife.
Also in the core class, we have Beast Wars 2 universe, or I think it's more commonly known as Beast Wars 2nd, not Beast Wars 2.
Right. Yeah.
Depends which part of the world you're from. I know in Japan it was known as Beast Wars 2nd. But this one is Tasmanian Kid slash Snarl.
Okay.
Looks like a blue-eyed Tasmanian tiger, Tasmanian devil type. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know the character. Moving on. I will put a picture up for those who might know who he is. Again, another one I do not recognize. Core Class Infernac universe. I'm guessing it's not from the comics. Boulder Crash, and he is again Core Class, and he turns into a little stone motorbike. Because okay, Hasbro. Again, I'm saying, you know, it's not for everyone. This wave does not look like it's for me. There's no characters here so far that I'm like, oh, I need that one in my collection. I'm a G1, not a G1 purist. I'm more of a I knew those characters, so those are the characters I collect.
I'm the G1 purist.
Yes. Then we have Deluxe Class, which is the next scale up.
It's getting bigger, folks.
It's getting bigger. The more you see, the bigger it gets. Deluxe Class Infernac Universe Magnius.
Magnius.
He looks like a stone version of the white Optimus Prime Ultra Magnus model. Almost.
Well, why are we doing stone versions?
I think
Do I miss a meeting?
I think this is just purely speculation. I'm a Transformers fangirl, but this stuff is above my knowledge base. I think the Infernac universe is actually supposed to be the Rock Lords universe. I could be wrong.
Fucking Rock Lords.
Not quite as good as GoBots.
Hold on. What? They turned into rocks. Sorry, the adjudicator is admonishing me for.
Yes, then we have Transformers Animated. This is again Deluxe Class Transformers Animated Universe Bumblebee. Like I said, I'm not a fan of the design, but looking at the figure and knowing of the character designs from the show, it's a decent little representation of that version of Bumblebee.
Oh yeah, but it's Bumblebee all the time. Always pushing Bumblebee. Oh, Bumblebee, Bumblebee,
Oh,
Bumblebee,
yeah.
Bumblebee.
Oh, hello. We have Deluxe Class Rescue Bots Universe. So the Transformer show that was aimed at kids.
That was so fast.
Autobot Chase. And to be fair, the figure doesn't look too bad. They don't show his alternate mode though. No, they haven't got his alternate mode. They've just got his robot mode. But
What's the point of fucking that?
considering it's a
It's a Transformer.
considering it's a Transformers based on a kid show that usually just transform in like a twist or something like that. I mean, for the kids who grew up watching that, who are now maybe in their early to late teens and collecting Transformers, it's something for that kind of generation.
It
Fine.
was a shit show.
Well, I've never watched it. Again, at my age bracket,
Don't waste your time.
it's a show aimed at children. I'm not going to watch it. She says watching Perry the Platypus and Phineas and Ferb.
Well, I shouldn't say anything about that.
Here's one that I'm actually kind of slightly intrigued by. Deluxe Class Cyberverse Universe. Try saying that when you've had a few.
Cyberverse Universe. Cyberverse. No.
Windblade.
Oh.
You know what? You love me. You know I love me a Fembot. I love me a Fembot. One's got a purple flaming
Oh,
sword.
with the guns in their tits. There's Fembots.
Well, yeah, but she's got a purple flaming sword. I mean, that just sells it for me as well. So yeah. Then we have in Voyager Class, which again is the next scale up after. Itching my cheek, really. Moving swiftly on, like I said, Voyager Class Animated Universe Optimus Prime. Again, it looks like a good figure. It looks like a good representation of that version of Prime. It's not for me.
No, me.
Then we have Voyager Class Prime Universe Thundertron. Yeah, I remember seeing the figure from the Prime toy line that came out in the 2010s. I do remember seeing that one. It looked okay. It turned into some sort of space tiger. I don't really know that. Again, I don't know the character. I'm not going to buy it. Sorry, Hasbro.
If they ain't fucking Decepticon Seekers, I think you're shot.
And then here we have a Leader Class, which is their slightly more expensive range. Beast Wars Universe Tigerhawk.
I'm aware of
I remember I had a figure that looked like that when I was younger, but I remember it being called Silverbolt. It was a wolf with wings. This looks like a tiger with a bird fetish.
Yeah, I'm aware of him from playing Transformers Earth Wars.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And other figures coming soon. I'm scrolling through. Oh, we have the Transformers Hall of Fame inductees. It's not showing me any pictures. No. Okay, well, that's it for Transformers news. Bit lackluster, but there you go. For those who come to this channel for the action figures, there you go. We talked Transformers for a bit. Now, let's get on with why we did this episode tonight. And
yeah, I'm supposed to be hosting.
I know, I'm just moving my segment on to you. Come on, then. What are we doing tonight, Guy? What was the crux of this episode?
The crux of this episode, ladies and gentlemen, is the MCU. What the fuck's going on?
Yeah, I've noticed it more and more over the last few days watching videos on YouTube that the MCU looks like it's pretty much on the verge of collapse.
Yeah.
They're pushing films back. They're firing people. The guy who's playing Kang and has been set up as this big bad for the next phase, they've based loads of films around him. is now quietly getting pushed out and replaced with Doctor Doom when we haven't even had a Fantastic Four film.
Yeah.
Now, I've got a lot to say about this. You take it, Guy. Go for it.
This is the problem. They're trying to do too much all at the fucking same time. Look, at least I'm in the Star Wars side of the mouse house. They're at least rolling out gradually, working on stuff, finishing it off.
There's
They're
gaps.
Yeah, there's gaps. They're not fucking taking people and then firing them.
Yeah.
You know, what the fuck?
I mean, what bugs me is the amount of Marvel films and shows that have come out since the MCU kind of started gaining traction with likes of Hulk, well, the Incredible Hulk, Iron Man, the first Captain America film, when it started really ramping up its pace.
Yeah.
At this point, it's something like what? A combination of, I think the total watch time is like over 200 hours at this point or something like that.
Yeah.
And I honestly think that the world is suffering comic book fatigue.
Yeah, really, really is.
I mean, the thing that got me, and I talked extensively with friends about this over, the last few days when we were, I was plotting up the idea for this episode, and it seems to me that we're just cranking out film after film after film after film, and the problem is we had this big build up with Thanos to being the big bad guy. Saw him sparingly here or there a little bit, and everything kind of built up to Avengers Endgame. You had this big epic moment, everything that they'd been building up to for over 10 years. It comes to this massive head. And it blew up, and it was the biggest, greatest film ever. Where do you go from there?
Exactly. This is the problem.
Where do you go from there? And they didn't give people a chance to breathe and take it in, because literally within I think it was about a month.
Yeah.
Spider-Man Far From Home come out, and it was pretty much a direct continuation. It followed on the Iron Man Tony Stark storyline.
Yeah.
And it was like, we haven't had a chance to let that sit in properly. And this is the problem. Like you just said, it's much too fast, too quick, that people are going, if it's not brilliant and 100% perfect, people won't watch it.
Yeah.
Secret Invasion was a perfect example of this. And this is what I'm saying. It felt like the writing to me was rushed as fuck towards the end.
Yeah.
They had so many ideas they wanted to do with it. And they're like, just get it to the end. Just get it to the end. Get it to the end. And it's like, no, you're racing and you're fucking forgetting everything on the way. And I'm at the point now where I feel like I should just dip out of the MCU for a couple of years. And I think they need to do the same thing. They need
I mean, the problem is,
sorry, mask is off.
Oh, sorry. The problem is they're hiring people and directors and stuff, and they're getting writers in, but then they're firing the writers and then getting someone else in.
How many directors has Blade had now?
Yeah, exactly.
5, 6.
Fucking ridiculous.
Even Sam Raimi was like, I'm not touching that, see ya.
Yeah.
When Sam Raimi, the master of horror, walks away from a horror film, a horror-themed film anyway, when he walks the fuck away, maybe you shouldn't make that film and fucking start over.
Yeah.
Take a break.
I mean, what the fuck? I don't look forward to them like I used to.
No.
Same. I'm not excited.
Yeah.
I've not. Let's see. For example, Shang-Chi. Not watched it. Not bothered.
Eternals. I've not even watched.
Not watched it. Not bothered. Black Widow, for fuck's sake. Not watched it.
I watched it, but I felt the same as a lot of people, because I did watch reviews after watching it, and a lot of reviewers said the problem is because it's one of those films that sits in between films where she's going to be alive at this point, so there's no threat to the character. And I said this knowing the fates of characters in Mandalorian. When you don't when you know that this character is going to make it through whatever hairy, nasty situation they're in, you don't fucking care because you know they're alive come the next film.
Yeah.
So why bother? I mean, I kind of like some of the action scenes in it. I hated what they did to Taskmaster as a character. Fucking hated that. But yeah, I mean,
But there's just no, bother. It's like, oh yeah, that's come out. Okay.
Yeah.
Watch it at some point.
That is exactly how I've been. I mean, I saw the trailer for the Echo series. I didn't even finish watching the trailer.
Oh well, fuck me, there you go.
Yeah. I mean,
And
it
I
was a
says,
character that was in the Hawkeye show for a couple of episodes.
yeah.
Apparently, that requires that they get their own season.
No, wrong way to go.
Same with what is it, the Agatha Harkness one they're doing.
Yeah, wrong way.
Side character, side villain, technically.
Yeah.
Because
Catherine Hahn is a wonderful actor,
yeah, no,
He's
no,
great.
no disrespect to the act.
but I don't need a series on it.
No, we don't. I mean, bring them back as a recurring bad guy. Don't spin them off into their own series. And what it reeks of to me is Marvel trying to copy Sony with what they're doing with Spider-Man, where they're doing the villain movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like, oh, well, they're doing the thing with the villains, so maybe we should start doing things with our villains. No,
No.
please, Disney, Marvel, stop, take a break. We're at the
Yeah.
point now where we're at the tipping point. The next piece of shit that comes out of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, whether it's a show or a film, right? The next flop that comes out is going to be the one where not just the hardcore fans like us, but even the casual viewers are going to go, fuck, no, I'm out, I'm gone.
No.
They're going to note out. They're going to note.
Deadpool 3.
Hmm?
Deadpool 3 I'll watch.
I think Deadpool 3 could possibly save it.
But you know what they need to do? They've got to pump the brakes and they have got to get with the fucking mutants.
Have you heard the most recent rumor?
What's that?
Because of everything that's going on within in the recent shows and everything, then the stuff behind the scenes with the actors and whatnot, allegations and all sorts. In a panic, Disney have considered bringing back the original Avengers cast, including Robert Downey Jr. and Scarlett Johansson, characters who are categorically dead. Now,
no.
I don't think they should do that because, as someone said on a podcast I was watching the other day about, because when this news was like 2 hours old, I was like, oh, watch that. They basically said that in comic books that kind of works. You can kill a character and then 6 months later you can bring them back because there's precedent for it. It's happened in past issues and past events. There's precedent for it. But in the current MCU, we've not had any characters been brought back from the dead.
Dead's dead.
The closest you could say really is Elektra in the Daredevil series. But that's loosely connected by canon anyway.
Yeah.
So I think the MCU and comic book generals in movie, this is going over to DC as well. I don't watch many DC movies, so I can't really comment on them. The actual Aquaman films haven't appealed to me outside of Jason Momoa walking around with his shirt off. You know, I can find that on Pornhub.
Yeah, well, that's a fucking joke because that kid's getting pushed back as well.
Exactly. And I think we are at the point now where we need to the studios just need to stop with comic book movies for a little while.
Yeah.
2-3 years at the most. Just take a break.
I think the problem with, something like sort of going, oh yeah, we'll get the original Avengers back together. That's just a fucking knee-jerk reaction.
It seems almost like audience pandering as well. It's like, oh, let's bring back what they loved about it.
Well, no, that's not.
Your likes are going funny.
Oh, no, they are a bit. Sorry.
It's all right.
There we go. They are a bit.
New one. My button's wearing out. I keep pressing it too much.
But,
Phrasing.
Indeed. But yeah, it's just slow.
Yeah. Yeah, again goes back to what you said. It's too much, too fast, too quick.
Yeah,
And I think the problem as well is kind of having a knock-on effect with all this oversaturation with comic book movies. Other films that aren't
mm,
comic book films are finding it really hard to hit
yeah,
and find their target audiences because it's the mass market is watch comic book films, watch comic book films. There's this
yeah,
book coming out, there's this new show coming out, blah 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 blah. Little independent horror films are struggling like fuck
yeah,
because of comic book movies.
mm,
Dramatic pieces. I mean, Oppenheimer did great.
yeah,
When's the last time you heard of a historical biopic that was big as that one? A good few years.
yeah. There's got to be.
But every comic book movie is the greatest movie ever made all of a sudden. You
No,
know,
it's not. But
well, it was. But then
arguably,
we get to things like Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantum Mania, and
I didn't mind that. It was okay,
it was
but
the
it's
ending.
not.
It was the ending for me. They
Mm,
they bait and switch the ending, and it really annoyed me. It's like,
yeah,
oh, if we break this thing to defeat Kang, then we're going to be stuck here forever. And they kind of console themselves to that fate. And as they're
mm,
stood there looking out over the quantum realm, you think, oh, it's going to end here. A fucking portal opens up behind them, and they get home. It's like, so why this big dramatic moment if you're just going to completely fucking undercut it by doing that?
yeah. They should have left them there.
Yeah, I said exactly the same thing when I was talking to my daughter about it. I said they should have left them there because then that sets up a fucking sequel that could have
Yeah,
been better. Them coming back, you know, it's just reshoots, crap CGI, box office fucking numbers going down the pissing
yeah.
toilet. Marvel, stop before you fuck yourselves up.
Or how about different picks? There's so much source material.
Stop flogging the same old characters.
Yeah,
Werewolf by Night.
yeah, exactly.
I thought that was amazing. They've done a colorized version of it. Not
No,
interested.
no.
I'm not either. When I saw it, I was like, nah, it was better in black and white.
Mm. Yeah, something like that. It's like I was saying before. We talked about it with the Wogs when we were talking to them. I'd like to see Alpha Flight get a movie.
Yeah. Hell, at this point, even the X-Men getting a movie.
Well, that's what I mean. I said that earlier. Just
You know,
right. Let's push the mutants a little bit. Let's get the X-Men out
yeah, that's what
because
I'm
the only
talking about.
thing that I'm actually excited for coming from Marvel is X-Men '97,
Yeah.
and
Honestly,
that's
at the moment, that's the only
that's
thing
it.
that got me going. Yes,
Yeah,
I need to see this. You know,
yeah.
I mean, I've seen the action figures that have come out already, and I'm like, some
Mm,
of the character redesigns I like. The Storm one with the mohawk now, I'm a little bit because she's in the what she's still in the original costume, but she's got the mohawk going
yeah.
on, and I'm like,
Should I have going on in the '80s?
well, I know there's precedence for it, like with what was one of the alternate universe names for a Bloodstorm where she had the
Mm,
mohawk. I've seen it before. It's a nice look, but as an action figure, there's just something off
mm.
about it. It just for me, it just doesn't quite look right. But very hyped up for the show. But even Loki season two, I enjoyed season one of Loki.
I've been
Season
watching it.
two, season two. The trailers I've seen have made me go, hmm, what?
Yeah, the problem is with it though. Tom Hiddleston and Owen Wilson together bantering it's fucking great. So hey,
Wilson, yeah, he's
we
wow.
can bring a story in a bit later, but let's just have these two going because they're great. And then you throw in Keaton Kwan, who's just
Oh
fucking
yeah,
adorable.
yeah. I'm yet to watch season two, everyone. So,
Mm.
but yeah, I am gonna watch it. But after Secret Invasion, I do feel a little bit burned because it started off so good.
Oh, that was great at the start.
The first two, three episodes, it was proper full on like
Mm.
espionage, spy stuff. Like, okay, it was still comic booky, but it had that what
Yeah,
you expected from a Nick Fury driven.
I had a bit of grit.
Yeah. But then you get to the fourth, the fifth, and then the final episode, and it's just like, what have you
Yeah, drives it
done?
off the cliff.
What'd you do? And She-Hulk was the same. I enjoyed
Mm.
the start of that. And then by the end of it, she's swinging through the freaking Disney Plus menus and talking to the writers. And again, I heard on a podcast someone say
I've said it to you before. It's how it was.
how it was in the comic books, but like someone said on a podcast, you've got to think of the implication of that against the wider Marvel universe. If that is part of the MCU, if she is part of the hardcore MCU, if she's got the ability to literally go to the writers and get them to change what's going on, how does that affect all the other characters around her?
That's why I don't think she'll ever be part of the main MCU.
No, I don't think. I think they'll segment that character to her own little corner of the MCU. Like,
she'll have her own universe.
yeah, yeah. Because I mean, I talked to my daughter about it. With Deadpool, it works because from his perspective, he's talking to us. Everyone else around him, he's talking to no one, so it makes it crazy. They just think he's nuts, and that works. But when you have a character literally break the fourth wall to the point where they leave the boundaries of their own reality to come into our it starts getting a bit stupid then. And that was my problem with She-Hulk. It ended so badly. I was laughing because I thought it was funny, but not in a good way. It was like, oh my god, what the fuck are they? What is this shit? Seriously, what is this? So yeah, my view on it is MCU
slow.
Either slow it down or stop for a bit. Concentrate on better stories.
Yeah,
concentrate on better casting. Give the artists the time to make the CGI look believable.
Yeah.
Don't bring back MODOK as a giant testicle-headed looking motherfucker. Seriously. We do not want that. We've
they
got
also need to
Deadpool
just
for that.
get directors in and leave them.
I think what they should do is they should focus on the projects they've currently got going and suspend all others. Like stuff that's got past the script stage, like stuff that's in the casting stage. Stick with that and keep that going. Anything else, put it on ice. Just slow down or stop for a year or two. Because we've hit fatigue. You've seen it tangent on a tangent episode. You've seen it a lot with video games like the FIFA franchise, WWE wrestling video games. There gets to a point when you've got a yearly release, a consistent boom, 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 boom. Eventually, it gets to the point where you've not changed enough. You've not done a good enough job on the game.
It's a roster and graphics update. That's it.
That is it. Exactly my point. And that kind of I feel we're getting to that point with the MCU now where it's just let's just pull in this person from this film and this person from this film and this person from this film. There we go. We've got a new TV show. That's literally how it feels right now. And with the whole multiverse thing they've got going on, honestly, I thought that was going to be quite intriguing. Right now, I'm finding it boring.
Yeah.
I am. I'm finding it boring because it's talked about too much and seen less.
Yeah.
You know, and the old adage is show, don't tell. Show us multiverse, show us different iterations and different incarnations of these characters that you don't have the actors for anymore. Get us an alternate version of Iron Man. Get us an alternate version of Cap. Okay, we've kind of got that with Falcon becoming Cap, but you know what I mean? Like alternate versions of Cap.
I actually enjoyed that series.
Yeah. I mean, that was kind of one of the things I liked about Multiverse of Madness. We're seeing these alternate variants and seeing characters from like the What If being there on the screen, you know. But even that, it fucked it up. And then slaughtered them all.
I was a huge, huge fan of What If, the comic.
Yes.
But I didn't enjoy what they did with What If, the show. It's just focused on too few of the same people. What If used to go all over the place.
Yeah. There was one or two episodes of What If that I did like. Like I liked the Doctor Strange one. That was very, very good. Like seeing him go the opposite way. Instead of trying to get enlightenment, he goes, I need power. Like going down that dark route. I found that one to be quite interesting. The T'Challa, What If T'Challa was Star-Lord?
Yeah, that was cool.
It was okay. The one I really didn't like was the one where Iron Man didn't become Iron Man, where Killmonger. But then again, I don't like Killmonger as a character. in
Yeah.
the Black Panther film. I watched the Black Panther film, and I did not like him as a character. I thought I don't know, there's just something about it. I just didn't like him.
Yeah.
I know he was meant to be not likable because he's a villain, but I mean, like, I was like, I don't even like looking at him on the screen. He just something about his face.
Mm.
But sorry, yeah, there we go.
But yeah, I think
Thoughts on the MCU? Stop.
yeah,
And DC. I think DC need to get their shit in order, really.
yeah, definitely. It's more of the same problem.
I mean, well, Wonder Woman, the first Wonder Woman film, I thought was amazing. Second one,
I've not seen
the first one, you'll like. I was skeptical going into the first
Mm.
one, but when I sat and watched it, I was like, it's actually really good because it's got a bit of a message behind it about the war and PTSD and things like that. Okay, obviously it's set like World War One,
Yeah,
but it's kind of relatable to today's soldiers. So I liked it for that reason, and plus the depiction of the World War, no man's land bit. That action scene is fucking epic. It's the first time you see her in the full armor and everything, and it's worth the wait. It's worth the wait. But yeah,
yeah, maybe.
comic book films. I think we need to just
Yeah,
stop for a little bit. Let them cook properly.
yeah. Come on, Feige, just slow your roll.
Yeah, I know you want to make money and blah 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 blah. We all want to make fucking money, don't we? But when you're churning out crap after crap after crap and not learning from what the audience is saying, because that's the bigger insult, I think, is that there's all this feedback in 2023 with social media and people like us who do this kind of thing here on YouTube. There's people who are watched by millions of people, right? On this platform alone, that say they should have done this, they should have done that. We want to see this, we want to see that. The information is out there. All the Disney execs and the Marvel execs have to do is go on Twitter or X, whatever the fuck it's called now, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, anyway, TikTok, even places like that, right? And see the reaction. See what people are saying about their films and learn from it. Learn from it. Do better.
Yeah.
Right, good night then.
Yeah, there you go. And that was Jerry's final thoughts.
Oh God, don't get me started on the Violet's final thoughts. Fuck, man.
Take care of yourselves. But yeah, so there you go, folks.
Yeah, that's our ranty episode done with.
If you disagree, or if you do agree, or if you don't think we're a pair of cunts, then just put a comment down below.
Yeah. Remember though, if you are going to swear, space it out so the algorithm doesn't pick it up. But no, yeah, drop us anything in the comments if you like. Guys said if you agree with us, great. If you don't, also great. Have personal preferences, and that's what makes us amazing. We are all fucking unique, baby.
Yeah, it is that. So with that, we are going to mosey on down the highway. Please don't forget to like, share, hit the notification button so you know when we're here.
Comment and subscribe, everybody. You know how it works around here.
Yep. I've been the random man with a plan. And
that way.
That one.
I've been the wonderful Miss Violet, my sweet tortured souls. And remember, can't be good. Be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get fucking
sadistic.
Yeah. Night, everyone.
See ya. Bye-bye.
We have such sights to show you.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's that time again. Of course it is. It's Hun Ya Geek is showing. Hello. With me as ever is the Queen of Evil. Miss Violet Simples. Hello there.
Hello, my sweet tortured souls, and hello, random man guy JB. How have you been?
I've been busier than a one-legged man in an ass contest. Cocking? That's cocking. That's kicking.
Ass cocking, I think, is a very different sport.
I think it is, yes. And it's not one I partake in.
Yeah.
Although, funnily enough, I don't actually partake in any sports. So, there you
No, the only surfing I do is channel surfing.
go. Hey,
Woo! Anyway,
how you been? You all right?
not too bad. Had the spawn of the darkness birthday creep off on us again, so I was out
Bless
for
her.
that down the
Oh.
arcade. I got to play. You'll like this because you're a gamer as well. I got to play a Halo arcade machine
Oh,
where
nice.
you actually use the rifles.
Oh,
Every
sweet.
reload you have to pump.
Oh, wow.
There's one bit where to reload your gun, you've got to pump repeatedly. So I'm stood there in the middle of an arcade with a plastic gun in my hand going,
Oh,
yeah.
well, I'm sure that was such a hardship for you.
Well, it drew some attention, I can tell you that.
I imagine it did, yes.
But other than that, not much going on around here, really.
Well, you're lucky. I've been a busy boy and adventures in music, so. But hey, I'm here. I'm clear, sort of, and I'm ready to go. Where are we tonight? We could be in New York. We could be in Metropolis. We could be in Gotham. We don't know.
Yes. Or even
But
Star-
more on that later. Because let's go straight into what you've been watching, mate.
This week, again, nothing new, really. I mean, I've been trying to power through Buffy because once I get started on it, I kind of have to get through it. I did recently start a rewatch of Bones because I've not watched it since it
Nice.
finished. I've not done a rewatch since it finished its run with season
Nice.
12.
Yeah.
So I
That's-
decided, well, why not? I did like it when it was
Mm.
first on, so let's give it a rewatch.
That is a particular favourite of myself and the Adjudicators. So,
It is a good show, isn't it?
yep, she's putting thumbs up. So,
Season 3 and 4.
was that a finger?
Favorite.
Oh, I'm not sure. I can't see.
But yeah, seasons 3 and 4 are my favorites.
Nice. That could be worth a.
Maybe that's foreshadowing.
Maybe it is. Could be, folks. You never know.
Never know on this channel.
What have I watched?
More Ahsoka.
Yes, more Ahsoka. Young Sheldon, Series 6.
Oh, is that out now?
It's on. Yes, you stream it on. Well, we've been streaming it on all four.
All 4. I may have. It's not on
But
Netflix, I don't think. Netflix only
No.
recently got season 5.
Yeah, Netflix ain't got it yet.
Right.
But it's. I think it's currently showing on E4. I think there's like 2 episodes left.
Fair enough. I'll look into that later.
So yeah, do have a catch up because it's fucking marvelous so far.
Well, I do love it.
Apart from that, so last night, very late last night, I came in from a gig and flicking around on my phone, and I happened to see a certain latest trailer is out for the Doctor Who anniversary.
Oh, yes.
So, of course, me being me, could not resist. Had to have a look.
Of course, it's
Oh.
the Doctor.
Well, you saw that. Well, I didn't see that. You saw that. Sorry, Sorry, folks. The adjudicator was interrupted. As is her wont.
Brought it to your attention.
Yes. But yeah, the trailer for Doctor Who looks absolutely fantastic,
Yes.
and it looks to me like they filmed it in 4K.
Ooh,
Indeed.
that could be interesting.
Yes. Oh, well, I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm going to be all over that come November,
Yes.
and I will probably come in November as well. I'll watch it. So there you
Apologies, everybody, for that mental image.
go. I apologise for nothing.
No, I have to apologise for him.
Fuck it. I open my gob, shit comes out. There you go. Deal with it,
Open
folks.
my mouth and we'll leave that at that.
Yes, we will. Do we have any shout outs this week?
Not at the moment. We will double check back on that.
Yeah, good.
I did see a shout out pop up the other day, but it was a very, very long one, and I've not finished reading it yet.
Well, it does take you a while, dear, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I'm dyslexic. Give me a fucking chance, yeah?
Sorry.
I'm a slow learner, but I'm a fucking fast mover. Remember that.
No, there. Calm down. Funny commercial. So we shall get onwards then to the crux of the matter. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for the big Dukeroo. Yeah, Queensbury rules. It's Marvel versus DC. And in the blue corner, or is it the black corner? Could be.
It's the purple corner.
It's the purple corner. It's Miss Violet Impulse representing DC.
I'm your DC girl over here. Whoop, 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 whoop.
And in the Star Spangled corner is little me calling it out for Marvel.
Yes, like a very pale, very overweight Apollo Creed.
Fuck you! Wow! Yes, I'm pale. I'm fat. Oh wow, let's pick on the fat kid. Yeah, all right.
I can hear the adjudicator giggling in the background.
The adjudicator's pissing her pants.
It was because you said Star Spangled. I just got that image in my head of you dressed as Apollo Creed.
I wish I had his hair.
If you could see inside my head, you'd be
I'd
fucking
rather not see
horrified.
inside your head.
If you could see inside my head, you'd be fucking horrified.
I've read it on most of your pages. Will you be quiet there, adjudicator?
You're gonna get that for days now, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Oh. Anyway, folks, moving swiftly.
Yes, I am representing DC for tonight's festivities.
So, right then, Marvel versus DC, seconds out, round one. Over to you for your pick, ladies first.
Well, I'm going to go with one of my all-time favorite DC characters, one that I kind of discovered roughly around the same age as I discovered Batman through the Adam West show. I discovered the original movie from the mid-80s, directed by Wes Craven, no less. And it's the man, the myth, the vegetable, Swamp Thing.
Swamp Thing.
Yes, Swamp Thing is one of my all-time favorite characters, and it's not just because of the character itself. Like, there's a lot of lore behind the character. It's the kind of the story of how the character came about. It was like a one-shot horror comic in I think it was the late 60s, and then through the 70s and into the 80s, it got its own run, completely redone. But yeah, if you know anything about Swamp Thing, viewers, you'll know what I'm talking about. This character is so
swampy.
Swampy, yes, but there's a lot of almost
Mildew.
moral ambiguity with the character because yes, they're a superhero. Yes, they have these powers, but their first and foremost thought is not to defend people, but to defend the planet itself. Because it's an avatar of the green, which is a force of nature. So sometimes it's a hero, sometimes Swamp Thing's more of an anti-hero, like I'm only killing these bad guys because they're in my swamp. You know what I mean? He's not like Batman, like who goes out to arrest people. He's like, no, you're in my swamp, you're dead. And yeah. So yeah, my first pick is Swamp Thing for definite. Do you have any views on the old Swamp Meister?
No, it's not really one I've messed with a lot, so I'm aware of him.
Right, reading
aware of his swampy business.
Reading recommendations, then, and this is what really kind of solidified Swamp Thing for me as a great DC character, is the Saga of the Swamp Thing by Alan Moore.
Oh well, Alan Moore then.
Yeah. It's really, really good. It kind of reinvents the character as not just a person who was mutated into a plant creature. It turns out that he's actually some ancient sort of pagan spirit that
Mhm.
is an avatar of nature. It's basically it's a plant that thought it was human,
Yeah.
and it's kind of there's a wonderful bit in the book where it shows basically he goes catatonic trying to come to terms with this, that it thought it was human trying to become human again, but it turns out that it was never human, so it can never become human. And it's like,
Mm.
how do you deal with that on a mental level? And at the time, the mid 80s, comic books weren't really doing storylines like this too much, like this
Yeah.
dark and this deep and this kind of philosophical, almost kind of questioning the reader, like, oh, never thought of it that way,
Mm.
that kind of thing. And that's just tantamount to Alan Moore's writing, really, in my
Yeah.
opinion. So, yeah, if you don't know the character, that is a good place to start.
Nice. I shall check that out.
Also, the animated series and the two films and the two different TV series.
Mm.
There was one done in the mid 90s, which was for its time, and considering it was a sci fi channel show,
Mm.
yeah, it was decent enough for its time and for its budget.
Mm.
The more recent series that was on the DC Universe streaming service that kind of collapsed like a flan in a cupboard. Uh, that was a good show. If you've not seen that and you can get hold of it, that is worth
Mm.
a watch. But it's disappointing because just it ramps things up, then it ends and there's no more. So
Yeah.
it's a bit disappointing. But yeah, Swamp Thing is my first pick.
Cool. Cool. Okay. So we've gone for a swamp. We're going from a swamp to downtown Manhattan and a construction crew.
A construction crew.
Yes, folks, we are talking about damage control.
Damage control, yes.
And not the damage control in the latest movies and TV series where they seem to be another government agency. No.
No. We're talking in comic book.
We are talking about the comic book version of damage control where they are a construction crew with super equipment because let's face it, when you have superhero battles all over your city, shit gets fucked.
Yeah. There's got to be a cleanup crew.
There has to be a cleanup group, and they have advanced vehicles and all that kind of stuff to clean up after the superheroes and the supervillains, I guess. So once your Avengers have come in, smashed up half the bloody city, the damage control boys come in and clean it up.
Yeah,
it's
they're
a
the ones who put it
great.
back together.
There was two sort of limited series of it in the 80s.
Yeah. I do remember those.
Yeah, they're really, really cool. Because they've got their construction boys who always have to sort of like extra pay and hazard pay and stuff like that. Just like the cover of the first issue. First one is like you got Spidey on the go, right, over to you guys. You got this construction crew with the boss with his stogie hanging out of his gob, and he's like, shit. And he's like, the rest of the boys, they go, boss, are we getting hazard pay for this? It's a really cool kind of light-hearted look at,
the world of superheroes.
Yeah, sort of life goes on. It's not just, hey, Spidey's going from this to this to this. There's a whole city infrastructure just happening around it. So yeah, if you get the chance, check that out. It's really worth it.
It also explains to a certain extent why these cities can keep getting fucked up over and over and over again with these different superhero battles, and then by the next issue, everything's everything's put back in place. It's like shuffle that back up, put a bit of sellotape over that, it'll be fine. It'll hold. Which reminds me very much of Power Rangers. How many times did Angel Grove get attacked and buildings destroyed? God knows how much, and then literally like the same afternoon, everything's fine.
Yeah, that was okay. Never mind the fact that Goldar's been grown big.
Flash. But
well, no, it's okay. Never mind that the Dragon Dog Zord's bit that pipe so many times it The pipe company's there going, fuck, right?
We
Why are
just
we
won't
bothering?
build it. We just won't build it. He keeps coming back.
Why are we fucking bothering doing this for you?
Yeah. At least Marvel tried to explain it like this is how it gets done.
Yeah.
Other shows just like you don't need to think about that logistical, it's
No.
logic. Don't
Yeah.
think. Just
This
enjoy the pretty colours and the
yeah.
sword.
This is one of the reasons I like Marvel. They deal with the details.
Yeah. And details make the world more believable.
Yes, they do.
So there we go.
So your turn.
My next pick, I'm going to go with a bit of a villain here. I
What's about?
say a bit of a villain because the character has kind of back and forth occasionally in certain storylines. We did talk about this when we had our Batman episode, and it's a
Mm.
character that I think needs more exposure because they are a really deep character. Is Clayface.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think the with today's CGI the way it is, the morphing technology they could use on a character
Mm.
like Clayface in new shows, new films, all that kind of thing. You could do it very, very well because it's literally a sentient blob of clay.
Yeah.
The door's wide open to go wacky and weird and crazy with it for what you could do visually.
Mm.
And plus the amount of actors you could get to literally play the same part because they keep changing appearance.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
You could cameo the hell out of that character.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And I
Oh,
think
gotcha.
I think it would be a good character to look into as well because the origins of the character. He was an actor who used a clay-like substance to change his appearance for movie roles and got addicted to it. And
Mm.
also, there's a lot to unpack with the character. And I just think that from playing the video games where Clayface is a bad guy, there's some of my favorite boss fights in the game because okay, it's a video game, you learn patterns, but to a certain extent, it's unpredictable
Mm.
what's going to happen the first time you encounter it.
Yeah.
So that's my choice.
Nice.
Good old Clayface. Plus, also in the animated series, voiced by the motherfucking legend, Ron Hellboy Perlman.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ron.
We love you, Rob. Come on, show.
We love you,
Yeah.
Ron, but where's Hellboy 3?
Apparently coming.
Apparently, but
Yeah, apparently he's interested.
oh, actually, that was a bit of trivia I missed out of the Swamp Thing one.
Yeah.
Back in, I think it was like 2014, 2015,
Mm.
Guillermo del Toro was in talks to do a Justice League Dark movie.
Who was?
Guillermo del Toro. Pan's
Oh, you
Labyrinth,
mean
all that.
Guillermo?
Guillermo, however you pronounce it. I'm dyslexic. I'm reading it off a fucking screen. Leave me alone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get hate comments now. Mm. Leave Violet alone, you
Picking on
prick.
me. The wrong way. He's picking on me. Good job.
Mm.
I love you, really. Anyway, he was supposed to be
Mm.
directing a Justice League Dark movie that was going to sort of bounce off the back of the, at the time, going on Constantine TV series.
Yeah.
But Warner Brothers kept pushing it back and back and back because they wanted it to be after the Swamp Thing series to explain where
Right.
the character came from. And that flopped. They had the big problem with that, and then they cancelled it, so it never happened. But I would have loved to have seen that because seeing his films like Pan's Labyrinth and things like that,
Mm.
and what was it? The other one, Shape of Water, was it? The monster one,
Oh, yeah.
and the Hellboy films. You see
Mm.
what he could do, and it's like, Justice League Dark in his hands, I think could work very, very well.
Mm. Definitely.
Moving on back to Clayface, and your choice now.
Yes. So we're going from an out of work actor to well, let's see. I'm going to go for another villain because I like him. So why not an out of work actor to a criminal? He's unstoppable. He's got a massive fucking helmet. Yes, you know it, folks. It's Juggernauts.
I'm the
Bang, bang.
Juggernaut, bitch.
Not that one.
Big up Vinnie Jones.
Not that one.
I know
No
the one
quoi.
you mean. For me, whenever I hear Juggernaut, I always think of the one from the X-Men animated TV series. Shout out to the
Yes.
Leewolds, friends of the show.
Yes. Hey guys, how you doing? Yeah. I've always had a soft spot for the Juggernaut. There's just something really cool about a character that's not a mutant.
Yeah,
He's not had an accident. He stumbled into his powers by accident. They're
yeah,
magical powers.
yes. Magic based, yeah.
And yeah, Kane Marco, the brother-in-law of Charles Xavier.
Wasn't it half? No, not half brother, step brother.
Yes, I believe it was. Sorry, stepbrother of Charles Xavier.
There we
Sorry,
go.
folks.
Sorry. Confused me a little there. Carry on.
Before I start getting the hate comments. Oh, you got that wrong.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Random
Yeah,
typo shit.
neither do you guys. Well, some of you do in the comments, but the ones who send us the hate mail, you don't know what you're talking about.
Bring me your hate, I'll eat it. And sliver it down with a nice kid.
Yes. I'll have your liver with some father pins and a nice Chianti.
Stereo.
Hello, Clarice.
But yeah, I've always liked. Something I've always liked about big ass kicking fucking machines.
Oh, God.
And there ain't much harder than him because once he gets going, he can't be stopped.
Exactly. I love the clash in the animated series between him and Colossus.
Yeah,
Like
that was
that's
great
the
one.
throwdown for the age. We kind of saw that in Deadpool 2.
Yeah,
It was in Deadpool 2, but that's not quite the Juggernaut that we're talking about here.
no, proper comic juggernaut.
Yeah, in the bright orange costume.
Yeah, he's solid. He makes the Hulk look a bit weedy.
Yeah, I must admit, because I'm a big figure collector, I've got the Diamond Select Hulk.
Mm.
Now that thing's big and bulky. The Juggernaut one that they brought out, I think it was about 10, 15 years ago, is bigger and wider.
Yeah,
And I remember seeing like people hanging it up on pegs on the shelves, and it was that heavy. It was ripping itself off of the packaging. It was that heavy.
yeah.
And I'm like, if you had that action figure, you could probably bludgeon somebody to death with it.
Well, that's it. You see, it's a home deterrent.
But if you can find it now for a good price on eBay, I highly recommend picking up that figure because it's hard to find.
But no, but yeah, I've always loved in the comics where they just have versus, and they just have a great big old scrap, and it's like him versus Hulk, things like that. It's just brilliant.
Definitely.
But he comes out, of course, with just snappy put downs and shit as well. So it's like, yeah.
Didn't he later on in the line down the line in the comic books kind of become a hero?
Yeah, he does. He's another one he sort of flips and flops between.
Yeah, he's kind of a little bit back and forth, isn't he, that character? Yeah, I do remember hearing about that. Can't
So
remember
yeah,
what it was though, so don't quote me, folks. I don't know. I don't
well,
read
this is the thing. He does appear in multiple character books.
Yeah,
He's one of the roving villains of the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
He's not just stuck to one title. So yes, go out there, folks. Try that.
Yes, definitely go and seek out some juggernauty goodness, which, in all honesty, could sound like the name of his sex tape.
Juggernauty goodness.
You can't stop the juggernaut. Give me half an hour. I need a breather.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell. Anyway.
Unstoppable vinegar strokes.
Anyway, moving on. My next pick. Are we ready?
Yeah. Wait for it.
My next pick, I'm going to go. This one is kind of obvious and it's borderline between hero and villain because they've kind of been both. And it's kind of obvious, but I got to give a shout out to my girl, Miss Harley Quinn. I mean, it's the comic book Harley Quinn. more so than the live actiony stuff.
Hmm.
But for me, Harley Quinn is one of those characters that just came out of nowhere, took the world by storm, and somewhat 25 odd years later is still around,
Yeah.
still just as popular, has countless interpretations, whether she's a hero, a villain. And I even remember in one of the stories that I read, she was a vampire.
Hmm.
Just the character here is part of pop culture now. Joker and
Oh,
Harley.
God, yeah.
So I can't say too much more than people already know about Harley. We know
Hmm.
ins and outs of the characters, the ups and downs with her relationships, the people she's had them with, her flings with Poison Ivy, hanging around with the Sirens.
Yeah.
She's one of those characters that, like I said, just popped up and fit right in with the DC universe.
Hmm.
Whole. When started in the animated series, was so popular they ported her into the comic books, and the rest is fucking history.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just Harley motherfucking Quinn.
I think it's also a great way to come out to go from animated into the comics because let's face it, it is always the other way around. But I,
Normally, yes, there's very few characters where they've
mm,
appeared in a show or expanded media and then gone into the comic books. It's usually the other way around, like you said.
yeah,
So yeah, brilliant example of it.
yeah, oh, she's out there. She's huge. I mean, Christ's sake, Kevin Smith named his daughter after
Exactly. So, like I said, there's not much more we can say about the lovely Miss Quinn that hasn't already been said.
her. No.
But she's out of all of my figure collection,
Mm.
it's only her and RC from the Transformers that I have more than one figure of. So, that says something. I've got like 4 Harley Quinn figures. I've got a picture of the Margot Robbie Harley Quinn right up here. You won't be able to see it because I'm not moving my camera. Fuck that. But there's a nice big picture up there above my computer. So she's with me every time I'm working. So, yeah, I love Harley Quinn.
Nice. Right, that's
3 each.
3 for you and 2 for me.
Oh, yes, 3 for me. This is your third.
Oh, my third pick. Well, this isn't going to be a big surprise to, I'd say, fans of the show, um,
Viewers,
tolerators of the show, our dear listeners.
tolerators, people who watch it for a giggle,
Yes, haters.
people who watch it with the sound down to
Well, I am beautiful.
You are. You are. I mean,
In an
let's
Apollo
face
Creedy
it.
kind of way.
For some of our viewers, every time we come on the screen, so do they.
Yeah, exactly. So, and we
But with
we,
hate.
we don't judge you for it. Totally judging you for it. So yeah, no, I'm gonna have to go with Wolvie.
Of
I've
course.
done the Wolverine.
Of course. Got to throw a big name out every once in a while. We can't do the full underground set because
Yeah.
most viewers would be sat here going, who?
Hey, what? What could we say that's not already been said? And which Wolverine am I thinking about? Can't have a guess.
I think you're going to go with the OG comic brown suit Wolverine because that's
Yeah.
your favorite. And I have an action figure of it and you keep trying to steal it.
Yes, I do.
I'm not going to let you.
May not have a choice.
I'm sure we could come to some sort of an arrangement.
Yeah. Yes, I'll stop taking a piss at you.
Yeah, oh yeah, that'll work for about 5 minutes.
5 minutes all I need to nick that figure.
Yeah, 5 minutes is all you can last, at least from what I hear.
Oh, 5 minutes. I wish. Go twice in that time.
I'd have a smoke in the middle.
You're too right. But yeah, folks, what can you say? Wolverine's an icon.
Yes, played by Hugh Jackman in live action, voiced by the likes of Cal Dodd,
The
God
best
knows,
voice.
Mark Hamill in one of the video games voiced it.
Yes.
I know because I've got it on my PS2. Wolverine's
Nice.
Revenge.
But for me, the
the best voice. The voice I will always hear in my head will be Cal Dodd when I'm
Oh
reading the
God,
comics.
yeah, same. I mean, we've talked about this many times, even when we had the Wilds on the show.
Mm,
There's certain because of that show, there is just every X-Men character. You look at them, whether it's a picture, action figure, whatever. There are just some characters from that show you look at and you hear the voice of their animated counterpart. Like every time I look at Rogue, I hear Lenora Zahn.
yeah. Oh
Uh,
God, yeah.
Beast, I always hear that voice as well. And Cal
Mm,
Dodd, every time I look at a Wolverine figure, the first thing that pops up into my head is "Hey Bub" in that
yeah.
voice
Mm,
every fucking time, and his growls as well.
yeah.
Like if my action figure comes with a screaming Wolverine head, I hear that scream.
Mm.
So yeah, I completely get you with that one.
So
Tangent.
yeah, it's got to be done. Plus the fact, let's face it, Wolverine had turned Harley Quinn to shish kebab.
Oh, true, true. But I mean, she's,
You know it,
she's
folks.
unpredictable. She's unpredictable. She could give. I think she could give him a run for his money.
No, no. You'd have it chopped up into pieces in 2 seconds.
Well, that moves on to my number four choice then.
Mm.
And this one, seeing, funnily enough, as you mentioned, Mr. Razor Claus himself, this one's a slight bending of the rules, maybe, possibly. For me, I'm going to go with the Amalgam Universe, Dark Claw,
Mm.
a combination of Wolverine and Batman.
It's a very big band of the rules.
Well, I mean, it's Marvel versus DC, and even if the companies at one time can kind of draw
Yes, it's
a
Marvel.
line, no, call it a no
Marvel
man's
first.
land, call it a no man's land, where they have peace for one day, they make one story together. There you go.
No, it's not. It's Marvel versus DC, not Marvel humping DC.
Well, I still stand by my pick, Dark Claw, Thomas
All right.
Logan Wayne, sorry.
Mm.
Just the character design alone, it's the best of both. You've got the cowl flick of Wolverine, you've got the claws that look like batarangs, you've got yellows and blacks everywhere. It's seriously, if you don't know the character, go and check it out, guy, because it looks really cool.
Doesn't know a character. I've seen it. Silly head.
And plus, with that, you come along with the Hyena, which is a combination of Sabretooth and Joker. So,
Mm.
those two from the Amalgam universe. Like I said, it's a slight bending of the rules for me, but I still stand by it.
Hold on, we're gonna have to go to the adjudicator and see if she'll allow it.
I think that's a point to me, honey.
It's only because she's not listening.
Like I said, it's more of a bending of the rules because if the companies can call peace for one pick, then I'm sure I can too.
Mm. Okay.
So who's number four for you then, guys?
For me, number four, this is again a bit of a weird choice, but I'm going to go with the Destroyer himself, Galactus.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, there is always something that's just cool to me about him. He's fucking huge. He destroys planets.
Yeah,
He eats them.
yeah, yeah.
He's kind of also like a constant threat in the Fantastic Four universe.
Oh yeah, I remember the old animated series that was on in the 90s. He was constantly either referenced or showing up in episodes or
Or on his way.
yeah, or yeah. I think the Silver Surfer arc was like what 5 or 6 episodes of that series.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, quite a big deal for the Fantastic Four. And if Marvel pull their finger out and get shit done properly, I think bringing Galactus in as the next kind of cosmic threat after Thanos
Mm.
could be well done because it's a good way to introduce the Fantastic Four and the X-Men and all the other characters.
Well, that's the thing. He's another one who has appeared in multiple character books.
He has, yeah.
So it's just the idea of someone that is not particularly evil. Dude's just hungry.
Yeah, he's just going from planet to planet that's got enough of what he needs to keep him sustained for the next
Mm,
X amount of time. He's not he's as evil as us going down to Burger King or McDonald's. We don't
yeah.
we don't hate the burger. We don't want to destroy the burger, but it's us or the burger.
No, I want to
You
turn
know?
it into poo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, let's face it. I think maybe Galactus has already come to Earth and devoured it then, because things are shit enough as they are. We don't need to go through his colon.
Mm, but yeah, there's just something about just that inevitable
It's the silhouette.
fucking
It's the
yeah,
silhouette he cuts for me. That crown helmet thing he
yeah.
wears. The minute you see the shape of that, even just in shadow, it's like,
Mm, we've
ooh.
and the amount of comic books they've been where he's come along and everyone's banded together to go right. We got to figure this shit out. Try and beat him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So yeah,
Although,
it's just
although if you've read the Marvel Zombies, in that he did get devoured by the zombies, and then the zombies all gained cosmic powers.
no, I've not read that. So.
I've only read it once, and that was
Mm.
a long time ago.
Yeah.
But it's zombies. I like zombies. You know this.
Mm,
But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Galactus is kind of like I said. I think with the MCU going forward, they
mm,
should probably start now pulling in those little ties to show Galactus is coming. Because
yeah.
Kang, I'm sorry, but I watched Mania. I
Yeah.
did not see him as a threatening character.
No. Oh, okay. So tangent alert, folks. By the
Tangent,
way.
tangent.
But yeah, no, I'm not. I'm just sort of like, really?
Yeah, I don't see him as
You're
threatening.
giving us Kang after Thanos. You're giving us fucking Kang.
Yeah, and considering that he got his ass handed to him pretty definitively by the end of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
see the character as threatening. I really don't. Even when
Well,
he,
that was a Kang.
well, A can, yeah, but even the multiple versions that they showed, I'm like, I'm not buying this as a threat.
No,
I'm
I'm
not.
not.
If if
It's
if the
oh,
Silver Surfer showed up and said Galactus is fucking coming,
mm,
I think a lot of fans would be like, "Ooh,
yeah, but you need that in a post credit scene something or a mid credit
yeah,
scene.
yeah." Very much like they did with Thanos. They built Thanos
Mm,
up in the post-credit scenes over a number of films before they did a full reveal of him.
yeah.
Think if they do the same thing with the Silver Surfer and Galactus, it could be just as good as the
Mm,
previous, events we've done up to Endgame and all that kind of shit. But
yeah.
we're not the writers at Marvel. We fucking should be, but we're not.
Hmm. Yeah, Marvel, if you listen, give us a holler.
Yeah, if
We
you want
got
to get it, if you want to get the MCU back on track,
yeah.
by us too.
We have notes.
Yes, we have a lot of fucking notes. But anyway,
Yes. Sorry, tangent out, folks.
tangent done.
It is pick number 5 for your good self.
Right, this one. Probably again, very, very obvious.
Hmm.
But given the age of the character at this point, and I mean real world age, how could I not have this as my top pick for DC? And it is none other than the Condiment King. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Ah!
Pulled the rug out from under you on that one, didn't I? No, it's not the Condiment King. He's one of my honorable mentions.
Mm.
I would have
Oh.
going with a not hero, not villain, kind of in the middle character again. One of
Mm.
my favorite characters, Man Bat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Kirk Langstrom was
Oh, pardon me again.
working on a cure for deafness, and in the process turned himself into a mutant bat creature, and kind of went on a murderous rampage, fighting with his wife, tragically. If you know anything about the story of the character, he was good enough to be in the first ever episode of Batman the Animated Series on Leather Wings.
Mm.
So, the character has landmark moments with it. But yeah, Man Bat for me was just an interesting character because it was like Batman is a man who acts like a bat to instill fear in criminals,
Yeah.
whereas Man Bat is a mutant monster that scares the crap out of everybody. Even Batman was like, whoa.
Yeah.
So, and the character's been around for quite a long time, I think since mid 60s, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, so the character has been around for a very long time, and I think much like a lot of the characters, apart from like the big names Harley Quinn and Wolverine, I think a lot of the characters we've spoken about tonight do need more screen time,
Yeah.
and not just in animated shows. I mean, with the live action films that they're doing, like Blue Beetle's not long come out, and apparently that's doing really well. The Flash
Yeah.
is doing really well. So I think bringing in more characters like Man Bat and some of the more obscure characters, even if it's like do a film set in Arkham and you see all these different characters, even if it's just a one-shot cameo for a moment,
Yeah.
sets up the larger world.
Yeah.
More villains out there.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I've said before. I mean, if you're gonna have like the more sort of C division, say
Yeah.
things going, I've always loved to have a live action Alpha Flight.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I think that's another thing that Marvel really kind of
Drop the ball.
not so much drop the ball. I think they're kind of a little bit nearsighted with it, where they look at
Mm,
these characters like the big names Thor, Iron Man, Hulk, the Avengers, all that.
mm,
They look at these names, and right now, they're names that make bank.
yeah.
They're the names that pull in the big money for them. The obscure characters like Alpha Flight, Puck, and Sasquatch,
Mm.
characters like that, they're like, oh, not many people know these. They don't have much mass market appeal. Well, how about
Neither-
this, Disney? How about this, Marvel? They'd
mm,
have more appeal if you introduce them to a wider audience.
yeah. Yeah. A lot of people scoffed at them doing Guardians, but it worked. So maybe,
Yeah, I must admit, when I
give
heard
Alpha Flight a go.
Guardians of the Galaxy was getting made, I was like, really?
Yeah. So was ours. Just like, what?
Yeah, because I mean, that was a fairly obscure comic book.
Yeah, I could have named a load that should have been made before Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, my daughter didn't know who Moon Knight was until the TV show.
Yeah, there you go. See?
Perfect platform for it. Do a short
Mm.
run series, 6 episodes or something. If it doesn't take off, you know to leave that character alone. If it catches on, do more with them.
Yeah.
Sorry, tangented there for the for my number 5 pick, but yeah,
It's a fair point, though.
so that was my pick, number 5, Man Bat.
Lovely. I'm gonna go for another obvious for my number 5. I did make a reference earlier to Star Spangled, so I'm gonna have to go with the Captain himself, Captain America.
Captain America. That is
Uh,
America's ass.
but I do prefer the comics.
Yeah, especially when you throw a
Marvel.
shield at somebody and it says wank.
Yes. You can't be. If you're British and you're reading an American comic, it's just got wank in big letters. It's
Yeah.
just.
Because over here in Britain, we read these American comics and it says like that. Little, look, he wanked his enemy to death.
Yeah.
Ah.
What a way to go. Yeah. Sid.
He didn't know whether he was coming or going.
Oh, queue up for that.
Anyway, yes, Captain America. Much like
Mm.
you, I'm more of a fan of the comic books.
Yeah, because it does take it in a darker direction.
Yes,
'Cause-
especially the stuff with Bucky.
Mm,
Like
Yeah.
when they went back as the Winter Soldier, I remember seeing some of that like early stuff, and I was like,
yeah.
oh, ho, 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 ho.
The films were good, but the comics, I'm sorry, were
Oh,
better.
don't get me wrong. Chris Evans playing Captain
yeah.
America fucking nailed it.
Mm.
You believed him as Captain America. You really, really did. This
Yeah.
all-American hero who stands up for the little guys because he was the little guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
really did get that from him. But like I said, the comic books, just that little bit better.
Mm. But the comic books sort of do deal with
more being a man out of his time,
Yes, they do. Yeah.
and his struggle with that, and just the way he sees the world is just not the world that he defended back in the day.
Yeah. I must admit, in the Avengers, there was moments like that where they make all these
Mm,
references and he doesn't get them.
yeah,
And I think is it Tony Stark says something about flying monkeys, and he goes, "Oh, I got that one."
yeah, yeah. And there's one where Black Widow makes a reference to the film War Games in Winter Soldier, and he goes, "No, I saw that."
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's little moments like that in the MCU that kind of make you realize that yeah, this character is actually mentally
Yeah,
80, 90 odd years old. You know what I mean? It's
yeah. He comes from a golden age of defending America. And
yeah, patriotism came first and
yeah,
all that kind of stuff. It's very different
he
world,
lives.
very different world.
Yeah, he lives in an increasingly more promiscuous society,
Yeah,
and he's sort of, is dealing with that. Sort of like, what the fuck am I actually defending here?
yeah, yeah.
There's a lot more of that in the comics, and
Yeah, there is a
it's
lot of depth there. I mean, even at one point in the comics, I do remember he kind of, it was kind of funny. He stood down as Captain America for a
yeah,
bit and went as US agent,
mm,
which they've kind of started to do something with that in the MCU, but I'm not liking the actor who plays him.
how do you know?
I thought he played the part well,
Mm,
but I don't know, it's just something about him. I don't know. I
that's
can't,
Jeff Bridges' son.
is it?
Yeah,
I did not know that.
there you go. See,
Yeah.
trivia right here.
There we go. There we go. But right then, I think that's about it, and it's time for
Yep.
some honorable mentions.
Go on then.
I think for me, I'm going to do a Marvel honorable mention here.
Oh,
We cannot forget the likes of three of my favorite heroes. Well, two heroes, one's a bit of a gun happy nut job,
mm,
is Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Punisher.
nice,
They
nice.
are three of my all-time favorite characters. They're the
Mm,
characters that any new stuff comes along, I'll give it a
yeah,
shout. Like video
Punisher
game,
did. Punisher nearly made my list.
I don't blame
Nearly
you.
made my list.
Very, very good. Getting more famous nowadays, getting more of a
Yeah,
thing now, but that's mainly because of the show they did a few years ago,
yeah.
which I fucking love that. It's what I wanted to see from a Punisher show. Bloody, brutal,
Mm,
nail your balls to the wall kind of fucking action.
yeah, no compromise, Frank Castle. That's what we
Yeah,
want.
Frank at his absolute worst slash best.
Mm,
That's what I wanted to see. That fight between him and Jigsaw, where he's bashing his face into the mirror.
mm, yeah.
I don't get me wrong. I love a good like bit of violence and gore in a film, but even I sat watching that like by the third or fourth time he's rammed his head into it, I'm sat there like,
He's
oh,
had enough.
oh, dude, I get it, I know, but let him go. Fuck.
Yeah, yeah, because sort of more like the old comic book series Punisher War Journal.
Yes, the
A
Welcome
lot
Back
darker.
Tony series, the Welcome Back
Mm.
Tony series. That's a really good one. So, who are your honourable mentions going to be then, guy?
Well, my honourable mention. I mean, Batman's got to be in there because the Batman, and also Sergeant Rock.
Sergeant Rock. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I do. I love shooty guns and war action. So he's got to be in there.
Almost the DC equivalent to old school Nick Fury.
Yeah, yeah. Basically,
Nick Fury back when he was a middle-aged white dude with an eye patch, not Samuel L. Jackson.
yeah. That's the one. And unfortunately, once he was David Hasselhoff.
Yeah, in a TV movie. Yeah, that was.
But we don't talk about that. Both is
Yeah, we won't.
stricken from the record.
We won't scar your memories with that one. Don't seek out that. Really, don't.
No.
I watched it once on Sky because it just happened to be on as I was getting in, and I was like, "This is bad." Like, It's not even a. It wasn't even a good made-for-TV comic book movie, or it was just.
As big a Knight Rider fan as I am,
That was a
House of Health can't do Nick Fury.
no, no, he can't. He can't. I mean, he may have had the look from the comic books at the time.
No, he didn't.
Close, but
His hair was too fucking curly.
anyway. I have one last and honorable mention, and it's DC one. And again, gotta go with a villain. I love a good villain, and this villain's one of my favorites, Scarecrow.
Nice. Good choice. Good choice.
The fact that they use your own fears against you
Yeah.
is you can do so much with that.
Yeah.
Like I recently watched Titans season 3.
Oh, yeah.
Scarecrow is one of the main bad guys in that, who I didn't realize until the end of the season was played by Vincent Kartheiser, who played Connor in Angel.
Ah,
Yeah, I did not realize. When he first comes into it, he's got really long, shaggy hair and a big, huge beard.
mm.
And I haven't seen that guy in anything since Angel. So,
We can say that a lot about a lot of the cast of those shows.
well, I mean, true, but it was like, it was part of the character. And then at the end, he slicks his hair back, he shaves his face. And I'm like, holy shit, that's Connor.
Yeah. Well, there you fucking go.
But shout out for this one.
Mm.
My favorite interpretation of Scarecrow, voice actor wise, is from the Injustice 2 video game, because how perfect of a casting would this be? Robert Englund playing the Scarecrow.
Nice.
I
I've not played
think-
2.
I think to have Freddy Krueger himself voicing the Master of Fear Scarecrow is just a
Yeah.
fucking no-brainer, really.
No, it's not like he ain't got the chops for it. Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
hell no. Even if they brought him in now at his age, I think if they just got him to even do the voice of the character when he's got the mask on, it would still work for me.
Shit, yeah.
You know, hearing that sinister, that voice he does, that Freddy-esque voice, just gets me all shivering in the right places.
I say you look more like you were enjoying it than you were a bit.
Well, we all know I am the demon queen of pain and suffering. Hello.
Yeah, that was it.
Have fear and nightmares into there too. Oh, actually, that's a good husband for me, isn't
I
it?
just thought you were into older men.
Well, I mean, they're more into me than I'm into them, if you get what I mean.
That's that piece of graffiti on the front
Yeah.
wall that he was about
Yeah, I ain't after no sugar daddy, thank you.
that.
But that
Ain't saying she's a gold digger.
in this town, it's more like digging for tin. I got him. I got him.
Oh shit!
I got you good this time. Yay!
Any hold on.
It's me.
Hey, there you go, folks.
we got
Rare occurrence.
we got him, viewers. We got him.
Yeah, I know, but let's face it. Overall, he's winning.
Yeah, true. Anyway, do you have any more honorable mentions?
None spring to mind.
None spring to mind right now. Fair enough. Then I mean,
Just
we could be
basic-
here all day. We could literally list all the
we
characters.
could, yeah. I
We'd
mean,
read
this is
like each one of them.
Yeah, I mean, actually, one has just sprung to mind. It'd be a Marvel one for Charles Xavier.
Oh yes, yes.
Because let's face it, when he lets it loose, that is a very dangerous man. Hendrix, will you piss off?
Oh yeah. When his power goes all out, he can.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he leads into the character Onslaught, which was a fusion of Xavier's darker impulses and Magneto's power.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's a character to be scared of.
Yeah, definitely.
Telekinetic
Sorry about this, folks.
master of metal, like, oh shit.
Mm.
You know what I mean? That's hello, Hendrix, reporting from the field.
Yes, he is. And he's
Half
wet.
asleep,
Oh,
blinking his eyes.
hello.
Oh.
Hello. Hello.
Well, then, I think on that note, it's time for us to wrap things up.
Yeah, I've got my pussy out, so
Yeah, he's got his
that'll
pussy
do.
out. He's stroking it on the camera for everybody. So it's time for us to say goodnight
Yep.
before this turns into an OnlyFans episode.
So yeah, right then. So will you fuck off? No? You're not fucking off, mate. Anyway, folks, that will do it for us tonight. I've been random JB and Hendrix.
Hendrix.
Oh, I know. Wait, I know.
And I have been Miss Violet Impulse.
There.
Here we go then. Good night, my sweet tortured souls. And remember, if you can't be good, be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get sadistic. Bye.
See you all from me and the boy.
Bye bye, everyone.
We have such sights to show you. Pain. Bar weep crown, I weep penny bug.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Right. Composure.
You ready?
Good.
Penis.
You fucking asshole.
Got ya.
Right. For real this time. Good evening, my sweet tortured souls, and welcome to another episode of Hun Ya Geek is Showing. I am your wonderful host, Miss Violet Impulse, joined as always by the man without a plan. He likes his spam. It's the random man, Guy Jessup Braithwaite. How are you doing, honey?
Hello, everybody. Good time, yeah? You?
I'm not too bad, thank you very much. Had a bit of a busy week, so
Preaching to the choir there.
to myself, but we carry onwards.
We do. We carry on, even though sometimes we can't, but we do.
Yeah, we try. We try our best, which is better than most.
That's true.
Hashtag you know, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We don't pay for our views.
Yeah, we don't. You're all real and nice and house.
Yeah. Anyway, moving swiftly on with tonight's episode before we get into the subject matter of tonight's little show. It's time for the shout outs, the part of the show that everybody loves and everybody hates.
Oh.
We're in a good mood tonight, you can tell, folks.
Yeah, we are.
Right, I'm going to go down them as they appear on my screen, starting with a comment from the Mad Bee. I'm thinking that's Mark from the Retro Group over on Facebook.
Yeah, my mate Mark. Hey, dude.
Yeah, he says, I've yet to watch season 3 of The Witcher. Don't know if I can be asked with it. And I did reply to this one, and this is me kind of we'll tangent about this in another episode, I feel, but I actually said that I didn't even make it to season 2.
Tangent diverted.
Tangent averted, yes. We thought it was a tangent, but it's a foreshadowing. There's a difference. But yeah, I didn't make it past I didn't even get to season 2 of The Witcher, so but I'll explain that in another video, don't worry.
I didn't even get to season 1.
Well, there you go then. Skipping over the next lot of comments because we don't want to even acknowledge their existence. It's the man, the beard, the ginger one, JK47. I'm going to keep using that until it sticks. It's
What, the man, the beard?
the man, the beard, the ginger one, JK47.
JK.
It's the Ginger Ninja JK, of course. Everyone, if you've not checked it out, his channel, please go and do so. Give him a subscribe. He is wonderful.
He is.
He said here, oh, I need to click the read more button. Sorry, I've lost me now. Again, I should really do this beforehand.
Preparedness.
From our DC versus Marvel episode. So if you're watching this, last week's episode, although for us, that was back in September.
I don't know where I am anymore.
That last continuity went wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff.
I don't know where I am, folks.
Oh no! Quick, someone
Are
get
you
me
my mummy? Are you my mummy?
Not that that's a reference to anything, right, Tony? Anyway, JK says some great choices from both of you. US agent in the MCU is Wyatt Russell, Kurt Russell's son.
Yes, it is.
Yes. I really enjoyed his portrayal of the character. There was something about me just didn't gel. I don't know. Maybe it's because the name Johnny Walker, just every time I heard the name, made me think of that song, The Letter That Johnny Walker Read.
Pardon me.
That's
Sorry.
Guy's thoughts on it, everybody. But that song, inadvertently, kind of 6 degrees of separation here and tangent. That song reminds me of playing Grand Theft Auto San Andreas because it was on the country station on that game.
Yes, the dust.
So whenever I watched that show and that character's name popped up, that song just played in my head and I lost focus. Maybe that was it, you know. But anyway, continuing. It says here, looking forward to the Thunderbolts movie. I kind of am. I kind of am. I mean, it looks like it could be interesting if they take their time, like they did with the Avengers. They take the time and build it up slowly. I'd be okay with that. Have you seen the trailer for Madam Web?
Yes, I saw it the other night.
Right, we'll talk about that in a minute. Says here, Marvel characters in no order: Ghost Rider, Deadpool, Hulk, Wolverine, Venom, Mr. Sinister, Spider-Man 2099, Iron Man, Magneto, and geez, this is tough. That's what she said. I will say Doctor Doom. And also, slight tangent, recent rumors, Mads Mikkelsen is in the running for playing Doctor Doom. Let us know.
That's interesting.
Let us know in the comments what you think of that.
I'll let you know right now. I'm for it. I like it.
Me too. I've only seen him in a few things, but I liked what I've seen him in.
I like Mads Mikkelsen and I like his brother Lars Mikkelsen. They're both tops.
He also goes on to say DC is even tougher. Cyborg, Superman, good pick. Green Lantern, Carl Reiner, another good choice. Nightwing, I can agree with that, especially watching the Titan series. I like that version of Nightwing.
Dick Grayson Nightwing.
Yeah, Dick Grayson Nightwing, yeah.
Right.
Superman, the Joker, Constantine, yes, love Constantine. Atrocitus, the Red Lantern, yes, I know him more from playing the Injustice 2 video game, though.
I say that.
Yeah. Batman, Lex Luthor, and Doomsday. Again, JK, some very, very good choices from you there.
Tip of the cat.
And carrying on, we have a comment from our big-time follower.
Follower.
I went to say supporter and then changed it to follower midway through.
Supporter. He's a supporter.
Follower.
At least he's not a suppository.
No, because that would be a pain in the ass.
Mm.
Matron.
Anyway. Good game. Kelly's in it now.
Right. Big time supporter and fan of the show, the Gazman, Ian Visagaz, who is going to be joining us on a future episode as part of what we're doing here tonight. So
Nice.
Keep your eyeballs peeled.
Gaz, I saw your comment saying that you slid into my DMs on the old Twitter there, but I'm having trouble with my other phone. So find me on Facebook, dude, and we'll chat.
There you go, then.
I can't access my DMs.
Fun show, my loves. Thank you so
Hmm.
much for the love, guys. You have supported us, even when you supported me, because I knew you before, Guy. You supported me since way before I even started my YouTube channel. So thank you so much for all the love and support you've given me over the years. I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
You the man.
Gaz also left a comment. I use that term loosely. Comment on our MCU rant video. Um, it's a hell of a paragraph, so I'm not going to read the whole thing out here. But for anyone who wants to check it out, please go look in the comment section. It is there for everybody to read. And that is it for shout outs. Wow, that took a while.
Yes, it did.
Right, so I suppose that rolls us on to the next part of the show, which, Guy, take it away. What is it?
What have you been watching, mate?
Not a lot. I've been too busy.
Fuck me, there you go. That was quick.
I have been way too busy to sit and watch a lot of things, but the one thing I did get through, because I said that I would once it ran its course, I got through Loki season 2.
Well, you did say you would.
And I will say, again, after the bashing we gave the MCU a few weeks ago, this is kind of one of those moments where it's fixable. Loki gives me hope.
Mm-hmm.
Along with the Thunderbolts, I still have a little bit of faith left in the MCU. But
Oh, so you're not fully eating crow yet, then?
no, not fully. I stand by my,
Just a wink.
I stand by my opinions on Ant-Man and the Wasp and some of the other shows, Miss Marvel, things like that, and the fact that there has been a steady decline. I stand by what I said. That I think personally, the next big name character movie that flops, I think is going to be the noping out point for a lot of people. They're going to be like, nah, after the Eternals and Shang-Chi and the disaster that was Secret Invasion and Ant-Man and the no, fuck this, we're done. I stand by that conclusion.
No,
But
I agree.
Loki and the Thunderbolts gives me a little bit of hope.
Oh, wicked.
What have you been watching then, Mr. Random Man?
MasterChef Professionals, which isn't geeky, so we'll move on to what else I've been watching. The Lazarus Project series.
Any good? Any good? I can't say I've heard of this one.
Fucking marvelous. Well, you haven't got Sky, have you, mate? So, oh yeah, thank you. The adjudicator has also prompted me. She is among us. Yeah, I also watched series 3 of Upload, which is over on Amazon Prime.
Oh,
That's really cool as
not
well. So,
that one either. But there you go, folks. Some recommendations. Go check them out.
oh, fuck, see what I have to make with folks.
I don't have Prime. I don't use Amazon.
Wow, you are really struggling tonight.
Fucking am, aren't I? I do not
That's what
use
you get for fat
Amazon
shaming me.
enough. I do not use Amazon enough to justify paying the price for Prime. It's a lot of peas and yeah.
That's what you get for fat shaming me.
All right, shut it, Apollo.
Ah, yeah, pick on the fat kid. Yeah, same old same. Boring, just like someone else.
Yeah, well, at least you don't like Jabba the Hutt in a fur onesie like that person does.
That's true. But anyway, so yeah, Lazarus Project, MasterChef, and of course, a big old slaver of classic.
Well, there you go then. One thing I do want to quickly say as well. Massive shout out to Mr. Tony Harris over at the Retro Movie Zone. Your last few episodes, I have watched not all of them because we've been so busy. I've kind of just put them on in the morning, watched as much as I can, and then had to get on with my day. But I have caught the bits where you sang the praises of our show, and I cannot thank you enough for that, Tony. Honestly, it means so much that you talk so passionately about a show that we're passionate about. It's
Mm.
I'm now starting to see the kind of reach that our show has and the impact we have on people, film recommendations and things like that. Just thank you, Tony, so much. You're an amazing guy. Anyone who is not currently subscribed to his channel, please go and do so. I will put it up at the top of
Yeah.
the screen at the end of the video. I will link his channel. Go and check him out. He is
Yeah, restaurantmoviezone.com. Could be .com. .co.uk. I don't know. Evil Tony, thanks, mate, for all the piss taking that we do on you. It's from the heart because I do love you. I've known you for a good few years now. We used to work together, so and it was just the same when we used to work together. So, but
we're just carrying it on.
yeah, but nah, I love you dearly, and keep doing what you're doing, dude.
Right then, I think then that is time for us to get into the real meat of this episode.
Set time travel coordinates.
1980s, here we come. Back in season 2, we did what we jokingly refer to as the 80s 4-part trilogy. So this episode, I suppose you consider this the return of the revenge of the son of the 80s 4-part trilogy, kicking off with yet again 80s horror. Ooh. Now, we have covered the big names here in the previous season: Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, Halloween. We've covered them all. So what we're going to do for today's episode is between the two of us,
I'd cover them.
between
right.
between the two of us, we have picked 5 films of horror films we have either not talked about yet on the channel or are slightly less known ones that maybe you've not seen and are worth checking out. So, kicking things off straight away, I'm going to hand it over to the random man himself. Guy, what is your first pick?
Oh, bugger. You usually go first, so all right. Fucking be on the 8 ball, man. Right, start. Bitch.
And you know you love me.
Yeah. Not as much as you love me.
That's true.
So, number 1. Sorry, I've actually got, folks, for once, I made notes.
Same.
Tie me down. I actually prepared. So there you
go. We both prepped. Fuck me.
Not while there's still stray dogs on the street. All right. See, that's what you get for fat shaming.
Right.
So, number 1 on my list, 1983. We're going back to, and a film called Christine.
Oh, yes. Inspired by, well, I say inspired by, based on the book by Stephen King.
Yes, correct.
Yes, I've only seen that a handful of times, and it's one of those films that whenever I've been around to like a party at someone's house, it's there on the TV. Because there's things going on around it, you kind of dip in and out.
Yeah.
So I've never seen it continually all the way through. I've seen it in chunks, but it is a fantastic film. I will say that. Making a car seem threatening.
Yeah.
That was very impressive. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, and let's face it, that 58 Plymouth Fury in lovely candy apple red is just a piece of gorgeous.
Oh, yes. The car itself is as famous as the film. It really is. It's an absolutely gorgeous car. And the film itself is really, really kind of, it's that traditional Stephen King where it's not outrightly supernatural.
No.
But nor is it fully psychological. It's kind of a mix of the two. And that
rides the line.
Yeah, and for me, that's when Stephen King is at its best. It's kind of between the two.
His.
That's what I said. His.
His. You said it's.
His. It's my list. But yeah, I do love that film. Absolutely amazing. Cannot recommend it any more than I already have.
Uncle JB says. Go watch it.
Any more thoughts from you on the film?
The book, to be fair, is better, but
that's often the way, though.
I think it is one of the better Stephen King adaptations for film.
Yeah. For me, tangent. My personal favorite adaptation of any Stephen King work was the Stand mini series that was out in the 90s
Yes, yeah.
with Gary Sinise.
Mm.
I loved that one. Even now, I still watch that, and it.
Oh, fuck, anything Gary Sinise. Jesus.
Oh yeah, yeah. But okay then, so that's your number one pick. I'm
Mm.
gonna go with my number one pick. And up first, time for things to get a little bit scary and hairy around here. It's The Howling. Oh, I don't know where that came from.
We put an effect in on post for that.
Yes, The Howling, starring D. Wallace Stone, came out in 1981.
Ooh.
And believe it or not, it's a werewolf movie.
No, I'd have never guessed.
Shocker. But the film, for its time, uses some very good practical effects, but the behind the scenes stuff is kind of a little bit more interesting than the actual film itself. Sounds very daft. But John Landis, the writer
Yeah.
of another werewolf movie, we'll get to that. He hired Rick Baker to do the special effects on his film.
Yeah.
But it looked like the film was never going to get made. So Rick Baker took on the job over at for The Howling.
Mm.
Then when the other film did happen, he got a phone call from Landis, who was ranting and raving. It's like, you promised to do my film, blah, 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 you know, you blah, 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 blah. So Rick Baker quits The Howling and hands things off over to Rob Bottin, and then goes over to the other film and wins a fucking Oscar for it. So, you know, fate, I think, may have played a little hand there for Mr. Rob Baker, the Monster Maker, you know. But yeah, The Howling.
What's Baker? Oh.
That's kind of his nickname within Hollywood, Rick Baker, the Monster Maker.
Oh, okay.
See, you don't know special effects, dudes. I need to educate you. But anyway, have you seen The Howling?
Nope.
Right, well, this is going to be a rather short segment. Basically, D. Wallace Stone stars as a news anchor, like TV personality kind of person.
I know what a news anchor is.
The viewers, you know, some of them who leave comments can barely string two words together. So, you know, I've got to dumb it down a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, fair.
Anyway, she is the target of a stalker / serial killer. She nearly gets killed at the beginning of the film, is advised by her psychiatrist to go away to this community that helps people overcome fears and mental health problems. Turns out it's a freaking colony of werewolves.
Bastards.
Yeah, but very much like another film we're going to talk about, the special effects are front and center. And you know me, I think, again, I said in a previous episode, I think seeing films like this when I was younger is where my appreciation for practical effects comes from.
Yeah, so
they are front and center on this, and they're really, really good as well. And there's techniques in those films that they still use even now today for certain shots in werewolf films. So,
well, we are products of our environment. Our environment was the 80s and practical effects.
Exactly. So, you know, but going on quickly then, your next pick, Mr. Random Man.
Right. Okay. A year ahead from my last pick, we'll go to 1984 and CHUD or Chud.
I nearly picked that one. I nearly put that on my list.
Simpatico.
Because I'd seen it and I was like, I have seen that and I did really enjoy it. But some of the other ones I've picked have just, they've got to take it out of the running. I'm sorry, it had to. Yeah. That was for me personally. But yeah, very, very good film.
Yeah. So, homeless people living in the sewers get mutated by radiation and become all these creatures that just kill everyone they encounter. And, you know, hijinks.
Chud's an acronym, isn't it? It's for, what was it? Cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller.
That's the one.
See, even after all these years of never not seeing it, I still remember.
There you go. The lady knows.
Like a fucking steel trap. rusty and kind of not working, but you know,
Well,
every once in a while it goes off.
I'll bet it does.
Yeah, so Chud, very, very, very good film, very good horror film.
Yep.
Definitely.
Again, cool effects.
It
You
did,
know.
it did have a less than great sequel though with the Chud.
Oh,
Blood.
yeah. Fuck that. All right. Talk about the original.
Yeah, yeah. When I saw the second one, I was like, did they just see like Bulb from Day of the Dead and just
Yeah. Well,
rip it off?
excuse me a sec.
Oh, he's stripping. Fuck.
I am hot.
Woo.
Bloody hell. Good sweaty comes back in.
Anyway, continuing. Yes, so Chud.
Mm.
Right, is it on to my pick, or have you got anything else to say about the wonderful Chud?
Go watch it, folks, if you've not seen it. Simple as.
2 thumbs up.
Right up.
Right up there.
Okay, over to you.
My next choice is a wonderful, creepy, weird as hell film that I stumbled upon many, many moons ago, thinking it was something else. I thought it was a different film. I can't even remember the film that I thought it was at this point. But when I first saw it, I was like, I swear I've seen that. Turns out I haven't. And it's a wonderful little film from 1982. It kind of launched the career for director Frank Hellenrotter, if you know who that is.
Mm.
And we are, of course, talking about Basket Case.
Ah, do you have the time to listen to... Oh.
Not that Basket Case, although I think somebody should take the trailer from the film and put that song over the top of it.
Yeah.
But yes, have you seen Basket Case, Guy?
No.
Right, Basket
It's
Case.
more your stuff, folks.
Well, I went for slightly more obscure stuff. I tried to be like, if you've
So
not
did I.
go and check it out. But Basket Case tells the story of a man named, I think it's going from memory here, it's either Dwight or Dwayne Bradley, who had a conjoined twin named Belial.
Ah.
Late you meet him as an adult and it flashes back and everything, but you see him always carrying around this basket. And for a lot of the film, you don't quite know what's in the basket. You think maybe he's a little unhinged and, you know, he's actually the one doing the killings and things like that. But no, it turns out that his twin that was literally growing off of his side like a big amorphous blob is the one actually going around doing the killings. And it is the perfect, it's one of those films that it's so bad, it's good.
Yeah.
You know, it goes full circle on itself. It's got some early stop motion stuff in it, which is horribly dated, but adds to the cheese factor. And it spawned 2 sequels that just got even freaking weirder, if you can believe that. So, you know, and I've seen all 3. My bit while I was in a big, like, power loadery mech suit kind of thing that, yeah, just... If you've not seen the franchise, honestly, if you can track them down, Basket Case 1, 2, and 3, check them out. They're absolutely amazing. And little honorable mention here, along from the same director, check out Frankenhooker, because that film is fucked.
Oh, I've heard of that. Heard of it.
It's a very good film. I've seen it once or twice, and it's weird. Even by my standards, even I sat there at the end going, hey? What?
Bloody hell.
So, yeah, go and check those out. Right, passing it back over to you, Guy. What do you
Okay. Forward on a few years, we're going to 1987. Now then, before he started mucking about in Modo and before he started bugging about with the Beatles, Peter Jackson made his first feature, and
I know what film you're going to say.
yeah, of course you did, because it's not exactly, you know, it's not an obscure one. It's Bad Taste, of course.
Yes, I love that film. I saw that on a recommendation from a friend who said, if you like things along the lines of this, this, and this, I was like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we've probably all seen it, folks, so I don't
Oh,
get going
yeah.
with that. But it had to be on the list, I'm afraid. Just had to. It didn't get covered. I think it was one of my honorables last time we did this. I think.
One of your picks that didn't quite make it.
Yeah. So this time, hey, guess what? Guess this.
Ironically, the last time we were doing this, one of my picks was an early Peter Jackson film, and it was Brain Dead, which is also in some parts of the world known as Dead Alive.
Yeah.
And the only thing I can ever to this day remember about that film, it's been a while since I've seen it, is there's this bit in the graveyard with a priest.
Mm.
Bear in mind, this is set in New Zealand, right? So he's got a New
Yeah.
Zealand accent. And he comes out kicking the crap out of these zombies with like full on like kung fu moves. And he just strikes this pose and he goes, I kick ass for the Lord. And it fucking stuck with me. Because I was like, what?
Yeah.
Kung fu priest? What the fuck?
Yeah, why not? Shaolin monks, kung fu priest. Fuck it.
Is that the
That's my first feature. Coming soon, folks.
yeah, that's going to be the first feature from Calico Productions. You've heard of Bulletproof Monk and shit.
Yeah.
The Mortal Kombat Shaolin monks. Now get ready for Kung
Fu priest. Sorry, JB. Fuck off, you cunt. I'll twat you. Oh, she's gone, folks. There you go. I've got her. Oh, she's off in a little world. No.
Talk to you about what went through my head after. Anyway.
Fruity. So yeah,
bad taste.
Yeah, just a little trivia because you know me and the trivia.
Yeah.
Peter Jackson actually did all the practical effects and the costumes and all the rubber masks and shit himself.
Oh wow! I did not know that.
Yeah,
Fair play to him.
probably due to hey, keep the costs down. I'll do it your fucking self, but
Well,
still, props.
I can go with that. There's certain things you can make at home that are just as good as what you'd see on,
Yeah. So, and this is back in '87.
Well, exactly. So
Shit still stands up. So yeah. Hey.
Okie dokie then. So my next pick.
Yep.
Okay. Well, we're going to jump back a year from my last pick, and we're going to get a little scary and hairy again with the movie we kind of mentioned. Again, from 1981. This, for me, is one of the best films ever made. Not just best horror films, one of the best films ever made. And it is 1981's An American Werewolf in London. Absolutely freaking love this movie. I have on DVD, I think it's the 25th anniversary collector's edition.
Nice.
Got all the behind the scenes stuff where they're like making molds of his arms and things like that for the prosthetics and everything. And all I have to say is if you've not seen this film, go and watch it.
Everyone's seen it.
And watch that transformation sequence. If you've not seen it, that transformation sequence alone is worth the price of the film.
Even Tony's seen it.
Tony's seen a film we're talking about? I think somebody needs to check the thermostat downstairs in hell. I think it just froze over.
Exactly.
We love you, Tony. We're kidding. But yes, this film, like I said earlier, it won Rick Baker an Oscar, and not any Oscar, the first ever Oscar for makeup effects.
Yes, it was. It was indeed.
The film was that good, they had to create a new category for it.
Yeah.
That is why, for me, it is an absolute landmark film of cinema.
Stick to the path.
Stay off the moors, don't go to the path. And also shout out with that film for a appearance of a very, very young Rick
Rick
Mail.
Mail.
Yeah, do you know what? It took me like several viewings to twig that it was actually.
Really?
Well, when I first started watching the film, I was used to seeing Rick Mail as he looked in Bottom the Live shows, so sort of 20 years older. So, I was used to seeing him a little bit fatter and a little bit grayer. But then when it was pointed out, I was like, oh shit, it is, isn't it? Oh. So
No, he looked like Rick in the young ones to me, so I twigged it straight away.
I'm a little bit younger than you, so I missed the young ones and I caught Bottom. I'm not saying you're old. I said you're that little bit older than me. So when you were watching the young ones, I was sucking on a titty somewhere.
What's changed?
Oh. Same tit, different day. No, it's not.
Let's hope it's not.
No, considering she's been dead, what, 12 years? At least? Longer than that.
Well, 47 necrophilia.
So, your thoughts on American Werewolf in London, guys?
Oh, fucking hell, man. It's classic. Absolute classic.
You got a favourite?
Well, there's obviously the change, but also just the whole build-up is brilliant. Some of just the lines going back and forth. Just, oh, man.
Yeah, it was.
And, of course, Brian Glover. Because it's Brian Glover.
Yeah. It's also billed as one of the earliest horror comedies. I don't think it's the first, but it's one of the earliest. And the comedy is never intentional. It's always just sort of something happening. It's circumstantial. Like the bit where he runs through the park and rips the coat off the bench.
Yeah.
Like that is something out of like Monty Python almost.
Yeah.
Well,
Python was big at the time.
Exactly. I love the movie within the movie, the porno.
Yeah.
Pike walks in. I can't believe you're doing this to me. I'm sorry. I thought she was single. I don't know who he is. Oh, sorry. And it's fucking me.
Yeah. I also love the fact that every song in the soundtrack has the word moon in it.
Yes.
I love that.
A brilliant film from John Landis. There has been talk of a remake for quite a few years, and
I shan't allow it.
The only thing that made me go, was the fact that Max Landis, John Landis's son, was apparently lined up to write and direct, very much like his dad had done with the original. And I'm like, if it's in the hands of a family member, maybe.
No, don't care. Leave
it's
it.
One of those films that I think they should just leave alone.
I have said no.
Leave it. It is X out of history forever now.
I have spoken.
So yes, moving on to your next choice, Guy.
So yeah, let's forward a few years again to 1989. And we're going to have Japanese. Tetsuo the Iron Man.
Brilliant bit of body horror. I love that film.
Got a bit of body horror. Yeah.
The bit with the mechanical, the bit I'm on about. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, directed by and written and directed by Shinya Tsukamoto. Chap wakes up, basically this basic plot. If you've not seen it, check this out, folks. Chap wakes up to discover pieces of metal that are just growing out of him.
Yep.
In various places.
And it gets worse from there.
And it does get worse from there. Hijinks occur. Yeah. Bloody hell. This is just, if you love your body horror, this is one of the Mac Daddies.
It definitely is. It's one of the early examples of it as well. It may be in black and white, but I think that really does add to it.
Yeah, but that, for me, black and white with the metal coming out, it works.
Yeah, it reminded me of old school black and white comic books.
Yeah. I think if it was in colour, I don't think it would have as much impact.
No, no, no. I say the same thing about the Elephant Man. It's one of those
Mm,
black and white actually helps it. It
mm.
helps the atmosphere and it gets more engaged with it. So it's definitely up there for me, that one.
So there you go.
Yeah. Tetsuo
If
Oda,
you've not seen it, folks,
go and check it out.
hop to it.
Right, moving on, jumping forward a few years to 1984. Now, this film spawned a cartoon, as a lot of R-rated or 18-rated films did back in the 80s for some bizarre reason. I mean, Swamp Thing, RoboCop, Rambo, Chuck Norris, they all got cartoons for whatever reason.
Because cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Fucking is. But for me, this film is just, if you're going to be a filmmaker that wants to work outside of Hollywood, this is a masterclass of how to do it. And for me, it is the film that built Trauma, made Trauma what it is today. Me, an absolute seminal classic, The Toxic Avenger. Um,
And that's me thinking you were going to go for Class of Newport.
Class of Nukem Heart, it is another good one, but for me, the Toxic Avenger just, I saw the cartoon as a kid, and the obsession
Mm,
started there. I was like, I know this is based on a film because I remember seeing the posters and things like that in
yeah,
video shops. So it's like, I know this is based on a film, but why is the film an 18 and why is the cartoon like almost like Ninja Turtles, but with an environmental message behind it?
that's why.
You
Tanya,
can you can watch
Tanya.
you can watch all 13 episodes of the cartoon here on YouTube. I don't have any links, but go and find it. It's it's of its time. Its humor is of its time. But the
Ah,
film, go on, you gonna say something?
yeah, I was going to say, so racist and sexist. Fuck that.
Well, I mean, there's a few jokes that make you go,
Mm,
what? But yeah, the film itself is an absolute gem of a B movie,
mm,
borderline grindhousey type film to a certain extent.
yeah.
But the makeup effects for the Toxic Avenger himself are for their budget as well. They're brilliant. Some of the
Mm,
effects, some of the scenes are a little bit hard to watch, but my God, is it such a fun film? Dark humor abound.
mm,
Seriously. And then you get to the second and the third one, and they're basically like live action versions of cartoons.
yeah.
Absolutely amazing film. Have you seen The Toxic Avenger, guy?
Yeah. I'm failing tonight.
I think a movie night is in order because I've got most of these on DVD.
Mm.
So a movie night is in order, I feel. Okay, then. So moving across to you again.
Yes, this will be my final pick.
Ooh. Go on then.
Right, so we're going back to 82 and a film called The Entity.
I have only ever watched that once, and hand on
Or should it be called The Entities?
the hand on heart, it is the only horror film that I have ever seen that has actually scared me. It's actually got
Mm,
to me. It's actually kind of bored its way into my brain and give me sleepless nights because the thought of it is just.
mm.
And if you have an interest in the paranormal like I do, yeah, no, yeah.
So basically, what happens is a housewife is sexually targeted by an unseen malevolent spirit,
Yes.
and shit occurs.
It's one way of putting it. It's one way of putting it. And it was
Mm.
supposedly based on true events.
Yeah, it's a 70s case study about a woman claimed to
Yeah,
have been raped by a ghost.
yeah. But yeah,
Yes.
I've seen that film. I can recommend it if you've got the nerve for it because
Mm.
it's not gory. It's really not.
No,
It's pretty much a goreless
yes,
horror.
you read.
Yeah, it's psychological horror. This one for definite. But some of the effects and whatnot that they use within the film, again, for the time, brilliant.
Yeah.
But whew, It's a hard watch. It's a hard.
Yeah, it's takes time basically. I mean, full disclosure here, folks. I rented it out back in the 80s because I was a teen and there was side boob on the video cassette there. So I'm like,
And it's not until you watch it, you kind of go,
yeah,
yeah. No, but I want
yeah, I know, but my parents didn't care what I rented out. So, as we have discussed before, straw dogs.
Yes, we have talked on things like one of the first films you saw was what, Straw Dogs?
Yeah,
So, yeah. I guess that brings it up to my final pick then.
yeah.
Right now, this final pick was definitely difficult for me because I love both of these films. One of them, I've shifted it down to the honorable mentions and brought the other one up. Purely because this pick I've seen more times than the other one. So it has more headspace. But for me, it is what was originally meant to be the follow-up to Night of the Living Dead. It was written by one of the original creators of Night of the Living Dead, John A. Russo.
Yeah.
And for me, this film is just pure 80s. The fashion, the music, everything. And it is, of course, Return of the Living Dead.
Yes.
One of my all-time favorite films, just because of how it just goes with whatever it's doing. It just pelts along at a nice blistering pace.
Oh God, yeah.
There's gore, there's love stories, there's little in jokes. If you watch the film and you pay attention to like character names and things like that, it's one of those films you can rewatch and you'll spot something in the background you didn't notice on your first or second or third.
Yeah, I love that.
And there was even a band inspired by this film, and they were called Send More Paramedics. Because that's a line in the film that a zombie says down a radio, because zombies in this can use radios. But if you've not,
zombies.
Have you seen Return of the Living Dead, Guy?
Yes.
Although that sounds like a bigger film on its own, Return of the Living Dead, Guy. Coming to you, 2024 Halloween from Calico Productions.
Yeah, folks. God, you have infected me, woman.
What were we talking about earlier?
Yeah.
Yes, if you've not seen Return of the Living Dead, Tony, I highly recommend you check it out. Skip the second one because that one definitely leans way more into comedy.
Yeah, I did, to be fair.
The third one, though.
I've not seen the third one.
Oh, you have to check out the third one. It's one of my favorite zombie movies because it's weird. It's a zombie movie, but it doesn't focus on the zombie outbreak as a whole. It focuses on one person and their slow descent into becoming a zombie.
Oh.
And it's much more dramatically driven in parts. It's still got its dark humor, but it's much more dramatically driven than even the first one was. And if you like Melinda Clark, you just nodding. You know the actress? Yeah, she's in that, and she spends a lot of time with her hoo-has out. So, definitely a film worth checking out.
Right, about one down.
I'll watch that next time the wife's out. But yeah, Return of the Living Dead is just an absolute classic for me.
Yeah.
As much as George Romero was the godfather of the zombie movies. I think in 1984 it came out. Return of the Living Dead kind of almost reinvented it again and showed that zombies not only just be scary, but they could also be funny as well. It's thanks to films like Return of the Living Dead that we have things like Shaun of the Dead.
Well, yeah, exactly.
There you go. Right then, that is it then. So we are honourable mentions if you have any.
Yes, I do have one.
Go on then. What is
Gargoyles, because the fucking thought of that drives me to sweats and terrors. Coming soon in Coming soon to Higgis season 15. Back end.
Well, you're in for a surprise on our toy episode at the end of the year. So, honourable mentions other than Gargoyles, which came out in the 90s, so technically doesn't count.
Yeah, that was a gag. I don't actually have any honorable mentions.
I know.
It is like winding you up there.
Right, well, my honourable mentions, I have two. One of them is, it's marketed as H.P. Lovecraft's Reanimator, but it's very, very, very loosely based on the story, as in it's literally sort of character and place names that are used, and that's about it.
Oh, okay.
But it has Jeffrey Combs.
Loosely based.
Very. But it stars Jeffrey Combs as Dr. Herbert West, who has this reanimator serum, and he goes around reanimating people. It's kind of a zombie movie, but it does swerve more into Lovecraftian elements towards the end, where like somebody gets an overdose of it and they become so alive that even their intestines are attacking people. It's
right.
But if you've never seen it, again, highly worth tracking it down, give it a watch. One of my again practical effects.
It's one of those. I used to see it in the video shop a lot, and I just never got round to.
Yeah, I've seen
for whatever reason.
I've seen the 3 that have come out so far. So, and my second honorable mention is Life Force by Toby Hooper.
I'm doing with Tony.
For me, this film is memorable for one specific reason. It has a bit part by a certain bald-headed Captain Picard, Patrick Stewart. And this film is actually quite famous because it is the first on-screen kiss for Sir Patrick Stewart. And do you want to know who he kissed?
Sulu. Oh my.
Close. It was the wonderful actor who played the main role in the film, Steve Railsback. So Patrick Stewart's first on-screen kiss was with a man. And he has a full-on bromance going with Sir Ian McKellen. I love you, Patrick Stewart. Never fucking change.
Oh, Patrick Stewart doesn't give a shit.
But that is it then.
There you go.
It then. So, coming up next time on Hun Ya Geek is Showing, we're going to be continuing our 80s 4-part trilogy. I know it makes no sense. Shut up. And we're going to be covering 80s sci-fi.
Sci-fi. We love sci-fi because we're geeks.
Although I will say up front now, we will try our best not to mention things like Aliens and Predator. For the simple fact is, we've done full episodes on those here on the channel. Go and look at those. If you want to know more about Alien Predator, go and watch those episodes.
We've sucked off enough xenomorphs.
Yes, we have. We've had enough acid, blood, and wire netting thrown at us to last us a lifetime.
Yeah.
And that's just on a trip to Aldi.
Exactly. That's just going to my local shop and Stable, I'll tell you that much.
There you go. So then, that is pretty much it. I think it's time to say goodnight, Guy. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Right, well then it's been a good night from me, Miss Violet Impulse.
Why are you doing jazz hands? Why are you doing jazz hands?
Hey, I'm prancing about. Shut up.
All right there. Calm down there, Captain Jack.
Anyway, I have been Miss Violet Impulse. There, I'll keep my hands out of the way. He, over there, has been the random man. Just Braithwaite.
That is me. I am he.
Mm-hmm.
I need a pee.
Me too. Has been Hun Ya Geek is Showing. And remember, if you can't be good, be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get sadistic. Mwah. Bye, everyone.
Take it easy, folks. We'll see you around.
sights to show you. We've grown our we've bug.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are once again. It is that time. It's time for Hun Ya Geek is showing. And with me, as usual, is my tremendous co-host. She's dreamy. She's a meanie. And she smells a bit creamy. It is, of course, Miss Violet Impulse.
Good evening, my sweet tortured souls, and welcome back to another 80s-tastic episode of Hun Ya Geek is showing.
Yay!
Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. That's going to be a thing now.
Yeah,
we
it
did
is.
it last episode. We've just done it now. I think that's going to become a running gag.
Yeah. Or instead of a gag, maybe just one of our quirks.
Possibly.
So then, on with the show. Violet, do you have any shout-outs for us?
I'm going to see how each other have been. That's
Oh, okay. Yeah, how you been, mate?
Show.
Sorry, how you been? You all right?
I'm good, thank you. Bit of a bit of a
Coming in your
cough,
throat
as
there.
you can tell. Other than
You're
that,
supposed to swallow.
charge extra for that, and you know it.
Oh no, Tony said. It started early, folks. Yes.
Now, dealing with a bit of a sore throat, but other than that, I am in tip-top form. How are you, Mr. Random Man?
Radiant.
The Radiant Random Man.
Wide, all is
That
fine.
may be your nickname down in the corner for this week's episode, the Radiant Random Man.
Oh, could be. I mean, look at me. I mean, I'm wearing a dressing gown and I've got wine. I've gone full Ron Howard.
With a little bit of Ollie Reed thrown in there for good measure.
Why not?
Yes, I'm good. You good?
Yeah.
Right. On to shout-outs then, I suppose.
Why not?
Let's just move the old mousy over. Right. Going from last week's episode, we have the guy from the X, the Twitter, the Invisiman, the Invisigaz, Mr. Gazman.
Mr. Gaz. Gazman. Gazman. Oh no, we sound like an episode of Bob.
Yeah,
Gazman.
Gazman. Sorry. Right. Shout out.
Yes.
Mr. Invisigaz says, "Oh my, Guy has had his ears lowered. Looking good, sir."
Oh, thanks, mate.
Some great picks this week, my lovelies. Christine is a really fun movie. Also, The Entity would have been in my top 5. Got to me too when I saw it, because I'd mentioned that it. Yeah. When I saw it the first time, I think what really gives that movie its power is its soundtrack. Very oppressive. Yes, we didn't touch on the soundtrack of that film, but
we touched on a few other things.
We really shouldn't have. Yeah, very oppressive, and I just adore Reanimate. Watch it every year while I'm putting up my Christmas tree.
Nice. Well, you know,
up a dead tree, resurrecting dead bodies. I mean,
yeah. Some people go for Michael Bubble.
Yeah, I mean, it balances the scale somewhere along the twisted line that is my brain. Right. The 80s made the best and groundbreaking horror and the absolute best werewolf movies. So here's my 5.
Oh, that's got a 5.
Silver Bullet, the only werewolf movie where the werewolf kills a man with a baseball bat. Very true. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I love this film.
Nice.
Absolutely love this film. And an alien race of monstrous clowns that turn people into candy floss and then eat them. Yes. Very true.
And the theme music from one of my favourite bands, the Dickies.
Yes. Do like that. Sorry. Bad impression of the song, but yeah. From Beyond, another Lovecraftian tale where a crazy scientist messes with otherworldly forces. That is a very good film. Yes, we will.
Mm.
That will come up in possibly a future episode of Miss Violet's Underworld because I am planning a season 2, but that will not be happening until after Christmas.
Revelation.
Da, da, da. Here's the news for this week. Yeah, going on to say Waxwork. Waxwork is another good film. I'm not going to read
Waxwork.
as
Or was that Waxwork or Wax World?
Waxwork.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not going to read the whole thing out, guys, because time.
Fucking hell. Poor Gaz, he gets
Waxwork.
dissed every week.
The Monster Squad. He puts such long comments though. I love you guys, but it's the next comment is just gonna be hi, isn't it? Just to compensate.
No, his next comment is going to be fuck you.
I'm not saying anything. Anyway, the Monster Squad. If you've not seen the Monster Squad, high recommendation from this queen bitch over here.
Yeah.
And yes, to answer your question, hey Callie, did you know? Well, whoever Callie is, I don't know who she is, but
No idea.
did you know they remade the Toxic Avenger and Peter Dinklage put the ladder behind you is playing Toxie? I have seen the trailers, and in all honesty,
Vintage Toxic.
apparently so.
How's that work then?
I don't know. This is why I'm kind of like, maybe it's like in the spirit of Troma subverting expectations, because I mean, he went from a nerdy, weedy guy to a big buff guy. Maybe this is the opposite end of the thing where he gets smaller but stronger. I don't know the details of
Really
it.
toxic.
I know, Tiny Toxie.
Oh.
Oh, that's gonna be a plushie, isn't it? And everyone's going, oh look, Tiny Toxie. Oh,
No.
It's gonna be one of those pop culture.
Does it have to be?
Right, goes on to say at the end of this comment, love you guys so much and love what you're doing here. I really just love relaxing in the morning with a coffee and listening to you both banter. You definitely deserve more eyes on your show, and I'm super looking forward to the 80s toy show.
So are we, mate.
We are most definitely. And Guy, you did reply to that comment, so you know what you said.
Yeah.
Mr. JK, the Ginger Ninja, the Beard, the Myth, the Legend, Mr. JK47.
Hey, JK in the motherfucking hands. Yeah.
We love us a bit of JK. We love us a bit of JK. And we're not talking about Jamiroquai either.
Or JK Rowling.
No, we definitely ain't talking about that bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Not on this channel.
Mm-mm. We are a Potter-free zone.
Yeah. The only Potter I want to hear about is the guy down the local gardening centre.
Yeah, or Brian Potter from Phoenix Nights.
True. Anyway, JK did leave a comment saying thanks for the shout out. You are more than welcome, honey. But the main bulk of his comment, which you and Gaz did actually have quite a lengthy conversation on, says 80s films. Chud is an underrated classic. Very much agree. That I love. As is Basket Case. Yes, more people should sing the praises of Basket Case.
We have the time to listen to me. Well, sorry.
Helen Lotter is a genius. Yes. I will throw this out there to Mr. JK. Have you seen his other films, specifically Bad Biology? I want to know your thoughts on that one if you've seen it. It's from, I think, like 2006. I could be wrong, though. I'm not great with dates. We all know this. Well, I've been single for 7 years. Peter Jackson came up in conversation at work today, and of course, bad taste was discussed.
Oh, bet he came up.
Hmm?
Oh, bet he came up.
Boy.
Yeah.
Sid.
Not bad.
The Toxic Avenger is pure 80s craziness, drug-fueled awesomeness. Yes, and that is one of the reasons why I absolutely love that film. It is balls to the wall insane, and I love it. And of course, the best of the 80s, and this is what started the little conversation you had in the comments, Maximum Overdrive. How did no one pick that? Joking. but it's still a fun one to watch. I will be completely honest with you. I have seen it, but it was one of those way back in the mist of time. Mainly it was misty because I was in college. Do with that information what you will. But yeah, I watched it way back. And I don't remember much about it. I only really remember that the truck had the face of the Green Goblin on it. That's about all I remember of the film. So,
I've not seen it. I've not seen it.
Well, when we've both had a chance to watch it, we will give it its own little episode, I think.
Will we?
Well, I mean, if we do a Stephen King episode, we could focus. That could be one of the focus points because it's something neither of us. Well, I've seen it but can't remember it. You've never seen it, so it'd be like watching it again.
Stephen King does warrant his own episode.
I think so. Yeah, coming in season 4, everyone.
Yes.
There we go. Marked it. We've already got a topic for next season. Great.
Wicked. Unlike Gargoyles, which isn't coming until series 25. I think we got it penciled in for that.
I'm not even going to touch that one today. Anyway, Return of the Living Dead is the greatest movie. Here we go. Here's something that might get you and JK discussing a little bit more. Return of the Living Dead is the greatest movie, or Ghostbusters, to come out of the 80s. And I will be seeing that tomorrow night in the cinema. You lucky, lucky man. That's all I can say on that one is you are lucky. Definitely on point with Return of the Living Dead 2 and 3. 3 is so damn good. Brian Yuzna did a great job on that film. Yes, he did. And I actually forgot until you mentioned that he was the director, Brian Yuzna. And he also did, I can't remember the name of it now. He did a really good horror film, but I can't remember the name of it. You what? If I remember while I'm editing, I'll put it at the bottom of the screen.
Must be really good, like.
Yeah. You know what it's like when you try to remember something and you can't think of it, and then when you're just idling on the sofa, you go, "Oh shit, that was it." It's one of those moments. It's brain fog, anyway. But yes, that was his comment.
Marvelous. Thanks, JK.
Thank you very much, JK, and you and Gaz chatted it up in a storm in the comments with him, and I will say, I love seeing that. Like, just a little thing gets a conversation going. That's kind of why we do this show. It's to give people little things to talk about and spark conversations with. And if you can hear my phone going off in the background, I'm sorry, it's on charge over there. I forgot to mute it. But that is it for the shout outs. Chucking it back over to Sky.
Right then.
Next.
Well, then we'll go for the usual next part of the show. What have you been watching, mate?
Started watching Loki again because my daughter wanted to watch it.
Right.
So we started back from season 1.
Oh, okay, cool.
So yeah, I've been watching Loki, still watching Bones, trying to get through that. I'm now on season 12, so I'm at the very back end of it.
You'd like to be at the back end of David Boreanaz.
Or the front end, or wherever he wants me. I mean, I'm not going to argue.
oh, sorry. You would have to fight the adjudicator for that first.
We can share. There's enough of him.
I was going to say, because she fights dirty.
We can share. We can take it in turns. We'll set up a rota. But no, other than that, again, being the busy little beaver that I am, and it is now the festive season, so I've had to go out and do shopping and, interact with people. Ew. But the problem with being out in public is there's too many people.
Yeah. That'll happen.
That was less than pleasant. But other than that, I've been too busy to watch things, so just watching stuff when I can. Oh, and I did watch this week's episode of Tony's Sunday Service. I just want to say a huge shout out and thank you to Tony for your kind words about dealing with trolls and things like that. The person in question has now been banned from the channel, so all they can do is watch and boil in their own piss. So thank you.
Yeah. Cheers, Tony.
What you been watching?
What's the date?
Is it more who?
Wow. It's the 60th fucking anniversary episode. What the fuck do you think I watched?
The Grand Prix, bathing suit contests. I don't know what you watch. I don't own your TV, although I wish I would. Big fucking thing it is. But yes, so you watched the 60th anniversary episode of Tony's dad. I mean, Doctor Who.
Yes.
I keep making that mistake.
Also, on the actual day of the anniversary, which was the Wednesday, I watched the colorized episode of the Daleks, which has been colorized and edited into one thing.
Was it any good?
Yeah, it's really cool. It's got a new soundtrack on, colorized. It's been edited down a bit because it was a bit weighty. It was the first ever Dalek story. It was the second story ever broadcast.
Yeah. I may have to look into that then because I do like me some Dalek action.
That's great. It's the first ever Dalek story. So
exactly. So origins of the Daleks.
And this morning, myself and the adjudicator watched last night's big special episode. I couldn't watch it last night. I was unfortunately gigging. And of course, there's another special next Saturday. And guess what?
You're gigging again.
I'm gigging again, so I will be playing the Avoid the Spoilers game. But no, I can't say enough good things about last night's episode. It's fucking brilliant.
Well, for all you Hoovy fans out there, go check it out.
I ain't fucking done. Wait for it. Something.
I was just saying, go and check it out. But continue.
In a fucking wind it up, JB. Fucking
No.
Yes. Pick on a fat kid again. I'll see you. I'll fucking see you.
All right, shut up, Apollo.
Yeah. Shut up, Hornhead. Fucking yeah. Filmed in UHD. Can't say enough good things. I'm not going to spoil it here because I'm not a prick.
Yes, like certain other channels we know.
Yes, exactly. But no, if you get the chance, fucking watch it.
I will.
For God's sake, watch it.
To be honest, I think like a lot of people, I dipped out of Doctor Who when Jodie Whittaker came into it, and not because female Doctor or anything like that. I felt the stories were weak as shit. I didn't find the episodes interesting or entertaining anymore, so I noped out for a bit.
Well, you ought to watch Jodie's last episode before you watch this because it's actually really
good. Okay. I may do a little bit of backtracking. That may be my next series watch through, but
I also need to have a bit of a rant.
Ooh. Rant warning.
I'll fucking Netflix.
Flash a card up.
Fucking Netflix, you pricks.
What have they done now?
Oh, I'm looking around the other night on Netflix. The adjudicator's gone to bed. She's tired. Have a look at Netflix. See it's only good on. Oh, new Squid Game I see. Oh, fucking cracking. Brilliant. Yeah, goes to watch it. It's this fucking Netflix series. And they've done. It's not the actual next series of Squid Game. It's like this American version where they've recreated all the games and they're doing them safely.
Oh.
And they're trying to win all this money. I'm just like, why? Yeah, why would you do this?
Why? Why would you do this? Why, Netflix? Why?
I wanted fucking season 2, you cunts.
Oh, fuck me. I mean, as much as I love some of the shows that are on Netflix, I feel like I'm getting to the point now where they're churning out any old bollocks to just keep people hooked, and it's not good enough.
It is not.
A lot of the new stuff that's coming out that is Netflix exclusive, I'm sorry, but to be quite honest, it is shit. The new Texas Chainsaw Massacre, that was by them.
Oh, I'm not bothering with that. Give me the original.
The only part that I liked about that was the fact that Leatherface killed a bunch of influencers on a bus with a chainsaw. I mean, did the world a favor. I mean, is Leatherface a good guy now?
Could be.
Answers in the comments, people. Slaughtering a bus full of influencers. Does that make him the good guy now?
But yeah, fucking don't try and tuck me off fucking Netflix.
No,
I
don't
was
don't get
excited.
us to the edge and then stop.
Yeah.
It's
For
not
fuck's
fun.
sake.
It hurts. It hurts us when you do this, Netflix. Why do you do this to us?
Yeah. Fuck you, Netflix. I'm not going to say when.
Finish the job and let us have a cigarette afterwards. That's all we're
Mm.
asking. It's all
I want season 2 of Squid Games properly, but it doesn't look like we're getting it until next fucking year.
typical. Typical. All right then. Rant over? Or are we
Yes, rant over.
dun, 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 rant done?
If you agree with my rant or if you disagree with my rant, stick it in the comments.
Yes.
So let's get to the heart of the matter.
Let's crack on with things instead of cracking off.
You know.
Hey. Good job. I love you, innit?
you had that. You had that one coming.
Well, true. I have been riding you for the past couple of weeks.
You fucking wish you were. Twofer.
Right.
So,
Continuing. What is tonight's subject then, guy?
tonight is our onward journey through the 80s.
That's right. We've hitched a ride with Tony's dad. We've borrowed the TARDIS and kicked him out, and we're taking a trip through time to go and see our favorite films on their original releases. That would be awesome, wouldn't it?
Fucking would you better smoke in the
TARDIS,
cinema?
that's what I'd do with it. I wouldn't go off saving people. I'd be like, fuck no, I want to go see Aliens the day it came out.
Yeah, and back then you could smoke in the cinema.
Exactly.
Yes.
Anyway, continuing.
So yes, the 80s, part 2. It's the sci-fi. Sci-fi. Sci-fi.
Set phasers to not impressed.
No, we're going to set phasers to fun.
Yeah, and why is it called that setting? Because if you shoot someone with it, they're fucked. But both me and Guy, we trolled for hours through the dredges of the internet looking for films. Well, I say hours, it was more like 20 minutes on my behalf, but
If that for me.
but we have compiled a list of films. Like normal, we've picked 5 each.
I made notes again.
Me too. So, seeing as it's your hosting duties, do you want to start proceedings or shall I start?
Oh, ladies first.
Oh, thank you very much. I will go with my first pick. Once I get it in the light so I can fucking see it. Released in 1980, if you want to take your TARDIS back to that date, go back to the 1980s. And I'm going to talk about Flash. Oh, he'll save every one of us. I am talking of
Gordon's alive.
Flash Gordon, an absolute classic soundtrack by Queen. Brian Blessed shows up as a pants wearing fine dude.
Take them, my Hawkman.
Yeah, it is just quintessential 1980s sci-fi based on I believe it was a 1920s comic book strip.
Yes, and it was a movie serial in cinemas, I think in the 50s.
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah, we're not too sure. We literally just kind of picked the films and we're sticking with more of the films and not where they came from.
Yeah.
So, but with Flash Gordon, I mean, if you have not seen this film, you really, really do need to see it. It is just a feast, not just for the eyes, but for the ears. It's also a kind of a family-friendly sort of film to an extent. There are a few scenes that are a bit, some of the more sexually suggestive stuff with Princess Aura. There's, but on the whole, I mean, I watched this with my parents growing up, and I freaking loved it.
On the whole. Yeah. I'm talking about the ass, though.
Yeah, but Flash Gordon was not my number one pick. These are in no particular order, just as I wrote down. So there we go. Flash Gordon is the first pick for me. Absolutely loved it. Cannot recommend it any higher. Guy, your thoughts on Flash Gordon?
Oh yeah, fucking brilliant.
It really is. Oh, and
It's
Timothy
just that.
Dalton, future Mr. James Bond, Timothy Dalton,
Yes,
isn't it?
yes, he is, and
Best Bond.
yeah, yeah, in your dreams, he is. So yeah, no, it's a fucking hoot. It's great.
It really is. Absolutely.
What
It's
can we say?
roller
I mean,
coaster
I think everyone here will have, I think all of our lovely viewers would have seen this. So,
ride. Well, maybe Tony hasn't.
no, I believe he has seen this.
That's
I know.
2 weeks in a row. We've mentioned
I know.
films that Tony's seen.
Yeah.
We're on a roll. We're on a roll, guy. We're on a roll.
Yeah, we are.
So, what is your first pick then, Mr. Random Man?
Well, funny enough, I am going back to 1980 as well,
Ooh.
because you are about to kneel before Zod. Yes, of course, folks, it's Superman 2. Yes. You will believe a violet can fly. Look at that. Perfect. There you go, folks. But yeah, I mean, what can you say about this? I mean, it's
seminal comic book classic. Absolutely.
it's got to be up there for the best Superman film ever.
Apart from that bit with the cellophane S, what the fuck was that all about?
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Fair point. Question rescinded. Question retracted on that one.
Tangent averted. Again.
Block the tangent. Right. So Superman 2. Yeah, I love that film. I love that film. The first three for me, watching them back to back triple feature. Take a day off, watch Superman all day. Because Christopher Reeves was so just perfect for that role.
Reeve, not Reeves.
Christopher Reeve, all right then.
George Reeves was the original Superman. Christopher Reeve.
That's where my brain gets confused then. I do apologize. But yeah, Christopher Reeve, his interpretation of both Superman and Clark Kent.
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, cannot praise it enough.
Exactly. So if you've not seen it...
I don't need to wank on about it because I've seen it. So.
Yeah. If you've not seen it, go watch it.
Yeah, that's it.
Moving on to my next pick then. We have... You'll probably agree with me on this one. We're jumping forward a year to 81.
Ooh.
And whenever people meet him, they think he's dead. We're talking about, of course, Kurt Russell's one of his most famous roles, Snake Plissken in Escape from New York.
Nice.
I love that film. John Carpenter action masterpiece, if you ask me. Absolutely love that film. Kurt Russell, the Snake Plissken, just was a blueprint for every 90s cocky hero.
Yeah.
You know, gruff talking, smoking, kind of ambiguous of whether they're a good guy or a bad guy. And I love that about him. Absolutely love it. So,
and he's a total blueprint for Solid Snake.
Yeah, well, yeah, they do actually. Tangent. This one will not be averted. As a callback, kind of making things come full circle, in one of the Metal Gear Solid games, I think it's the second one, Snake refers to himself when he's in disguise as a soldier as Irigoi Pliskin.
Yeah.
And I was like, Snake, oh, I get it, Snake. Like instantly, as soon as I saw that bit, I went, hey, Snake Pliskin.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're doing, Kojima. I see what you're doing. But that I thought was just a lovely little callback of, did Snake Plissken inspire Solid Snake? Yes.
Yes. Tangent accepted.
Tangent confirmed. But yeah, back on track then. Yeah, I absolutely love Escape from New York. Donald Pleasance as the president.
Yes. He makes a good president, actually.
Yes. And Isaac Hayes as the Duke.
Isaac.
I am a number one, which Duke Nukem actually used that line several years later. So again, influencing a video game.
Yeah.
So it has far-reaching tendrils, does that film. And one of the reasons why I love it. The sequel, Not as good for me, but still a
Oh yeah,
decent film.
I never watched it.
It's worth a watch if you've never seen it. I will say that it's not a worthy sequel, but it's a watchable sequel. Unlike a lot of other sequels where you kind of watch it and you go, "The fuck."
You
This
know, I got a bit
kind of
pissy
go with
with
it.
the idea of it being, sequel. I thought, no, just leave it.
Yeah, I mean it didn't need a sequel, but a sequel does exist. Like I said, it is a decent film. It is a pretty good film, but it's not a scratch on the original. It's
I know.
really, really not. Although you
I
do
know
get
'cause
Bruce Campbell, you do get Bruce Campbell making a cameo as the Surgeon General.
hmm, yeah,
So
but there's a sequel to fucking Roadhouse. I mean,
true, true. I tell you what, if you catch it on like a streaming service and you can watch it,
hmm,
I would. I'd give it a view just once.
maybe if I'm feeling suicidal.
Moving swiftly on to your next pick, guy.
Yes. So, also 1981. We are following each other through the decade.
We are. You're chasing me through time.
I am just like Doctor Who.
Yes.
Uh, hmm, Mad Max 2.
You son of a bitch. That is my next pick. At
Oh,
exactly the same place we put the exact same film. Now that shows how we get on.
simpatico.
Exactly. See, folks, this is why we do this show because that is literally the first time we've had that where we've made lists. We've usually got the same kind of films, but in a different order. But
Hmm.
damn, both of our third picks is Mad Max. So we'll count this as a joint pick.
Second.
Is it your second?
It's my second.
My third.
Oh,
Close
anyway.
then. Close then. So yeah, we'll count this as my next pick as well. Yeah. Mad Max 2.
Fuck yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Do you know what? Like a lot of people, I actually saw the second one first.
Yeah, same.
A lot of people did that. And tangent with this film because I know a little bit of the backstory about it. Mad Max 1 did not get a massive release outside of Australia.
No, didn't.
So when Mad Max 2 come out with a bigger budget and was released in America, rather than calling it Mad Max 2, they just called it The Road Warrior. And I honestly, like a lot of people seeing like the flashback thing at the beginning, I honestly thought Mad Max was a prequel, not original.
Oh, do we want to talk about this too much? 'Cause I think Mad Max warrants an episode.
Let me consult with the skull.
Ah,
Skull says yes.
excellent. Cheers, Skull.
There we go.
And I think our buddy Chris Hukin might want to join us for that because he's a massive Mel Gibson fan.
All right, well then, we'll set that aside for season 4.
Chris Hukin, if you're within the sound of my voice,
Hit us up. Right, so then we'll jump on to my next choice then, because mine would have been Mad Max, but I'll jump forward.
Yes.
We have one of my favorite sequels by the godfather of zombie movies himself. It is Day of the Dead, and the year of release is 1985. I was a blessed little 1-year-old when this came out.
Isn't that more of a horror?
Well, it's got sci-fi elements. I mean, I went on the listings of what I found online, and to be honest, there was a lot of them that I looked at and went, I'd consider that horror. Like Critters was on there. I was like, no, I consider that horror. So
Definitely.
I think it goes back to what we said way back in the first time of this, is that there's so much overlap with the genres in films of the 80s. Like RoboCop is a prime example. It's an action film and it's a sci-fi film. Aliens, it's an action film and a sci-fi film.
And a horror film. And a horror.
Yeah, and a horror. So you see, there was a lot of blending of the genres back then. So I think a lot of them are considered, it depends on your perspective and your point of view. Is it sci-fi? Is it horror? Well, has it got more horror elements or has it got more sci-fi elements? So I picked it because it was on the list and I was like, well, I love that film. I've seen it multiple times. It's one of my favorite in the series, just because it's got Bub. Bub the zombie. There was at one point, I actually had a T-shirt that I made myself, and it said Bub the Zombie King because I like
Nice.
that character so much. But if you've not seen Day of the Dead, highly recommend checking
Yes.
it out.
Do so.
Have you seen it, gang?
Yes.
It's a very good film. And the bit with the guy where he leans off the examination
Oh.
table.
Yeah.
This time I saw that, I was not expecting it, and I'm sat there eating a bowl of spaghetti.
No.
I'll eat that in a bit. I'm not hungry. But yeah, so Day of the Dead was my pick. Guy, moving on to you swiftly.
Nice. Okay, now I'm going to turn to a little independent film. May have heard of it, may not, don't know. It's called The Empire Strikes Back.
Oh god.
Look. No, not really, folks. I'm just pulling you in so I can slap you down. No, it's not Star Wars, but it is Star Trek. 1982. It's time to fucking face Khan and his wrath. Yes, Wrath of Khan, folks. Won't you stop me, woman? Don't start on me, woman.
It's like I said it before, that is a thing I will throw out in my gaming group when people start talking about Star Trek. I just shout into my microphone, Wrath of Khan's overrated, and just let the argument go from there.
No.
I didn't start the fire, but I brought the matches.
Yeah, you're also wrong.
No, I have seen it a few times. I do think it is. I'm not a Trekkie. We all know this. I'm not a big Trekkie, but I do like certain bits. Wrath of Khan is one film I do like, and I think it's because it's the performances by all the actors in that film. I mean, Ricardo Montalban for one, just yeah, and Leonard Nimoy.
Yes.
I love a bit of Nimoy. You know.
That's not it.
Well, I boldly went.
You asked me why you won't call him back.
You got to check out my Enterprise. He docked in my shuttle bay.
I'll bet he did. So he didn't have a fuel leak.
No, but we we live long and prospered. I can tell you that much.
I'll bet you did.
Anyway,
But yeah, I
I
mean,
love life. More about
I can't say much more about this. You know about Star Trek 2 folks, but I had to pick it just because it's seminal.
it's a landmark film,
Yes.
especially after the appalling reaction to the first one of how long it was and how slow it was and how nothing happened for big chunks of the film.
Yes.
Even I, as a passing Star Trek fan, have seen the original motion picture and bored to sleep is the only words I can use for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Wrath of Khan, if you've not seen it, check it out.
Yeah. Right. Your turn again.
My next pick, and this is my final pick, because we both have one the same.
Oh, yeah. I guess, yeah. Oh, well, I've got two left.
It's all right. I'll use an honorable mention. I've got a backup. But my next film, set in a galaxy far, far away.
I thought you were going to say Sex in the City then for something.
No, it's not in the 80s. That is nowhere near the 80s. But no, in a galaxy a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
Ooh.
Mel Brooks decided to make the best parody fucking
Oh,
film
my
ever.
fucking life.
Spaceballs. I
Boom.
love this film. Was that your next one?
Oh, no, it's my last one.
It was your last pick. Oh, well, there we go. We've balanced out now.
Ah.
We've balanced out now. There we go.
You brought balance
Spaceballs.
to the force.
We did. See, this is what we said, folks. There are occasions where we will pick the same films, and it's happened twice tonight. But Spaceballs, I love that film so much because it was a parody film when at a time when parody films were kind of few and far between.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, you had things like the Carry On horror ones, like Carry On Screaming and things like that that parodied the Ham horror films. But that was kind of just a British thing.
Yeah.
The Americans didn't really get that. So,
No.
but this was definitely one of those films. Like, if films like this didn't happen, then things like Scary Movie wouldn't have happened because it's that absurd and just outrageous, sometimes a little bit like the fuck kind of comedy moments that come out of nowhere. Like where they put the film in and they fast forward to the part of the film they're in and they're doing that whole thing through this.
Yeah.
Love. Well, I'm surrounded by assholes. I honestly cannot say any more about this film. If you've not seen Spaceballs, then why have you not seen Spaceballs? Because it's just
fabulous.
Yeah, it is. It really, really, really is. If you've not seen it, go check it. If you love Star Wars, check it out. And if you've never seen it, check it out because the references and the jokes
yeah,
is so fucking funny. So yeah, Spaceballs. There we go. All right, this brings us on to your final pick then, Guy.
Yes, we're going to 1984 now, folks, and some of that Tom Selleck with his lovely, lovely mustache. No, not him. Not him.
No, that would have been that.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
Blob. No, we're this. Anyhow, moving swiftly away from the Nazis.
Isn't that what Poland said?
Where? Oh, wow. Oh, we're getting kicked off.
I do apologize, everyone. I'm so sorry. John, please popped into my head for a moment there, that bit in Faulty Towers.
I am fucking distancing myself.
Yeah, okay. Moving on. Guy, your final choice?
Is Runaway with lovely Tom Selleck.
Oh, is that the one with Gene Simmons as the bad guy? Yeah. Yes, I've not seen that in years. I was trying to think of what that was.
Yes, with the spider robots and the
fucking
bullets that turn around corners.
Yeah. Kirstie Alley was in it as well.
Yes, she was.
Yes, I do remember that film. I do remember it. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I do remember that, and I absolutely loved it.
Written and directed by noted sci-fi author Michael Crichton.
Oh, yeah. Well, wasn't it made for TV as well, but then got pushed up to a theatrical release? Have I got it the other way around?
No, I believe no. It was
made for TV and then pushed. Yeah, I was gonna say I could have sworn that was one of the things I heard about it. Like it was.
Yeah, they got the old bumpy bump
and then bumped up a bit. I mean, you can tell by some of the special effects in it. Some of the budget was a little bit, but
it is
great.
It's great. Yeah. Basically, what happens is in the near future, we're not told when, just the near future. So probably about now.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s, there was basically robots had become a thing. Everyone had robots, all this, and somehow some of the robots start killing people and being violent. So the police have to have a special department to deal with the robots. This is where Tom Selleck comes in, you see. And this mad inventress managed to find a way to get robots to kill people.
Yes, played by Gene Simmons.
With a terrible head. Terrible head. But and this is okay. A lot of people say, "Oh, yeah, shit, JB," but I don't care because I think it's a brilliant slice of 80s sci-fi cheese. It's
definitely. I can agree with you on that one. I think it's definitely one of those films that, like we said, it was kind of made for TV and then pushed into cinemas. Popularity. Well, I say popularity. Names sell.
Yeah.
So I think it's one of those films that if it had a slightly higher budget to actualize a lot of the ideas that it put forth, would have been a lot better. But it's still enjoyable. It's still worth.
Yeah. This is a really good rainy Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
Really is.
Nice chill on your own, you know.
Isn't it?
Drinking a beer.
Yeah.
Exactly. There you go then.
Yeah. It does have a young Kirsty Allen.
Oh,
So, yeah, watch it, folks. It's worth it.
yeah.
Just for the little spider robots, because they're just fun.
Exactly.
They kill you with acid.
Yeah. I wonder where they got that from. So another franchise that we've already talked to death on this channel. So go and check out the Aliens episodes, everyone.
Yeah, they're in the archives.
Yes, they are. I am working on a little something to do with the seasons, but that may again happen after Christmas. So, watch this space. So then, honorable mentions time.
Honorable mentions. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, go on then. We'll both agree with this one because it was obvious it was going to get put in the honorable mentions. We've talked about it way, way, way too much, but the Transformers, the movie from 1986. I mean, we've done episode after episode about this. So again, go check the archives, everyone. There's episodes out there. In fact, I think the Transformers one we did wasn't actually a Hun Ya Geek is showing episode.
No, it wasn't.
So I may have to add that at the end of this video as the suggested video.
So technically, we could talk about it again.
Well, I mean,
no, we can't.
No,
we can't.
no.
We did it on our last draw through the 80s.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. We'll just be retreading old ground here. So,
but for God's sake, let's forget
so much. But any more? I've got two more. If you want to do a pick first.
Yeah, I've got one. We're off to 1999, and it's time for Bill and Ted. Excellent Adventure.
Oh, Bill and Ted, yes. Oh God. Do you know what? Right, random memory just sparked. That was the first ever VHS cassette tape that was bought for me as a Christmas present. So it was the first official, not recorded off the TV one that I ever owned. I was maybe 6 or 7 years old. I loved Bill and Ted, and the sequel, Bogus Journey, for me was just as good with the robots.
Yeah, but I even like Face the Music. So.
Well, the third one, Face the Music. I've not seen it. I don't have access to it.
Comments down below, folks.
Be gentle.
You know what?
Be gentle. I don't like it, rough.
Shame the demon.
Shower me in your shame. Shower me. Shower me.
Not what I heard. You wanted to get showered.
Hey. Now you're taking the piss. Anyway,
I don't need to go.
My next honorable mention, we mentioned it earlier, Critters.
Nice.
It was in the sci-fi section, and I guess it kind of is. They're aliens, there's spaceships, there's bounty hunters that can change their face. And there's freaking, 6 or 7 of the films now?
Yeah.
The first 3, I'd say, are okay. The third one actually features the on-screen debut of one Mr. Leonardo DiCaprio. So,
well, okay.
Yes, that was his first role was in Critters 3. So there you go.
Well, I've only seen the first one.
You've only seen the first one. Like I said, the first 3 are good, but 4 and 5 just push them out the airlock.
Yeah.
Do the Queen Alien treatment. Just out you go, bitch. See,
yeah.
Get your coat, you're gone. Any more honorable mentions from you?
Yes. Sticking with 1889, The Abyss.
I nearly put that on my list. I very nearly put it on my list. It was like, it is good, but the other ones that I'm eyeing up on this list were more fondly remembered for me.
Yeah.
So there we go.
No, groundbreaking.
Oh yeah, again, Jim Cameron pushing the boundaries of what's possible. in
Yeah.
film, and he did the same in T2. He did the same with Avatar. The guy pushes boundaries. You
Yeah.
cannot deny that he pushes technology forward so that other filmmakers can make even better films. I will say that about old JC.
Yeah. Tip of the cap to ILM as well.
Oh yeah, tip of the horn.
Yeah. So there we go. That's it for my list.
That's it for yours. I have one last honorable mention, and I know it's gone down in history as one of the worst films ever made. I personally don't give a fuck. I watched it when I was young and I fell in love with it. The humor just hit me. I thought it was brilliant. It stars a very young Tim Robbins and Marty's mom, Leah Thompson.
Mm.
It is the George Lucas directed Howard the Duck. I absolutely love this film. It is so nostalgic for me. I don't care if it's crap, and a lot of it doesn't make sense. It's a duck running around in the human world. Sometimes you need just that film the way you switch your brain off and you just enjoy the fucking ride. And I love it. I absolutely love it. And the end theme song, I still listen to it even now.
Yeah.
Howard the Duck. Yeah, check it out. It's on YouTube. It's a catchy fucking hook. You'll be humming it. Trust me.
Very early MCU film.
I mean, kind of, I guess.
No, How the Duck's Marvel.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, he could be part of the MCU.
Yeah, good.
Well, they have kind of brought him into it now with Seth Green voicing him, but I want to see OG Howard. I want to see OG Howard.
See?
Seth Green ain't my duck.
No love for Seth.
I'm getting all street up in here.
You're fucking sassy.
That CGI abomination ain't my fucking duck, I can tell you that.
All street? All street?
That's street as I can get in it, man.
What? You mean full of potholes?
Yeah. Well, that's Hollywood in general, isn't it?
No, that's plot holes.
Anyway, so yeah, that's our 80s sci-fi picks, everyone.
There you go. Stick a fork in it. Sci-fi's done.
Yep. Shall we tell the viewers which little 80s tidbit we have coming up next in the 4-part trilogy?
Oh, could do. Or we could leave them hanging.
Fuck it, leave them hanging.
Yeah.
Leave them wanting more. That's the number one rule in show business. Always leave them wanting a little bit more.
Ooh. There you go.
I think that's a good night from us, then, isn't it?
Could be, yeah. I believe so. So, folks, as we approach the end of another episode, all I can say is drink the wine, live the life, love the love, and take care of yourselves.
And remember, can't be good. Be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get sadistic.
Get sadistic.
See you all next week, everybody. Bye.
It is.
We have such sights to show you. Weep cry now, weep pity bomb.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are. Once again, it's Wednesday night. You know what that means. Hun Ya Geek showing. And with me.
Whoop, whoop.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Dance, monkey, dance. Ooh, ooh.
Ooh, ooh. That's enough of that.
Yeah, that's enough of that. We're not American. Let's crack on, shall we?
Let's crack on instead of cracking off. Let's go.
Exactly. Well, I cracked one off the other day and it was fucking marvelous. Anywho, enough of that.
Yeah.
With me as ever, she can do the hully dully. She can do the hully gully. She can imitate Vince Scully. I'll never understand her fully. It is Miss Violet Impulse, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, my sweet tortured souls, and welcome to another 80s-tastic episode of Hun Ya Geek is showing. We are rocking this 80s train right the way through to Bristol.
Do we have to?
I mean,
You've been to fucking Bristol. I have.
I have family down that way.
Exactly. Let's go somewhere else.
Says it all, really, doesn't it? Anyway, how are you guys?
Good mate. Yeah, can't complain.
I mean, you could complain, but nobody would listen.
Nah, no
That's what I oftenly say when people say, oh, I can't complain. Yeah, no one would listen, even if you did.
Nah, true. How are you? You all right?
I'm very good. I'm recovering from a little bit of a sore throat because your demon queen over here went to see her favorite band on Tuesday night at the O2 Institute,
Oh,
Birmingham.
I didn't know the village people were still going.
Pardon?
I didn't know the village people were still going.
I went to see Skinned and I picked up a piece of memorabilia that I absolutely freaking adore. It is my skin dolly. I am so happy to have this.
She got that dolly.
So yeah, more in-depth look at her later on in the new year on the channel with possibly a new show coming on.
You'd like to have an in-depth look at her.
Oh, you.
You're not denying it.
Bill Clinton. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Yeah.
Continuing. How are you?
Yeah, man. I'm saying.
Good.
I've been sipping on homemade plum wine.
Oh, guy loves his plums.
Fucking right, I do. So does the adjudicator.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's gone.
Too much drink, you prick. I don't like drinking in that way. Right, now that I've survived.
Yeah, we better crack on with the show. Have we got any of those there shout outs?
We do have a couple of shouty outs. We have Invisagaz first.
Yeah.
I'm on the wrong page again, typical me. Oh no, sorry. First up is actually a movie from our wonderful supporter over at the Retro Movie Zone, Mr. Tony Harris, son of the Pertwee. We love you, Tony. Mwah, mwah, mwah. And he goes on to say, cracking episode, folks. Really enjoyed the pick 5 format. I think this is kind of, we're hitting our rhythm here with these pick 5 things. Like, it seems to work on a lot of these episodes. Tangent alert, people. But I don't think when we're doing our subject videos like we do when we're going to do the Stephen King one, the Mad Max one, that kind of thing, I think it'd be, if we do the top 5 picks in that, would be top 5 favorite scenes or 5 favorite moments. Possibly we haven't got there yet. But yeah, anyway, great choices too. As always, you've given me something to talk about on next week's Saturday movie and TV zone. Keep up the excellent work and the trolls. Look forward to the next episode. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Thank you, Tony. You are an absolute legend around here. Mainly
He's a legend.
Talking about your dad.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Up next, we have the guy over from Twitter, the Gazman, Invisagaz with, hi, fuck off.
See? Fucking told you. Told you to take the fuck off.
And here's what got you guys debating up an absolute storm in the comments. So I'm not going to read it all. People who want to find out, go over to the comment section, check it out yourself. It's World War Doctor Who over there. But Gaz goes on to say here, didn't like Doctor Who 60th. I thought it was terribly written. RTD undid one of the best modern Who stories to give us tripe. Sorry, laughing emoji. Great picks again this week. Everyone a banger. I haven't seen Runaway, though, so we'll have to check it out. Cheers, guy. Here's some of my sci-fis. Here's some sci-fis from me. Hopefully you haven't seen them. And we have the Ice Pirates. I've not seen. Have you?
No,
Outlander.
no.
I think I've seen that. It's on my I think I may have seen it pile. Galaxy of Terror. Yes, I've seen Galaxy of Terror because it's infamously a Roger Corman film and it's dubbed the $2 million alien ripoff. And the set design on that film was done by a young JC, and it helped get him the job doing aliens. So,
Yeah.
roundabouts. Eliminators. I have seen it, but not since I was like
Yeah.
high to a dwarf. You know, I was very, very young when I saw it. Probably
Yeah,
too
you're
young
not.
to be watching that kind of thing.
Yeah, you're not that much taller now.
I stand a total of 5'11" without heels. Thank you.
On tiptoes.
I'm not going to make a fat joke. I'm going to refrain from it.
Yeah, you better not, Hornhead.
And the last one, TerraVision. I have seen TerraVision, but again, not for a very long time. Like,
I've seen TerraVision live a few times.
not the
Oh.
band, not the band.
Oh.
But I have seen TerraVision, but not for a very, very. I mean, I think I was maybe 11 or 12 when I watched it. So yeah, not seen it in a very long time. And my honorable mentions this week, because everyone probably seen these: Battle Beyond the Stars, yes; Krull, yes; and
Yeah.
Transformers the movie. No, I've not seen that at all.
Never heard of it.
Didn't interest me, that one. You know, couldn't keep a straight face on. I'm sorry. Keep up the great work. You keep making them, and I'll keep watching them. Love you both. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Love much. Back to you, guys.
Yeah. And I've got to say, I've been watching some of Gaz's videos over on his channel, and they're really rather good.
Ooh.
So if you like, you know, your Transformers and your Warhammer 40K, get over there.
Go check it out. And yeah, and then a lot of the rest of the comments that I'm scrolling through here are between you and him and the little debate you had about Doctor Who. Then we get to the man, the myth, the beard, the ginger one, Mr. JK47, Ninja JK. Whoop, whoop. We love JK over here.
I've got to stop doing this dance because it looks like I'm just wanking off giants.
Whatever floats your boat, and you know, from what I've heard with their loads, they can.
I know. Oh, fucking hell.
Right. Yes. JK's comment here, Brian Yuzna. Now, I talked about this last week that I could not think of the film. And for the rest of the week, I couldn't until JK made his comment.
Oh, JK to the rescue.
And the second film he mentioned, my brain went, that was it. He goes here to list some of his films. Bride of Reanimator, amazing sequel. Society, that was the one I was thinking of because there's a scene in it. I don't know if you've ever seen it, so I don't want to spoil it too much. But there's this one scene where this amorphous body thing is going around, and you've got somebody's face coming out of somebody else's backside. It is body horror to the extreme. Trust me, if you like weird, wacky films that parody the rich, go and check that film out.
That sounds like my workplace on a daily basis.
He also goes on to say Silent Night, Deadly Night 4, and many more. Yes, but like I said, as soon as I saw Society, I was like, that's the one I was thinking of. I couldn't think what it was called. So thank you so much for clearing my brain up. You cleared space in my mental locker. Thank you. I am sure I have seen Bad Biology, but I will have to refresh my memory. We'll talk about that later then once you've given it a rewatch. I didn't mind Jodie Whittaker's version of the Doctor, but I really enjoyed Sacha Dhawan. Is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah.
As the Master. 80s sci-fi, grew up on that, and there are so many great ones to choose from. Great choices from you all, especially Spaceballs. Absolutely love that film and hits all the right notes. And then we go on to his choices. We have here for my choices with an honorable mention to Weird Science. I nearly picked Weird Science.
Oh, Kelly LeBrock.
I know, I know. Whew. Whew. Do you know what though is weird for me? It's not the looks that do it, it's her voice.
I think that's a bit of both for me.
As soon as I hear her voice, I'm just like, ah, pass me a tea towel. I need to wipe up. Sorry. Sorry.
Detail.
Sorry.
Illusions of grandeur.
There are so many to choose from, but to narrow it down to The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension. Again, nearly chose that one.
Yep.
RoboCop, love it. Dune, I think Dune may get its own episode, but for me, I'd focus more on the book because the book is superior to the films.
And for that one, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a guest host because I'll be unavailable.
The Last
Just saying.
Starfighter, that one is a really good one. The guy plays the video games and then ends up getting taken into he finds out it's a training simulator thing for an actual galactic war.
Yes.
Very good film. Only seen it a handful of times, but every time I've watched it, I've loved like the creature effects and the special effects. It's just quintessential 80s.
Yes.
Aliens. Yeah, and it ends with Aliens. Great episode. Thank you so much, JK. And again, you and Gaz got chatting up a storm in the comments there. So much love to all. And I do believe that is it for the shout outs for last week's episode.
Mint. Okay, and it's time to get on to what you've been watching, mate.
What have I been watching? Well, not much. I got through Bones. I finally finished Bones. Loved Bones. What I have been watching in the time when I have had free time to watch is I'm going back to a series I discovered, I want to say about 6, maybe 7 years ago on the Sci-Fi Channel. It's a program called Siren, and it's about mermaids in a coastal town.
Right.
It only ran for 3 seasons, and when it was on the Sci-Fi Channel, I only got through a season and a half.
Sorry, I've got something in my eye. Carry on.
I missed the whole end of it and everything. So I've now started a series rewatch on that, kind of refreshing my memory with bits that I can remember from it. And I've got to say, its production values let it down a little bit in the first season, but the story is there. So you can kind of overlook some wonky CG and some questionable set design. But other than that, I'm enjoying it. It's about mermaids in the real world, you know, what they would really be like, and it's quite interesting. Quite interesting. So on Disney Plus, check it out. Recommendation from me.
Oh, it's on Disney Plus.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Oh, I'll have a look.
Even if you just watch one episode, no, it's not for me. At least give it a try. What you been watching then, guy?
More MasterChef Professionals. I know it's not geeky, folks, but you know I do watch some stuff that isn't geeky.
Or Doctor Who.
Or Doctor, yeah, or Star Wars, you know, or just I do have some non-geeky traits. I'm sorry, but I do. There, I said it. I feel better. I came out.
Not all of us are 100% geeky. It's perfectly fine.
What else have I been watching? Oh man, I saw the trailer for season 4 of The Boys. Oh my God, it was fabulous.
Speaking of trailers, I watched the trailer for Mad Max Furiosa.
Oh, I've not seen that yet, so spoil it for me.
I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful. No, I'm not going to say anything I saw. All I'm going to say is that it does look good.
Okay.
So, yeah, you have to check out the trailer for that one. It does look good.
Well, let's hope it's better than Fury Road.
I liked Fury Road. In fact, we'll talk about this in the Mad Max episode, folks. But for me, it goes 1, 2, Fury Road, 3. I wasn't overly keen on number 3.
Those fighting words.
coming
So
in
you know.
for Mad Max. Impulse versus Random. Who wins?
I'm a dirty fighter. Just saying. Just saying. Of course, I also watched Doctor.
Doctor Who, Doctor Who.
Okay, go on, carry on. Let's hear more of that.
No, no, it's just Doctor Who, Doctor Who. Wasn't there a song like
Doctor
that?
Who,
Doctor
hey, Doctor, Doctor
That's what my
Who,
brain was
hey.
channeling. That's what my brain was channeling. It was a message from Tony's dad up in the TARDIS somewhere.
Mm.
Anyway,
But,
continuing. What was
but yeah,
what was this episode like? Did you enjoy it?
I did actually. It's had a rate out slating from the fan base, but I actually enjoyed it because it reminded me of episodes like Midnight and stuff from the classic era. It was very sort of very much a bottle episode, but you know, they had a load of fucking shooty explosions and big stuff last week, and of course next week they will as well. So
You gotta
yeah, they're getting extra money
out
from Disney
sometimes.
Plus, but it's still a finite amount of money.
Yeah, and you do need to kind of focus it down a little bit when you've had such a heavy action thing. You need to let things settle and let things breathe a little bit before you go on to the next big action episode. So,
Mm.
I mean, again, I've not watched them. I don't have access to BBC because I refuse to pay a TV license. But
I'm saying that in public. So,
anyway, but yeah. So I'd like to catch up with it at some point. I'll probably wait for like a DVD box set or something, knowing me,
mm.
or wait until someone's watching it around their house and I can be like, I'll watch it. So yeah, but as long as you enjoyed it, that's the main thing. And
I did.
I say this about a lot of fandoms, right? Just because X, Y, and Z didn't fucking enjoy it doesn't mean you can't. If you enjoy it, don't be a sheep and go with the crowd. If you enjoy it, enjoy
Yeah,
it. You know,
I
I'm one of
agree.
the few people that actually enjoys ABPR. As bad as that film is, there's moments on it where I actually do enjoy it.
Mm.
Not the whole thing, but there are moments where I'm like, I love this film. Just because it did that one thing, I love this film.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, moving on. What is tonight's
Mm.
subject,
Well, we have once again filled up the time machine with 4-star. It's a cheap time machine, folks.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's made
Just
out of an old Ford Escort and a couple of beer cans.
yeah, because
Powered by wishes.
we're poor motherfuckers. So yeah, so the time travel's ready. We're back to the 80s once again for shooty, shooty, bang, bang. It's action time, folks.
These action films. Up in here with Miss Violet and the Random Man.
Do you want to go first?
Oh, I suppose I can go first. Ladies first, after all.
Where?
Right. My
She's
first.
no lady. She's my wife. Oh, good shit. The look I just got.
Settle it down. Right. My first pick may be a controversial one, but my
Oh,
first pick is the journey of Jacob and Eli Blue to save their orphanage home. It is the Blues Brothers.
Jacob and Eli Blue.
Wasn't that their names?
No, Jake and Elwood Blues.
Elwood, that was it. I've not seen
Not
it in
blue.
years. I've not
Not
seen it in
blue.
years.
Blues.
Blues Brothers. Anyway, the Blues
Oh,
Brothers is
getting
my
Blues
first pick.
Brothers wrong.
I'm not in a
Don't
good
make me
state
give
of
you a hard.
mind right now.
Don't make me give you a hard stare.
It's been a long day. My brain is slightly foggy. Yes. Anyway, the Blues Brothers is my first pick. Now, it may be controversial, but again, we sort of discussed this before we started recording, is that there's a lot of overlap in 80s films because half of the stuff that I picked for last week's episode was on the list for this week's episode when I was doing my online research. And I'm like, that's horror, that's action, that's sci-fi, that's horror, sci-fi, stuff. So there was a lot of
Yeah.
blending of the genres, and this may be more comedy, but I mean that car chase at the end. Oh my good God, is that and what? Even nowadays, if you want to know how to do a modern day car chase scene, watch that
Yep.
film.
Yeah.
Honestly, watch that film. The soundtrack is freaking phenomenal.
Mm.
Dan Aykroyd and
John
John
Belushi.
Belushi at their absolute comedy best. They were just coming out of Saturday Night Live at the time, weren't they?
Yeah, I think they done. Well, John Belushi had definitely done Animal House.
Yeah.
Um,
So,
yeah. Actually, this might be their first feature. I'm not sure.
not 100% on that fact, folks.
No.
If I'll check the facts later, and if I find it out, I'll put it across the bottom of the screen for you. But yeah, that is my first pick. Blues Brothers, absolutely amazing film, amazing car chase, amazing soundtrack.
I
Guy,
think you gotta. Yeah, well, I think you got to be amazed at the performance of John Belushi because apparently he spent most of his off time in his trailer doing speedballs. So,
yeah. Unfortunately, John Belushi, he was infamous back then for being a bit of a
speedballs ain't no fucking joke.
yeah, he was a substance's best friend. Let's put it that way.
He was his fucking dealer's best friend too.
But it was the 80s, so
Yeah.
excess was kind of the theme of the decade. If you're gonna do
Mm.
it, go all in and do it.
It's a quintessential 80s film for me. I just love the bones of it. I didn't pick it, so I don't actually consider it an action film. I consider it more of a musical comedy.
Exactly, but like I
So
said,
that's
there's a
why I
lot of
didn't.
bleed over. There's a
Yeah.
lot of bleed over. I primarily picked it because I was thinking about it. I was like, yeah, it is a musical comedy kind of film, but that car chase at the end of the film is kind of
Mm.
it's
Well, the
historical for how
stunts
good
all
it
the way
is.
through it.
Pardon?
The stunts all the way through it.
Well, yeah, exactly. So I was like, it kind of is to a certain extent, but again, there's so much overlap in
Mm.
the 80s with genres kind of mixing slightly with each other. I mean, RoboCop, Terminator, is it action
Yeah.
horror? Is it? But yeah, that's why I picked it purely for that final chase sequence. Just
Mm.
I think of good action chase sequences. It's that Bullet and The Rock for me
Mm.
in
Yeah.
brilliantly done car chases. But anyway, that will move us on to your first pick, Guy.
Okay, then we're going to go to 1981.
Oh, just to comment as well, that came out in 1980.
I know.
I've got the date there, I just didn't read it out. I'm having a go at myself. Shut up. Carry on. Your first pick.
So yes, 1981, two young independent filmmakers wanted to work together. And so they had a creative baby called Indiana Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, it is Raiders of the Lost Ark.
I was going to pick that one, but I had a feeling that you would, so I didn't.
Fucking right, I would.
Yeah,
What can we say, folks?
in
Raiders.
a franchise that is still growing. Well, I say going strong. It's still going. I mean, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull wasn't exactly great.
You know what? I actually liked it. It's one of those, it's a bit controversial to say it, but
Again,
is it as good as the first three? No, but I still liked it. I still enjoyed it.
again, much like AVPR, there's moments that I liked and there's moments that I didn't. And the bit at the end with the CGI alien just it switched me off right at the end. And that's the last thing that a film should do on its final, little reveal moment. It should not make you go, "Oh, fuck off." It really shouldn't. Aliens, like, really. But yeah, I've not seen Dial of Destiny, so I can't comment on that. But
Neither have I, but 15th,
yes,
it
it's
will
coming to Disney
come
Plus.
to Disney Plus.
Yes,
So
so we'll watch that and check it out.
I think I'm not going to say too much about this because I believe that in season 4 we need an Indiana Jones.
I fully agree with you. See, this is what we do when we get towards the end of the series, folks. We come up with movies and we're like, well, considering how long it's been around, it kind of needs its own episode. So we end up moving it into the next season. So yeah, Indiana Jones, the whole lot we will definitely cover in
Yeah,
season
because by
4.
then we'll have seen Dial of Destiny.
Exactly, so we can give a complete overview of the whole franchise as is. And also we can talk about some action figures because Hasbro have released a range of Indiana Jones action figures
Oh,
in their Marvel Legends scale. Yep. And they're in the Marvel Legends scale, so you could always have Indy versus Spider-Man. If you want to mix and match your toy displays like I tend to do sometimes.
Well, you cross the streams.
Oh, I always do. Right then, I guess that moves us on to my next pick then.
Yep.
Right, well, I'm going to go for this one. We're jumping forward to 1982.
Oh,
And he didn't draw First Blood. They did. I am, of course, talking Rambo.
the the last time that we did a run through the 80s, you picked Rambo.
Did I pick Rambo? Okay, then. Shit. I should have checked. Right.
Like I did today. I watched the episode back, so I wouldn't pick the same
well,
thing.
I'm gonna pinch one of my honorable mentions in place of this one. And I'm gonna go with pardon?
Nothing, just having a little word with the
Anyway,
increasing.
Picking one from my honorable mentions and putting it in place of this one then, because I didn't realize, is one of my childhood favorites because I had a thing about dogs when I was younger. It is a film starring Jim Belushi. Don't you start. It's a film starring Jim Belushi, not John Belushi. And it's a film called Canine, and it's about a policeman and his police dog. Much in the vein of Turner and Hooch, if you've ever seen that.
Yeah.
It's much in the. Have you seen Canine?
Yeah.
I like it. Okay, well, moving on to your next pick then.
Don't like Alsatians.
I like that film. I thought it was a cutesy, actiony kind of film where he hates the dog at first, but then comes to love the dog. And I still remember to this day the name of the dog. It was Jerry Lee, and he used to like eating chili, and he stunk the place out with farts. So maybe that's why it stuck with me, because...
I saw the film, but I got mauled in the face by an Alsatian when I was a kid. I've never liked them since.
Ah, fair enough then. Fair enough then. But
I don't like Alsatians.
I love that film. If people want to go and check that one out, it is worth watching. They did do a sequel many, many years later.
I don't like Jim Belushi.
He's an acquired taste, like Marmite.
I don't like that either.
Exactly. But yeah, okay, then quickly moving on to your next pick then, seeing as I picked one that I'd already picked and one you didn't like. So let's move on to the next one.
Yes. Okay. We'll stick in 82. This is a film which I fucking loved. It's called 48 Hours.
With
Starring
Richard Dreyfuss and Eddie Murphy, is it? Is it Richard Dreyfuss?
Nolte.
Nick Nolte. Which one am I thinking of with Richard Dreyfuss and Eddie Murphy then?
I don't know. I don't think they've ever done a film together.
They have.
Have they?
Yes.
Oh, we have word from the adjudicator.
Was that Stakeout? Was that one Stakeout?
Could have been. Could have been.
That I'm confusing the two. Yeah.
No, it wasn't Stakeout. Could we have a Google? Thank you. I'm getting a Google.
Please, viewers, bear with us while the adjudicator double checks our lack of fact checking.
This is why we have the adjudicator, folks.
Yeah.
She'll never appear on screen because she won't, because she's poo-faced. But even though I love her dearly, she won't appear on my podcast.
But anyway, while the adjudicator is checking, talk us through 48 hours.
Focus through it.
Focus, yeah. Talk us through it.
Oh, fuck you all. So yeah, Nick Nolte is a hard-bitten 80s detective, and has of course got to track down some escaped prisoners, and he drags Eddie Murphy out of prison because he knows him. He can get him. He's a clever old bastard, is Eddie Murphy, and hijinks occur from there, folks. It's bloody great. It's directed by one of my favorite directors, Walter Hill, who did some absolute classics in the 80s. And action, wisecracks, comedy, got the lot, brilliant soundtrack, and Billy from Predators in it.
Oh, Sonny
Sonny
Landham.
Landham. Yes.
God rest his soul. Went up against a predator with a machete and still died.
Hold on, is the Harlem Nights was
That
Richard
was-
Dreyfuss
That's
and
what I
Eddie
was
Murphy.
thinking of. Anyway,
Thank you.
there we go.
Thank you to the adjudicator.
Confusion cleared up. Thank you so much, adjudicator.
Oh, hold on. Oh, not Richard Dreyfuss, not Dreyfuss. That was Richard Pryor. Oh,
Oh.
all right. We're totally lost then, folks. I'll be honest.
We'll continue anyway. Moving on.
Yes, it doesn't matter. No, it's a fucking great film. Action and wisecracks and comedy and shooty violence. Fucking great. You can't go wrong. If you've not seen it, for fuck's sake, watch it. Because they did a sequel as well called Another 48 Hours, and
Yes.
it was good.
I've
It's a good
seen,
sequel.
oddly enough, I've actually seen the second one more than I've seen the first one. Don't know why that is. The second one seems to get shown more than the first one does. I don't know why. But
Yeah, I don't know.
when I've been flicking through TV programs and stuff, and I've seen it's always been
No, you're not wrong.
and I don't know why. Bloody sequel favoritism. Right then, on to my next pick.
Yes.
Okie dokie. And I'm going to go with that cockroach, Tony Montana, played brilliantly by Al Pacino.
Oh.
Scarface. Now, this film just captured everything about the 80s. The 80s is dripping off this film. Like, it's one of those films when as soon as you start watching it, you know exactly when it's set.
Yes.
You know exactly which decade it's from.
Just like Miami Vice.
Yeah. You know, mountains of cocaine, the quotable lines from it, say hello to my little friend, and all that, you know, and the stuff with the chainsaw. It was parodied to absolute death.
Oh my God, wasn't it just?
In games like Grand Theft Auto Vice City. It even got a video game sequel, Scarface, The World Is Yours, where you play.
I didn't know that.
It basically spins off of the idea of what if he'd survived the end of the film.
Right.
Yeah, if you've never played it, if you've got a working PS2, get hold of it because it is pretty good. It's a little bit GTA, but there are a few mechanics in there that separate it away from GTA and make it its own thing.
Oh yes, we need to talk about that in a bit.
Right, in a bit, yeah. Mental note. But yeah, Scarface was my pick, and that was released in '83, a year before I even existed. So
there you go. You were spunk.
I was.
So there you go. Well,
Your next pick.
Well, that's spunky. You're right, dear. Okay. So then, folks, right, for my third pick, we're having a twofer, ladies and gentlemen. The years 1981 and 84, respectively. Are you all right now?
I'm good. Continue.
You sure?
Yeah.
Well, there's Spunky Brewster. Oh, I got it with that one.
Keep going. Please continue.
God. You're making me go.
I'm sorry, folks. We kind of had a few libations before recording tonight, so neither of us are kind of on top form. It's nearly Christmas. I mean, we're getting in the spirit of things over here, you know. Don't
I've
shoot us.
got to get shit faced. I've got a really crap job, so I've got to face it. So
Exactly. Anyway, your next pick, guy.
yes. Excuse me, folks. So yes, 1981 and 1984, respectively. We are talking about the Cannonball Run 1 and 2.
I was gonna put the first one on my list, but I was like, I like the first one and the second together, so I decided not to. But if you're gonna double up it, then fair play.
I'm going to make it large,
Oh yeah,
just like Dom DeLuise.
yeah. It's only an extra 50p.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, come on, folks, you've all seen this, surely.
Oh yeah, I've seen it multiple times. It was one of those films that oftenly got showed on ITV on like a Sunday afternoon. And
Yeah,
because
cut to absolute fuck. But
oh
yeah,
yeah, yeah. But because those were the only afternoons of the week my dad had off, we would sit and watch TV together. And 9 times out of 10, we would watch films like Cannonball Run, Smokey and the Bandit, Any Which Way But Loose with Eastwood
yeah.
and Clyde, the orangutan. I love growing up. I loved that orangutan. I absolutely yeah, yeah. I love that orangutan. But
Bet that monkey was on coke.
probably,
Fucking coked up monkey. I mean, because I think it's the same one in Cannonball Run 1 and 2. I think it's the same.
quite possibly, yeah, yeah.
He starts beating that geezer up, doesn't he, in Cannonball Run 2? And it's
Yeah, Cannonball, the
nice
first.
coked up monkey.
Well, it was the 80s. I mean, you know, why not? But yeah, definitely check those two films out, even with
Yeah.
Monkey.
Oh, yeah, especially when he's picking up the phone and going,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Or when he gets into bed with his mother and leans over.
yeah.
Love
But
those films.
they're fucking brilliant. It's like, what's it? You got Ricardo Montalban in the second one. He just gets Jamie Farr by the nose. He's like, doing that to him. You do that sound effect, he's like, wow. He's like, wow. He gets me every time.
Yeah, Cannonball Run. Definitely check it out, even with a coked up monkey. You know, just oh, that orangutan's going ape. Did you just species him?
But no, I mean, I can't say the good things. It's so funny.
Oh, fucking yeah, very, very good film. Oh, right. My next pick. Fucking calm down and stop laughing long enough. Oh, oh, I
Oh,
think we might need to take a 5 minute break in a minute, guys. I think we might. Anyway, my next pick. I'm just gonna. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm going to pause recording for 2 minutes. We'll be right back. We will be right back. I promise. And we're back. Sorry about that, everyone.
hello.
Once corpsing happens, it rolls down
Yeah.
the hill, you know. So we got a little off track there, but we're back. We've calmed down. We're back. Moving on with my next pick for classic 80s action, I'm going to go with Connor McLeod from the Clan McLeod, with Sean Connery playing a Spanish Egyptian. It is, of course, Highlander.
Oh, yes.
Absolute fucking love this film.
Yes. Yes. I love the film.
But you love the soundtrack more?
I love the soundtrack.
Yes.
I love the film. I love the TV series.
I did watch some of that, and I liked what I did see of it.
I watched all of bit.
Oh, I bet you did. I saw the made for TV movies that kind of tied the films to the show because it had both the characters in it.
Yeah.
So I did watch a couple of those. I think the one I watched was the last one that I watched was Highlander Endgame, I do believe. It was the
Yeah.
last one that Christopher Lambert was in.
Yes.
God bless him, brilliant actor. Absolutely love him. But yeah, if
Well,
you've not,
shout out for Aidan Paul as well.
oh yeah, shout out to him as well. If you've not seen Highlander, why haven't you seen Highlander? That's all I can really
Yeah.
say about it. Hello, Gizmo.
Yeah, you fucking cunts. Watch Highlander.
Yeah, go and watch Highlander. Go and enjoy the classic 80s action that it is. For me, my favorite character in it is the Kurgan, played brilliantly by Clancy Brown, who is
Yeah.
kind of my. I know he's a little bit older than me, but he's kind of a celebrity crush of mine. I just love that voice of his. He's voiced so many characters, including Mr. Krabs in SpongeBob
yeah.
SquarePants. Clancy Brown, I love you.
Shout out for the clans.
Oh yeah, but yeah, go check out Highlander. Amazing film, soundtrack, score, everything.
Could be another.
Maybe we'll put that on the maybe pile. Put that on the maybe pile. We've got a pile of definites. We've got a pile of maybes. That one can go on the maybe pile because, as great as it is, it's only really the first one that's any good. The second one's. The third and yeah, maybe we'll consider it. We'll talk about this later behind the camera. Don't you start. Right, quickly moving on. Your next pick, random man.
Right. Okay. Fast forward. 1985.
Flash forward.
Flaccid forward.
Well, I mean, if you're swinging that way.
Low and lazy.
And his paws are hung low. Sorry. Sorry.
Bit of racism there, ladies and gentlemen.
Borderline, that one. That's borderline. Anyway, continuing.
Yes. So, American Ninja.
I did see that one.
Hooray.
Not one of my favorites. Not one of my favorites, but still a good action film. Still a good action film.
It's got ninjas.
I didn't love it, but I didn't hate it. I'll say that about it. I didn't love it, but I didn't hate it.
Well, I loved it. So,
there we go.
Yes, some of the acting is a bit shonky. Some of the dialogue's a bit shonky. But there is action aplenty and beeping over at your side.
Sorry, it was a Facebook notification from Tony.
Hey, Tone.
Thanks, Tone.
Thanks, Tone. Cheers for interrupting. Yep. But no, it's one of them things. I saw the trailer for it back in the 80s when I was a wee lad, and I was like, oh, ninjas. Oh.
I think I watched it.
Cool looking black dude with a fucking great afro. I was like, oh yeah, I'm that.
I think I may have watched it when I was doing my whole I Love Ninjas thing, thanks to Ninja Turtles when I was younger. So that's probably what drew me to it. Is the fact that, oh, it's ninjas, you know, like the turtles. But I can't remember too much about it. And like I said, I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. It was a good action film, but I've seen better. That's all I'm saying. I've seen better. That's all I'm saying. Okay, then.
And bags.
Continuing. My pick now?
Yeah, go on.
Right, for my last pick, and this is probably another one that's going to raise a couple of eyebrows because it is definitely more comedy. Definitely more comedy. But before she was a nun, before she was a psychic helping Sam Wheat reconnect with Demi Moore, Whoopi Goldberg starred in Jumpin' Jack Flash.
Oh, yeah.
I love this film.
Great film. Great film.
This film. Whoopi Goldberg at her comedy best, in my opinion. You know, I mean, okay, time's gone on. Whoopi's got older, as have we all. And, you know, but when you go back to the very beginning of her career with things like this,
Mm.
See instantaneously just how quick and how funny she really, really is. And I love the film. I love the soundtrack, the fact that it uses Jumping Jack Flash by the Rolling Stones. The bit where
Mm.
she's in her apartment wearing the penguin slippers trying to decipher the lyrics and dancing along to it.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite, absolute favorite things. And it's kind of a spy thriller, but
Yeah.
also a comedy. So again, blending of the genres, and that's why I love this film because it's a bit action, it's a bit comedy, it's a bit spy espionage type stuff. You know, very early use of like chatting via computers and things like that. Because I mean, this was
Yeah.
86. This was 1986. You know, chat rooms and the internet was still kind of a long way off at that point. So it was,
Yeah, it was. It really was.
you know, it pushed the boundary of what computers were capable of doing, kind of. So
Mm.
yeah, and I love it for that very reason. So if you've not seen it, go check it out. Jumping Jack Flash, Whoopi Goldberg, 1986.
Marvelous. Marvelous.
Marvelous, dear.
All right. So it's my turn. It's my last choice.
Your final choice.
Could we go to the 80s action without a little bit of Sly?
Oh,
Of course we couldn't.
yeah, get the sly one in.
Get a Sly one in indeed. 1986 as you were there.
Mm-hmm.
We'll stay there.
We'll stay in the 86. It's a good year.
Cobra.
Oh, yes. Cobra. I remember that, oddly enough, more for an advert that you used to show on Sky Movies way, way, way back in when Sky was like an early thing.
Mm.
And the narrator was just so over the top, so full on with it. Coming to Sky Movies this Saturday at 8 p.m. You know, full on like arena
Oh,
announcer type voice for it.
we should have had a coked up monkey doing that instead.
And whenever the guy said Cobra, it would actually flash up the Cobra thing on his gun.
Yeah, the Cobra head.
Yeah, it would flash that up every time it said Cobra. This Saturday, Cobra with the fucking gun right in the camera. It was just like, okay, we get it. It's a guy who's got a Cobra on his gun. Thank you. I'm already interested.
Mm. It's a great film.
Brilliant, brilliant action film. Brilliant.
Have you, if you've not seen it, but basically the idea of the film is that there is this sort of new Darwinism sort of cult going around LA, killing the weak so the strong survive.
Yeah.
And Sly stars as Marion Cobretti, who is a part of the LAPD's zombie squad,
as they call
because
it.
they get the shit that no one else wants to do. And he's tasked with he's given the task of stopping them, because they're all out to kill Brigitte Nielsen, who witnessed them killing somebody else. And Brigitte Nielsen, looking at one of the hottest.
Very good film. Very good film. Recommendations all round, guys.
Yeah, it has got everything you need. It's got funnies. It's got Sly. It's got action. All of the main baddie has been in all sorts of things. Brian Thompson, he's been in loads of Star Trek. He's been in all sorts of things. He's got that quintessential bad guy face.
Oh yeah, yeah. Some actors just do though, don't they? No matter what role they play, they're going to turn out to be the villain at the end.
Yeah.
Even if they're a good guy, they're going to be the villain at the end.
But no, of course, so Cabretti, ends up being the one who has to stop them all. And it's a pretty good film.
Yeah.
It's got one of the nicest cars I've ever seen.
Car.
And it's got a great car chase. It's got shooty bang bang aplenty. It's great. So
definitely. Very high octane action in that film as well.
Yeah, I can't see any of our audience having not seen it.
But if they haven't, go and watch it.
Tony.
You, Tony.
Tony.
Well, then that's it. That's our picks, and it brings us on to our honorable mentions.
Yes, it does.
And I only have one because I had to pinch one from my honorable mentions. And I totally didn't do this intentional, but I've just looked at how I've wrote them down, and I'm like, oh shit, Jim Belushi's in both of these. We're in 1988, and it is Red Heat, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jim Belushi. Now,
Wow.
for an Arnie film, it's very, very good. I mean, he's a Russian policeman in America at pretty much the height of the Cold War.
Mm.
And I still remember that opening scene where he's in is it like the bathhouse in Russia where he picks up the burning hot stone
Yeah.
and he just holds it and holds it and holds it. And it's like, okay, wow. Like, it just hooks you in. It's a brilliant, brilliant film. I can't remember exactly why he was in America. Something to do with a murder, wasn't it? Or drug trafficking?
Think so.
It's been a while since I've watched it, folks. I picked it, like, again, it's an honorable mention because I've not seen it that much. But and the scene I can remember at the end is where Schwarzenegger tells him about an old custom where they swap watches. And he gives him a really expensive Rolex, and in return, he gets a cheap, crappy East German watch. That's the main thing I remember about that film. So maybe go check that one out if you've not seen it.
Oh, it's been so long since I've seen that.
I may have to give it a hunt now. Go see if I can find it.
Yeah.
There we go. Anyway,
Well,
your honorable mentions because you said you
honorable.
had two.
Yeah, I do have two. Sticking with our old pal Arnie, the Running Man.
Oh, Isn't that more sci-fi than again, blending
No.
of the genres, isn't it? It's kind of like, where does it sit? It's set in the future, so it's kind of sci-fi, but it's more action than it is sci-fi. So, I'll allow it. I'll allow it because blending of the genres, it's more action than sci-fi. So I might disqualify this one.
You should allow it. Should allow it.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
You better fucking believe I'll allow it. My show, my channel. Love you, really, guy. You know it. You know I'm only fucking with you.
You wish you were.
Anyway.
But yeah,
Running Man. Brilliant.
The Running Man. Or if it was a carry-on film, because you'd have like the title when you so the Running Man or Carry On Pegging It.
Carry on pegging it. Carry on getting down to the shops for me, love.
Yeah. It's the near future again. Funny how everything in the 80s is the near future.
Oh yeah, violent TV shows have taken over.
Yes, they have indeed, and of course, the Running Man is top of the ratings, but they've peaked and they're not going anywhere. So of course, they need Arnie, don't they? Get those ratings up.
Yep.
But what a film! It's brilliant. It's got everything you want, and it's got.
For some reason, Ventura wearing a very questionable toupee.
Oh, Captain Free! I love that.
It's the toupee that gets me, though. It's very questionable on Jesse Ventura.
Yes, it is. Yes.
I mean, the mustache is one thing, but that little mop he had on was just like, Jesse, what are you doing?
Oh, bless you, Jesse.
Yeah, and then he's kitted out in all the armor crap.
Yeah, fucking hell. Not doing this.
But yeah, brilliant film. Absolutely love it.
I think we need to do a British version though. Are you gonna send down that shoot?
Boris Johnson.
Yeah, send him in. That's it.
Send the whole Tory party one after the other.
Yeah. I'd send Jim Davidson down the chute. Fucking get in there, you cockney prick. Then I'd fucking bring him back. And then I'd send him down the chute again, but I'd fill it with poo.
It really would be in the shit then, wouldn't it?
I'm harsh, but I'm fair, folks. I'm harsh, but I'm fair.
True, it's true. But there, that's no more. Oh, you've got one more, haven't you? Sorry.
I've got one more. The Deadpool.
Oh, Clint
Because we
Eastwood.
gotta have some Clint, haven't we? No,
Yeah, I did look at that one when it was on the list, but I was like, I've seen it maybe twice in my whole life.
oh, that's because you're a Philistine.
No, it's just because I don't own any Clint Eastwood films, unfortunately. Actually, that's a
You
lie.
fucking should.
That's a lie. I think I do have one. The Western, Unforgiven. I think I own that.
So once again, we need a new host. We need a new co-host.
Sorry, I'm letting the side down.
Hornhead gets fired.
Action films aren't really my forte, though. You're the actiony one. I'm the more geeky one. You know, you're not 100% geek, but I'm more geek than you.
Don't be
I make
fucking
my own
dissing
maths
my,
degree
don't be
in
dissing
my
my
spare time.
geek credentials, lady. I'll fucking tell you what. Don't you be dissing my geek.
Okay, then out of the two of us, who has more collectibles?
It doesn't matter about the collectibles.
Ah, geekdom is measured in levels of collectability. Don't worry, yours will increase come Christmas. Oh, he's got a Mando pop. No, that's a Boba Fett. Yeah, Bob A. Feet.
Chewy fucking started. Hornheads get cocky.
You know you love me, really, and this is all just banter. Anyway, yes, Deadpool, not the Marvel comic character, the Deadpool.
The Deadpool, Clint Eastwood, Dirty Harry himself. Oh,
That's a crossover we need. Deadpool in Deadpool.
yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Apart from the fact that Clint stopped acting.
Well, I meant they could take old footage and just splice Ryan Reynolds into it.
Yeah,
Like
okay.
they did with the Wolverine thing at the end of Deadpool 2 when he jumped into Origins.
Mm.
Just splice him in with old footage. They could do it. They could do it. Deep fake it.
Well, they could now, yeah.
All that shit. You know, we could do it. We could do it.
But yeah, basically what happens is celebrities start getting killed,
Yeah.
and a list comes out called The Deadpool, where people bet on which celebrity is going to get offed next.
Yep.
And then, of course, action ensues.
Is
Who's
this
going to stop it?
is
Harry
this,
Callahan's going to stop it.
yeah, Dirty Harry Callahan. Is this the film I'm thinking of where Andrew Robinson played the bad guy? Is it
No.
no, he played the bad guy, is it Scorpius or Scorpio?
Scorpio, that's the first one, Dirty Harry.
Sorry, getting them confused again. Again, not a huge actiony, this kind of action.
I have them all on Blu-ray.
Oh, well, I may have to borrow them and give them a watch then. And while I'm watching those, you can watch the Toxic Avenger films.
Right.
Either
That's
that,
a
or I'll clockwork.
That's a fast swap.
Either that, or I will Clockwork Orange style make you watch Gargoyles non-stop. And pin your eyes open and everything.
I can sleep with my eyes
Yeah, but I bet you can't sleep with your balls attached to a taser.
open. But either way, folks, no, Liam Neeson is the bad guy.
Liam Neeson.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
And it's a very early appearance of Jim Carrey.
Yes, I do remember it for that. Me and my friend were talking about Jim Carrey earlier, and that popped up in conversation.
And a certain rock band called Guns N' Roses.
Oh, I did not know that.
Well, if you fucking bother to watch it, you fucking would.
I've not seen them in many years. I've not watched them all. I don't know which ones I've watched though, because it was usually a case again of my dad watching a film. I happen to be in the front room with him, and I'm like, "Oh, that looks interesting. I'll sit and watch it now."
Well, at least your dad got great taste.
Well, he did. He did have good taste. Anyway,
So that will be it for my. That's that.
yeah.
It's
See,
talking it once again.
I'm keeping mine. You scrunch yours up. I'm keeping mine so that I know for next time.
Wow.
I don't have to do research then. I can just look at what I did last time and go, "Oh yeah, I've already picked that."
Well, as we saw earlier.
Yes, exactly my point. I've learned.
That's us, JB.
Yes. And Smug Twat Award goes to this man right here. I'm going to put that as your nickname. The random Smug Twat.
Fair enough. I'm immune to it. So.
I don't think YouTube would let me get away with that one. Though. I may come up with something. But anyway. So then that's it for tonight's episode. Yeah, I know.
And you chickened out.
Well, I was worried because I've heard there's an algorithm now that if it catches swear words in the first 30 seconds of your video, they tend to get a bit angry about that. So, having Cunty the Monkey Boy be the first thing that appears on screen would not be good.
I'll see.
Yes, they say you are what you eat. I'm a pussy. Thank you very much. That makes you a dick.
I said wussy. Wussy.
Well, I'll eat them too.
You gotta listen.
I will eat the wussies too. With a nice with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
That's something else I watched this week as well. Season 3 of Hannibal.
Any good?
Fucking man. Yeah.
Oh, we've gone back to the beginning of the episode. Fucking hell.
Uh-huh.
We've walked through time, folks.
Circular. Everything's circular.
And on hour 2 of this night's podcast.
I know, right? We're going along, folks.
We are. We're heading off. It's time for medications. It's time for straight jackets, and time for me to get back in my cell.
Fair enough.
They keep a room open for me at Ashwood Asylum. Everybody knows this.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Has Scully got anything to say today?
No, Scully's having a quiet one today.
Well, fuck you then. Don't say anything.
Scully.
Fucking school twat. Not talking to me. Fuck you.
Oh, you made him sad now.
Yeah, well.
Anyway.
Kenneth Williams looking motherfucker.
Anyway. Good night, everybody.
Yes, good night, folks. Good night. It's been a bit of a weird one tonight. We're both fucked.
I don't think we should drink next time we're recording, honestly.
I do.
Well, I think one of us should be the designated recorder then. But anyway, good night, my sweet tortured souls. I have been the wonderful Miss Violet.
And I have been the sense of dread going to season 4. No, I've really been the random man.
So, remember, gotta do the sign out.
Yes, we have.
So remember, everybody, if you can't be good, be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get sadistic. Bye.
And if you can't be fucking good, be random. And if you can't be random, Christ, get yourself to a doctor. Off you go, folks.
Night, everyone.
We have such sights to show you.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Good evening, my sweet tortured souls, and welcome back to the season 3 finale of Hun Ya Geek is showing. Joining me, as always, is the wonderful Random Man,
Hello, everybody.
and joining us for a special episode all the way over from X, Twitter, whatever the fuck you want to call it these days. It's the Gaz Man himself, Invisigaz, down in the bottom box.
Oh no!
Hey,
I love.
Hey, mate.
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, sounds so good.
All good, thank you, honey. Glad to have you back on the show for this season closer.
Oh, fucking hell, he's professional. He's got a fucking pop guard and everything.
Oh yeah.
I
Don't know how
don't
to
need
use any of it. Like,
I ain't even got a microphone.
I've got a pop guard built in, thankfully.
I was
I'm glad I
thinking,
don't think
there's
that.
you can get these little, like a lapel mic.
Mm.
Yeah.
You can get wireless ones. Maybe if you do like a new mask, you can put it inside of the mask.
Good thought.
Hey,
That.
hey, I like that. Maybe I'll get a microphone.
So before we swing into today's wonderful episode, we're going to do the shout outs, and there's only one this week. Surprising.
Guys, why didn't you comment, you bastard?
Do you know?
I
haven't. I haven't actually gotten around to watching the last video yet. I've been absolutely chocker. I was.
Right, well, that's Gaz joining us for the show. Say goodbye, everyone.
Yeah, bit him off.
Yeah, I showed Callie. I've just got a brand new kitten, so she's. Yeah, so new kitten, putting the Christmas decorations up. Plus, I had my nieces staying over. One of them's just turned 4 yesterday, so it's been a big party, and so it's been a bit crazy. We hired these teepees so they could camp out in the living room and watch the TV because we've got a huge TV. So we put Disney cartoons and stuff on the.
Not that kind of TP. Not that kind of TP, JB.
Sorry, couldn't resist.
But anyway, over to shout out from the man, the myth, the beard, Mr. JK47, the Ginger Ninja JK.
JK,
Love you, JK. Need to get you on the show at
JK.
JK has. He says on last week's episode, which was our 80s action movies, he goes on to say, great vid, the 80s were a great time for movies, horror, sci-fi, action, and comedy, and they all seem to blend so well together. Yes, they did. Great choices from you both. Grew up on 80s action, and there really is so many to choose from. And his list, quickly running down, was Commando, Rambo, First Blood Part 2, Die Hard, best Christmas movie ever.
Shut up.
No. Predator and Mad Max 2. Honorable mention to Highlander, Lethal Weapon, Beverly Hills Cop, and so many more. Next time, drink more. No.
Okay.
You don't have to tell guys twice.
Too right, you don't, mate.
You don't have to
Cooking
tell him
in
once.
my veins.
Like I said, you don't need to tell him once, let alone twice. He just points at the bar and he's gone.
Yeah, well, I'll see you then. Turn up. No, you should have seen it last week, mate. It descended into a bit of a clusterfuck.
No, really?
We had to take a 10-minute break at our midpoint because I could not stop laughing. Guy could not stop laughing, and we were just making each other giggle. We were just corpsing back and forth to the point it was like, no, I need to pause this. I need a breather. I'm going to have that attack if I don't stop laughing. So
Yeah, we'd both been imbibing quite a bit before the show. So.
It's nearly Christmas. We were enjoying the season, literally.
That's good stuff.
That homebrew plum wine is just fucking rocket fuel, man.
Oh, yes, you've made your own wine, have you?
No, it's not what I've made. But I do my own, but it's a friend of my father-in-law, and well, a friend of mine as well. Coop, he brews wine, the plum wine off my father-in-law's plum tree. Oh, fuck me.
A rocket fuel, is it?
Oh yeah.
You know, never mind fucking Stella being wife beater. Jesus Christ, I drank all that shit. My wife beat me up.
We do not condone domestic violence around here, but unless it's Guy, then it's pretty much expected.
The adjudicator does keep you in check. Hey, shut up, you.
Moving on with tonight's episode, we'll do this very, very quickly because I've not really been watching much this week because I've been a busy bitch. Guy, what you been watching this week, honey?
Oh, right. Well, this week, wow, what a week it's been. Ooh, the final of MasterChef. Ooh, suit you, sir. Ooh, radiant.
I do love MasterChef because I do love a bit of coq au vin.
Oh, well, so I
If you get what I mean.
yeah, I read it on the bog wall of the wiki. But
Followed by a bit of spotted dick. Ooh, suit you, sir.
Oh, yes. With a fresh green filling at the end.
last night was a good night because I watched the final 60th anniversary Doctor Who, followed by Transformers: Rise of the Beasts.
Ooh.
Want to see that?
It's actually good.
Is it actually good? Okay, that's
Yeah, it's all right.
well, as I said to you when you mentioned you were going to watch it, for me, the only thing that's kind of put me off watching it is some of the character designs. I'm like,
Yeah, I know. I know
but
what you mean.
if the story's good, I can overlook crap character designs.
Yeah, the story's good. Ron Perlman does cracking voice job for fucking Gorilla Boy.
Optimus Primal.
Yeah, thank you. There we go.
Call yourself a Transformers fan.
I never watched Beast Wars.
Yeah, I never caught that. It was a bit after my time.
And I was just sort of like, G1 forever, fuck everything else.
I watched it because it was on Fox Kids and there was nothing else to watch at the time. So.
Oh, fair one. I'll forgive that. But yeah, it's not the worst of the Transformers films.
Good.
Last
night is the worst of the Transformers films to date.
Yes, it is. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
it's a pretty terrible movie.
Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll not spoiler it because I don't. Gaz, have you seen it?
I've not seen the Beast,
Right.
but I saw it last night. Yeah, it was terrible.
Right, I'll not spoil it then. But no, it's worth a look.
Rise of
So
the
if you
Beast,
got-
I do want to give that a watch.
If you
Yeah,
got Paramount Plus, it's on there. So
Right. Okay.
You
No,
don't
I don't have Paramount Plus. I don't have a TV license either. But I've not. But I do watch Doctor Who.
Nice. Dodgy stick for you then, mate.
I haven't watched the last episode of the 60th anniversary.
good.
I have saw images from the show.
Mm.
David Tennant gives birth to Ncuti Gatwa through his penis. So that's a bit weird.
Yeah.
There's no regeneration. So we'll
Yeah.
see.
It is stuff like
Why in my head have I just got sort of a reverse view of that scene from Bruce Almighty, you know, where the monkey comes out of his
Yeah.
butthole?
Yeah, well, Ncuti, the image that I saw, they kind of stood together, joined at the crotch, and Ncuti's got no trousers on.
Yeah.
What's that about?
No, they don't call him David 10-inch for nothing.
Oh,
That's hang on.
Sid. Pete.
for our final episode on YouTube, everybody.
Oh, what? Slanderers calling him David 10-inch. Jesus Christ.
I've been watching. If you haven't seen it, I would recommend it. A show on Netflix called The Fall of the House of Usher.
It's on my list. I was going to watch it at the weekend, but my daughter was here, and after reading a few reviews of it, I was like, maybe not watch that in front of her.
No, yeah. So that's really good.
Cool.
Good. And like I
I'll
said,
check that out.
I've not been watching anything. I've been far too busy with Christmas and sorting out a Christmas party here in the underworld. A lot of people still haven't RSVP'd. You know, we're still waiting to hear on Hitler. Guy always leaves it till the last minute, and you never know whether he's gonna, come from the left or the right. You never know.
Well, that's fucking cunt, isn't it?
But anyway,
moving on with tonight's episode, as I said at the beginning, this is the final part of the 80s 4-part trilogy. I know it doesn't make any sense. Just go with it, okay? Amount of people that go, but if it's 4 parts, it's not a trilogy. Then you don't get the joke.
Yes.
But anyway,
So that
for this episode, we are talking 80s and 90s toy lines that we absolutely loved.
someone's going forward in time.
Little bit. I mean,
Don't mess with the time machine.
you've got to remember that some of us are a little bit younger than others. So we might not have grown
Well,
up.
I'm glad you pointed at Guy then.
We might not have grown up with the same kind of toy lines, though there is some overlap, much like everything with the 80s. So we'll jump straight into it.
You pair of young bastards.
What can I say? But we'll jump straight into it. And I'm going to make my first choice because I know this one was going to come up. So I put it at the top of my list just to get it out of the fucking way. My first pick, originally launched in 1982 by the Hasbro company. We have, of course, those robots in disguise, Transformers.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop. We absolutely love Transformers around here. And look, Guy is getting his Rumble out, who looks like he's ready to crumble because he is so damn old. I'm sure Guy can relate.
Wow.
Original G1 Rumble.
And if we're going to do
Fantastic.
visual aids as well,
Bless him. He's only got one gun.
at hand, he has seen better days. He's missing a few parts. I have my original
Prime Killer.
G1 Rodimus Prime. And he's, like I said, he's falling apart. He's not in great shape, but he's nearly 40 years old, so I can definitely sympathize with the motherfucker. But this was my favorite. It was the one I
Murderer.
played with the most. I don't care if he murdered Prime.
Murderer.
New product had to get sold. Prime had to die for a new one to come along. We've had this debate before on the channel. So let's talk Transformers for a little while. What do we love about them? Which were our favorites? And which ones did you absolutely, really, really have to have, but never got?
Oh.
That could be a long list. You can only pick one. You can only pick one. Holy grail of Transformers, if it was the only one you could ever own, but you never did. So I will throw it down to Gaz first, seeing as he has our guest.
My favorite is actually my number 5 pick as well. So I might as well throw that in. My favorite one was Hound.
Nice.
I just really, really loved the toy of Hound. I loved him in the show. I also loved Ironhide, but the toy wasn't so
Had
good.
no head. It had no head.
Yeah. Well, it was in his chest, wasn't
Yeah,
it? It was like a little sticker on a square.
I mean,
But the one that I didn't have that I really wanted was probably Grimlock.
I had a
I don't think I ever picked up Grimlock.
I only had 2 Dinobots. I had Grimlock and I had, is it Snarl, the Stegosaurus one?
Yeah. I think I had Snarl and I think
thing.
I had Sludge.
I always wanted Sludge.
Yeah, the one with
It's my
the
favourite Dinobot.
yeah. Do you know, like, tangent people, the masterpiece version of that, or I think it's a third-party version of it, actually comes with the accessory where you can clip in the eyes that are boinging out.
That's
when they get
brilliant.
slammed by Devastator in the film, and I was like, useless fucking accessory, but comedy value. You just put that on your shelf with the eyes popping out, and it's the only Transformer on your shelf that looks like that. That would catch people's eyes, literally.
That's awesome.
Cool.
Going on to you then, Guy.
Oh, wow. What's not to love about Transformers, for fuck's sake?
Exactly.
They're really cool vehicles that turn into really cool robots. Well,
It was a Rubik's
Ratchet
Cube for the
Clank.
cool kids.
I always wanted Megatron. Never got Megatron. Old Trigger Cock himself.
He was a funny shape as well when you transformed him.
Oh, wasn't he just? Yeah.
Yeah.
He had like a weird trigger cock. Yeah,
He had a
There's no-
trigger cock.
There's no other way of putting it.
But I mean, you know,
Even worse when he gets Starscream to pull his trigger for him.
Yeah.
it is, yeah. God, Starscream.
Am I doing this right, Megatron? Yes.
Why are you not shooting? You've run out of ammunition. Just give me 5 minutes.
Well, it must be firing blanks.
Let me have a cigarette and we'll go again. Don't worry.
Yeah. But no, I had Hound. I'm so full on board with that. Hound was awesome.
Speaking of Hound, I don't know if you've seen, but they have actually done a reissue of Hound in actual animation accurate colors to celebrate the anniversary of the movie.
Oh, I think I have seen it. Was it one of those
It's like in a big
red versions? You know, they did like Megatron and they did Optimus Prime, but they don't transform and they're like a red version.
Oh no. These
No.
ones are actual basically reproductions of the original G1 toys. but
Oh,
in
right,
more-
okay.
In more cartoon accurate colors. They've got Hound, the Insecticons, a couple of the Seekers, Rodimus, Hot Rod. He's got one which is more cartoon accurate.
Right,
more-
okay.
They're
That's
definitely
cool.
worth checking out. They're only about 30, 40 quid a piece, depending on the size of the figure.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you've never had the G1 toys, it's a good way to get them now. They're might not be originals, but they're close enough.
Yeah.
That's my little.
Yeah.
So it's just the same packaging and things as well, isn't it? They've done.
No, they've done new packaging now.
Oh, is
where
it new packaging?
if you flip the box round, basically the back of the box is like a scene from the movie. So if you want to just
Oh, right.
at the back of the box, it looks like a bit from the film, kind of.
Right.
Diorama type shit.
Yeah, basically, a bit like with the Starscream I've got in here. But my pick for a Transformer that I always wanted, never had a chance to get hold of. I like them big and I like them scaly. For me,
George
I
Clinton?
always wanted Triptychon. I
Oh.
wanted the OG Triptychon because when it was in its dinosaur mode, it was battery powered, so it would actually.
Yeah, it was like a Zoid, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and that was why I wanted it because it kind of I was into the Zoids as well, so it branched those two lines for me, and I was like, a Transformer that you can actually let it walk on its. Yeah, I want that. Of course,
There weren't that many ships over here, was there?
not too many. No, it did
It was
get
the
a
same problem. Megatron.
Megatron became harder to get hold of once the gun
Yeah.
thing came into
Yeah.
problematic stuff.
Yeah. They released him with a red tip, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. An orange cap on the end of the gun, on the end of the barrel of the gun, had to have an orange tip.
Yeah. I think mine didn't have that. I think I had one of the original ones. I think he was metal, the one I had.
The original version, the first release version, had die-cast metal parts in it and didn't have the orange cap at the end of the gun, and it actually had the full stop to make it the full mode and everything. So, but that was harder to get hold of nowadays.
I don't think you can even ship that anymore.
No. So then, that it for Transformers? Is there any more we want to do a quick mention of?
Yeah, I've got a question for Gaz, actually. Read your review on your page there. On
The
YouTube.
Optimus Prime one.
Yeah. What's the point of a fucking Transformer that don't transform?
I know, yeah.
I've heard this argument a lot online, and I can I'm one of these people who can kind of see both sides of the argument, but go, no, I'll stick with my actual transforming Transformers.
There is one side of the argument. There's not both sides of the argument. There's one side.
There are certain people out there who
are wrong.
No. They like the Transformers for their robot designs. And
yeah, with the Super 7, it's it is like show accurate.
Yeah,
and it's like a cheap like it is actual cartoon accurate. It's like it looks like animation. It's not like a transformer that's based on the cartoon.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? That also transforms.
That's what some collectors are after. They want a
figure that looks like it did in the show, not the original toy. And being a toy collector and a fan of the show, I can kind of see both sides of that. But like I said, I would take a transforming Optimus Prime, Megatron, Galvatron, whoever, any day over even if it's a high-end collectible, absolutely gorgeous statue or something. I'd rather take the figure than that. Sorry, that's just me personally. But to each their own, that's what collecting's about.
To be fair though, mate, it was a fucking great video. So.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, very good video. I did give it a quick peruse.
Yeah, he comes with some amazing accessories. Like
his basketball, doesn't he?
He comes with a basketball, yeah. And I did like a little skit in the video with the basketball.
Yeah.
And he also comes with a surfboard. I think that's very, very cool. Like, yeah. So yeah, I think it's a good representation of him from the show, which is what I was looking for when I picked him up. Plus, I like messing around and with the figures. And the actual Transformers that transform, the articulation isn't as good as what like an action figure would be. Yeah. They have come a long way.
Oh,
with
definitely.
Their articulation.
Where they were in the 1980s, the ball joint system and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I think the one thing that doesn't matter how good they get, Transformers will always struggle with if it's a transforming figure is where do you put all those bits? For the vehicle,
they call it kibble, don't they?
Yeah, where does all the kibble go? Like the Fembots in particular, as much as I love my RC figures that I've got, it's literally just a Fembot with a big fucking backpack, which is literally the car mode folded in half. It don't look good. But then you look at the animation models and it's like, So I can understand why some people would want a more screen accurate version, especially when it comes to characters like that.
Yeah. Well, Santa Claus is bringing me the Megatron to go with the Prime for Christmas, so maybe I'll do another video. Yeah, maybe I'll do a video on the Megatron. He comes with some nice accessories as well.
Do it.
Keep an eye out for that one then. Right then, moving on, I'm going to sling it over to Guy for his first choice.
My first choice.
Yes, your first choice, sir.
Just for you, because I know you love it. Oh no, Violet of mine. It's made by the Kenner Company, and it's those glorious Star Wars toys. Yay!
Right. Yay! I knew this was going to come up. So, Guy,
yes, you did.
Could you please do me a favor and just cover your eyes for a moment?
Oh, lordy, okay.
And I will let the audience know that what I'm about to show on screen is something I've had in my possession for a while.
Oh, Callie, I didn't realize they were pierced.
Well, seeing as Guy mentioned Star Wars, and this is one of his little Christmas gifts, he's seeing it early. Open your eyes, Guy.
Can I look yet?
Yes.
Snow Speeder.
An original
off
Snow Speeder.
Lovely.
The landing gear and everything still works.
That's good.
Not only are you having this.
Oh, you'll spoil me.
But you get a little Wumper to go with it.
Wow. Oh, that's awesome.
He's Wumper. He's the ice man. It's gonna get. Sorry, going into Robot Chicken.
Yes, love the Star Wars figure line. These are the only ones that I have in my possession, but both of them are making their way over to the as a little Christmas present. And see, landing gear just popped out. All I did was
wicked. Oh, I did love those.
That is yours. That is going to you.
Oh, now what can we say about these awesome toys?
Oh,
they were pretty bloody awesome, let's face it.
Definitely. And they kind of reinvented the action figure genre, because up to that point it was more sort of, okay, over here it was Action Man, but G.I. Joe, it was big 12-inch dolls that you could dress up and things like that. But then Kenner comes along, Star Wars comes along. You now get the little 3.25-inch figures with the little PVC capes and the lightsabers that come out of their forearm. They weren't great in retrospective. They weren't great quality-wise. They were literally just.
Yeah, but we thought they were great at the time.
Yeah,
definitely.
And that's what I was just about to get to. It was that wonderful state of play where kids still needed an imagination to play with their toys. They didn't need to be prompted to come up with something. They didn't need a whole backlog story. They just picked up a Darth Vader and started killing the fuck out of Luke Skywalker. They recreate kids all over the world recreated their favorite scenes with these little plastic action figures and what they had in their heads. Kids don't have that this day and age.
I have boatloads of the damn things.
I had a lot via hand-me-downs because obviously by the time I was allowed little tiny toys with little tiny pieces, it was coming into the 90s. So I got a lot of hand-me-downs from my older brother. But I remember having like Obi-Wan, Chewbacca, Han Solo, the Millennium Falcon.
Which Han Solo did you
have? Do you know what? I cannot remember. It was so long ago.
Kill yourself, fangirl.
I'm not a Star Wars fangirl. I've never claimed to be a Star Wars fangirl. You always do this. Oh, you don't know Star Wars, you don't know Star Wars. No, because I don't fucking watch Star Wars.
See what I gotta work with? Guys?
You didn't like it, you wouldn't keep coming back.
I've got fuck all else to do on a Sunday night. Oh, I mean Wednesday.
So, anyway, Guy, what was your favourite Star Wars toy?
Oh, my favourite was my Millennium Falcon.
Oh, yeah.
I was the envy.
The opening back bit where you could put the figures in it and the lights and sounds and all that kind of crap. Yeah.
Even had the little stringy piece of the ball for the remote.
Oh.
For the lightsaber remote.
Oh,
had
yes. The
had the little game table.
Battle drone. Is it battle drone?
No, the remote.
Yes.
Training remote.
Training remote. That. I don't know my Star Wars.
Had the false floor. Had everything.
Yes, I do remember having it. Again, it was handed me down, but I did have the Millennium Falcon. And I'd have to say, my favorite one, sort of adjacent to that, because it's another big vehicle, was the, I don't care what the fanboys are all going to say about this one. I call it the Camel Walker, the AT-AT.
The AT-AT Walker.
Yeah.
AT-AT.
Yeah, AT-AT.
You had one of them?
No, I didn't have one, but it was one that I really wanted.
That's the one I wanted.
One of my friends had it, and whenever I went around his house to play with Star Wars figures, I
fucking parents.
Yeah, I know. Anybody would think, they didn't love us because they didn't buy us everything we wanted.
Exactly.
Sorry. That's a discussion for another channel.
Yes. That's on mental health with Fathers and Guy.
Yeah.
coming next year.
So, dropping it down to Gaz.
I actually did have an AT-AT. I was a very spoiled child.
Hit him off. Kick him out after he's done.
And I actually probably broke all of my Star Wars toys playing with them. Like, they were one of my...
Playing with them, fair enough.
Yeah, but instead of like my parents keeping them or whatever, if anything small or anything got broken, they just tear them away. So, this is broken. You can't play with it now. And threw it away and gutted. Now there's even like something small might have just fallen off it. Like I remember the AT-AT had like a side panel that opened.
Yeah.
And you could stand figures inside. And the door came off and went somewhere. And I think that was one of the reasons they got rid of that was because the panels had come off it. I think the front, the head had like a visor that opened. You could sit people in it. I think that had came off it as well. It was like, oh, this is broken now, so get rid of it.
Yeah, my parents did the exact same thing with my Millennium Falcon because the back panel was missing, the cockpit panel was missing. It's like, oh, well, it's not complete. There's no point keeping it. I was like, fuck off, there's point keeping it.
Speaking of the Millennium Falcon, there was one thing I could never figure out as a kid. was, you know, the gunnature inside of it was how to sit somebody in it. The only way I could put somebody in that gunnature was if I hung them upside down and hooked their feet through it. That's it. I don't know how that gunnature worked.
I had the same problem.
Yeah, it's like there was no space for a head to
No.
fit between.
No,
Yeah.
there really
I'm
was.
glad I'm not the only one.
Design flaw. What
Yeah.
can we say?
No, but I think one of the favorite ones that I had was probably a playset and was the Ewok Village. I loved that thing. Loved it.
You fucking bastard.
Yeah, I remember getting it for one Easter as
And
like
that
an
actually got
Easter gift.
trivia time. That actually got recycled in the Robin Hood toy line.
Yeah,
It did, yes.
Forest
Yeah.
playset.
It did, yeah. I
I've
bet
got this idea.
it was Hasbro, wasn't it, that
Yeah.
the George Lucas first went to and they said no. And then they went to Kenner and they must have kicked themselves when it all
Same
took
with
off.
Mattel as well. Mattel turned them down.
Yeah.
Hasbro turned them down. So like, oh, it's a sci-fi film. Sci-fi films don't sell.
It's an independent sci-fi film.
Yeah. But unfortunately, George Lucas got screwed out of a lot of money in the early days because he made a contract boo-boo and he basically got like what was it, like 1 cent for every figure sold or something stupid like that. He really got. Then the 90s came along with the power of the force. He rewrote the contract and now he makes more money from the action figure sales than he ever did from the films.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, the poor little billionaire. Oh,
we feel sorry for the rich motherfucker living on a private ranch in the middle of the States. Our hearts weep for you, George.
and the pain.
Right then, moving things on quickly, dropping down to Gaz. What is your number one choice?
My next choice is Masters of the Universe. He-Man figures, and my favorite one was probably Too Bad. I just really liked the whole design of Too Bad.
Yeah.
He had like the two heads and he punched himself.
Yeah.
Like his arms were on springs.
Yes,
Yeah,
I do remember that one. That's been popping up quite recently a lot in the Mewtwo collecting world because it's a hard one to find, and there's new versions of it coming out where the sculpt just embraces that duality where one's a little bit taller than the other. So
Right.
it's kind of a lopsided look, but it still stands perfectly straight, which is it's off kilter, so it catches the eye. And I'm liking some of these new He-Man figures. They're looking really good. Not all of them, just some of them.
I had a strange relationship with He-Man.
Oh yes.
Was it that one summer in London that you don't like to talk about?
Yeah, I'll show you on the doll where he touched. No, I enjoyed the cartoon. Never was bothered about the toys. Weird one, especially for a kid.
They were so different from the cartoon. They were
Yeah,
so different. They were all squat and
big, too big.
Yeah, and they were more designed from what the art was like in the comics.
Yeah,
and
was,
not the show. I actually picked up. I don't know if you can see it. No, it's not in the shot. I have actually got a couple of the Super 7, the animated versions of the they're still on the cards, like on the card back. So
nice.
Yeah, they look great. They look really great.
I know Mattel have just recently started releasing a line of they call it Motu Origins collection, which is original style, like short squat, but they've got better articulation, and they've just done an actual film motion cartoon range where the sculpts, the colors, the paints, and everything are more accurate to the cartoon. So it's that perfect blend between the OG figures and the OG cartoon, which is always good because, like we were saying earlier, like if people want something that looks like it did in the cartoon, that's a perfect line for Masters of the Universe fans. Oh,
will you put your pussy away?
My pussy's out of control. I do apologize.
The first time I've heard that.
Off we go, Gizmo.
Well, you know what with Kevin Smith sort of redoing
it, yeah.
So it's going to happen, isn't it?
I'd have to say my favorite figure because I did have quite a few Masters of the Universe stuff. The two standouts that I can really remember having and kind of being my favorite ones because it was just like, wow, polar opposites, was Clawful because he had the big.
Oh yeah, he was amazing. Yeah.
And Buzz Off, the Bumblebee
Yeah.
one, just because it's like a crustacean and an insect, like yeah, the perfect fighting kind of thing. So
Yeah,
they
the
were my
monster
favorite.
ones were always the best.
Oh hell yeah!
I always found Beastman endearing because he was just thick as fuck.
Oh god.
Yeah, the action figure was flocked, wasn't it? The Beast.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and same with the Mossman.
Hmm.
For years, right? For years, I thought Mossman was a bad guy.
I think a
You
lot
look,
of
Why
you
would
people
you
look,
not?
did.
you look at the action figure though. He's got this really scary expression on his face, and he's green and furry. I thought, oh, he's like counterpart to Beastman or something, and no, he's turns out he's a good guy. Oh, okay, maybe want to turn down the scary fucking looking face on him then.
Yeah, no.
You don't make a hero to look like fucking Fred Krueger, do you? Christ. But yeah, so there we go. Masters of the Universe. Guy didn't have
Nice.
toys. We've picked our favorites. That brings it back to me then.
Does.
Okay, then next up on my list, kind of teased Gaz with this one a little bit earlier.
Oh, did you tickle his taint?
I did. I went straight
Good morning.
to the 20s. But it is, of course, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from Playmates Toys, originally released in 1988. And here's where Guy goes, I didn't have turtles.
No, I didn't. Sorry.
You sicken me,
Okay,
sir. You sicken me.
right.
I
Well,
watched the
we're looking
cartoon.
for a new co-host in season 4.
Hey, fuck you, I watched the
Write in the
cartoon.
comments. But okay, then. So my favorite figure from this line was not any of the turtles, wasn't Splinter, wasn't Shredder, wasn't even April. My favorite
My dear.
was Baxter Stockman.
Oh,
He was an awesome figure.
He was. I was a big fan of. Well, I say a big fan. My parents kept talking to their friends about this film called The Fly. That piqued my interest. And then when I saw the Ninja Turtle episode, and my dad was basically like, they've parodied The Fly for this episode. That was it. I was hooked. I had to find this figure. And the original figure, the sculpt work, throwing it out to Playmates Toys back in the 80s, their sculpt on their figures back then had so many hidden details. So as a kid, you wouldn't always notice at first. You'd sort of pick
They
up the
weren't
figure.
all painted, were they? Some of them just didn't paint it. Yeah,
Exactly. I have seen customizers online at the minute getting the older figures and painting up all these little details. And I saw a side-by-side comparison of Muckman, the repainted version. Oh my God, that thing was disgustingly beautiful.
did you just say Muckman?
Muckman.
Oh yes.
What, did you come with a copy of Razzle or something?
He was a mucky boy.
Yeah.
Got blowies. Got blowies for sale.
He
Lived in the
originated
wood
from
under a
Stapenal.
bush.
Oh,
Started life in Stapenal.
Hedgerow Jizz.
Here's
Now we really are in the fucking Hedgerow Jazz Mags. We are in the 80s.
So yeah, that was my favorite Ninja Turtle figure was Baxter Stockman, just because he had the big wings, the extra arms, the crazy grotesque sculpt, and if I could, I would love to get a new version of it, get a replacement version, because
I
that
thought you were going to go Casey Jones.
Casey
I
Jones
think
was a good
Has
figure, but
Super 7 not remade him? Because Super 7 have the turtle line that they do
yeah,
is all the Playmates toys, but done in a 7-inch
I
scale.
know at the moment they're up to wave 7 or 8. So I don't know if he's been in previous waves. I do know that NECA did a video game version,
Yes, they did. Yeah.
but it's very cartoonified. I prefer the original figure.
Yeah.
So I will look into it though. If Super 7 have done one, might be a Christmas present to myself.
Yeah. Have a look because I know they've done Muckman. I'm pretty sure they've done
Yes.
Muckman.
Yes, and Mutagen Man.
Yeah.
They've definitely done Mutagen Man. And Ray Fillet. It was a stingray, so keep away from Steve Irwin.
Too soon? No.
Never seen it.
Too soon, more like too freaking late.
Yeah, I was
What
going
he
to
said.
say we missed the boat. We've missed the boat.
Yeah, we missed the boat. So did he.
Yeah. Ooh.
He got the point though, didn't he? Did you have a favorite figure from the turtle line, Gaz?
I do. It's actually my number 3 pick, so it was my next pick anyway.
Awesome.
Hey.
And mine was Metalhead.
I had Metalhead for years after I had any other of my turtle figures. After I'd long moved a lot of them on, that was the only one I kept hold of because I had the original release where the body part was vac metalized and all shiny and chrome. Yeah. So that one was brilliant. And the light piping through the brain at the top of the head.
He came with some great bits that you clicked onto his hands and stuff.
Yeah, drill bits and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, again, NECA have done a reissue. Well, I say a reissue, their version of him, but again, it's more cartoon accurate.
Yeah, it's from the TV show. Yeah, there was one that I don't remember being out as a Playmates figure that NECA have just released. And if I collected that line, I would definitely pick him up, and that's the RoboCop ripoff of the Rex.
Rex one. Yeah, Rex one. I have.
He looks great
reviews for that. It does, doesn't it? It does look like a good figure. I'd love to see them do the Mac robot from Mac Attack.
Oh yeah,
that I'd love to see NECA do that as an action figure. Guys sitting there in the corner like, I don't know anything.
Oh, I got one. Oh, cool.
So there we go then. That was Ninja Turtles. Throwing it back over to Gaz. You can do your choice now.
No, Guy. It's Guy with his 3.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Guy.
I give my 3. Yeah, that was my 3rd one.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm losing track. It's getting late.
So I'm the only one who's not drinking.
You're the only sober one. The random man, JB. Come on then, let's go for it. What is your next pick?
Well, I've got 2 words for you. Power Extreme.
Is that Centurion?
Yes.
I thought
correct.
They were amazing toys. Amazing.
Weren't they just?
Again, I think it's there. I can't remember the name of the company, but there is a company that's actually doing modern versions of Centurions.
Because originally it was those lovely Japs at Kenner once again.
Yeah, Kenner seemed to dominate a lot of the 80s and early 90s.
Kenner were there.
They definitely did. I mean, Kenner, we could go on about so many toy lines, but I've kept my Kenner love down to a few.
But again, great cartoon, awesome toys.
Oh yeah.
Who was your favorite of the 3?
Jake Rockwell.
Was he the?
He was the yellow one.
Yeah.
So basically the army man.
Yeah. They turned into the motorcycle, was it?
Yeah. Fucking Wild Weasel, brilliant.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, because you also had Max Ray, who was like Tom Selleck looking motherfucker.
Yeah. He did like Tom Selleck.
And Ace McCloud, who was a smart ass flight boy.
Yeah. I liked the action figures of the villains.
Was he the blue one?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the one I had.
There you go.
The only one I had was the blue one. Again,
he had all the plain click-on bits.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was the brilliant thing about that toy line. Again, I only had the one, but I do remember the whole modular idea of it, of taking bits from other ones and clipping them together and making different.
Exactly. It inspired imaginative play with the mix and the match.
Goes back to what I said earlier, is that toys in the 80s and 90s, you had to have a certain amount of imagination, because they didn't always look exactly like they did. They didn't look exactly like they did in the cartoon. Even when you transform them, they didn't look like they did in the cartoon. So a lot of action figures, you needed that imagination to play with the toy.
Exactly.
So yeah, there we go. Sorry.
But
no, I liked the villains were good as well, weren't they? They split in half.
Yeah.
They didn't have all the clicky on bits, but they did, like, it was weird.
They split in half. You could put
those. I watched reviews of the updated versions of those that are coming out, and they actually clip together via magnets now.
Right.
Oh, they got
right,
got updated ones coming out.
Yeah, there's updated ones coming out. If I can find the video on YouTube, I'll send you the link.
If you could, yeah, that'd be great. Because if there's anything that's due for a redo cartoon wise,
They're not official
fucking
though.
no brainer.
Yeah, they're not official.
They're not official.
Mm.
They've had to call them something like 80s Commanders or something like that.
Yeah, that's
Right.
right. Yeah.
But it's blatant who it's meant to be. So it's
There
one of
is
those legal
Another
loopholes
toy line
jump through.
that's in the same vein as that, and it had a cartoon. Did you remember Brave Star?
Yes, I remember Brave
Well,
Star.
they're doing it like unofficial Brave Star toys as well.
Yes, yes.
Ooh.
Different company, but yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of third party companies out there doing kind of fan wish fulfillment with
Mm.
updated versions of all these original toys. I mean, as I said, Super 7 with like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and the Transformers and their Toxic Crusader line, which I really, really want to get on board with because I love the Toxic Crusader. But so yeah, I mean, carry on.
So yeah, I mean, let's face it, if you saw Centurion, you saw it, you know what I'm on about.
Definitely.
Shitloads of episodes. Not that many toys. Perfect.
Yeah, because it was more accessory sets that were sold, wasn't it? Like the
It was achievable.
pieces. Yeah.
So, gets my vote.
Whoop, whoop.
And I even made my own exosuit armament thing out of cardboard boxes, because that's what you did when you were a kid in the 80s.
Oh yeah.
Anything can be made out of cardboard boxes.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, most things. As long as you don't get them wet. I meant playing out in the rain. I meant playing out in the rain, you dirty, dirty men. Anyway,
Really?
moving on. My next pick.
Oh no, it's Gaz's next pick.
Go on, Gaz, you go next.
Okay. My number 2 pick is Action Force, and yeah, well, it was over here. It was called Action Force. It wasn't called G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
And my favorite action figure from the 80s was Crocmaster. I loved Crocmaster.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, he came with a crocodile and a wee rubber whip. And at the time, I had a rabbit that ate half of the whip.
You do know that Hasbro have brought out their G.I. Joe version of Crocmaster with
I've seen it.
The Croc.
Yep.
I kind of want that.
Yeah, I was in two minds and I was trying to pick this toy, but because I had in my head that we were only doing 80s, I didn't, because the other one that I had was called Outback, and he was part of this Tiger Force.
Yes, Tiger Force.
He was like a white hair, white beard. And he had like this orange t-shirt with like a big tiger on the front. Yeah, I loved that toy. But he came out in early 90s, so I went Crocmaster.
Again, Hasbro have actually done an updated version of him in the Marvel Legends scale. So,
do you know, I was gutted when that line first came out. I was really hyped for it. I pre-ordered the first three figures from Zavi.
Yeah.
Which was Snake Eyes. God, my mind's gone blank of the names. The dude with the blonde hair and Duke. The chick with the red hair.
Scarlet.
Scarlet, that's it. And Zavi cancelled my pre-order.
Bastard.
So, and then I couldn't get them anywhere because they'd sold out everywhere. So I never got into the line. I just threw my hands up at that point and went, I'll just get something else.
To be fair, I kind of know a little bit about this, watching stuff on YouTube and researching, for toy lines that I may get into. When the toy line was relaunched in the Marvel Legends scale and all that, a lot of people actually complained about the modernization of
I remember
weapons and all that kind of thing.
They didn't like the gold, did they?
No, but if you look at the toy line now, Hasbro, thank God, have listened to the fans. And you now look at these figures, and there's one that I watched a review for recently, Flint, which was the only G.I. Joe action figure I had as a kid. They've done an updated version of that, and as soon as I saw it, I was like, I had the original of that.
Yeah.
So they do actually now, they are starting to get that flow of, as wacky and as weird as it looks, with characters like Crocmaster and things like that, make them look like they did back then, just updated articulation and stuff. And the line's doing a lot better. So I'd recommend jumping, or maybe having a look.
and seeing
Yeah,
if there's more
I might
there
do.
for you now.
There is a good few characters I think that's out right now that I really like the Bat. I thought the original Bat was great.
Yes.
Who else is coming out? The guy with the Rottweiler. I'm terrible with names.
I can't remember his name either.
Yeah, he looks great. Timberwolf with
the
snake eyes and
that is one thing I will shout out. The newer G.I. Joe line, Hasbro, are absolutely killing with the animal action figures because they're so articulated. Gizmo's back. Come on, Gizmo. It's not quite time.
Hopefully they'll do a Sergeant Slaughter again.
They have
done. They've done one.
They've done a Sergeant Slaughter. He comes with the glasses and the hat and everything.
Oh man,
keep an eye out for that one for you, Guy.
He was always my favourite. Young wrestling fan as well.
So yeah, that's Action Force of G.I. Joe. What about you, Guy? Did you have any of those? Was that a toy line you were into?
I had a Snake Eyes, I had a Jew, I had a Joe, and I had a Cobra Commander. I think that was about it.
Yeah, like I said, I had Flint and I had the little green attack vehicle. It's like a beach buggy. I cannot remember the name of it, but I had that and the Flint. Again, it was a hand-me-down, but I loved it because it fitted in with the rest of my action figures. So, they were the right kind of scale, right kind of size to go along things like Ninja Turtles, Batman, stuff like that. So I was perfectly happy with it.
Did he come hand me down with his crotch and his thumbs, or was he thumbless and crotchless?
No, he was completely as he should be. He had all of his bits. There is a lot of G.I. Joes that are missing thumbs and hands and
crotches.
Yeah, well,
when I used to play with mine,
the O-ring that goes.
When I used to play with mine, the O-ring was terrible, snapping. I'd have like big wars in the back garden with them.
Yeah,
and because they were soldiers, unlike the cartoon, mine actually died in war. They died, and I'd get like red pen or fake blood, and I'd color them in, and I'll put the fake blood on them. And then after they died, the other soldiers would have a memorial service, and they'd bury him. And 2019, I think my mum found the last one when she was gardening. It's like, I found this in the garden. I was like, no way. Oh yeah.
That actually brilliantly clears off one of my honorable mentions because G.I. Joe was in my honorable mentions list. So Action Force / G.I. Joe, that clears that off nicely. And that leads me into my next pick. And I'm going to go with, jumping forward a little bit here into, actually, no, sorry, I'm still in the 80s. I missed one. Guy's going to hate this one. I am talking, of course, Kenner, the real Ghostbusters. I loved this toy line to bits. One Christmas, I got all of the Ghostbusters, Slimer, Stay Puft, the car, and the firehouse. I was spoiled that fucking Christmas, and it was the best Christmas ever.
A firehouse was awesome. You could put the slime in from the roof.
So I go for a smoke while you talk about this.
Guy really hates the real Ghostbusters cartoon.
Oh, really?
Hates it.
Yep. Fucking hate it. Shite.
My favorite play, like as guys just said, the Playhouse, the Firehouse play set, that was my absolute favorite because I had all the Ghostbusters, I had the car, I had a couple of ghosts. I was set. I didn't need nothing else. But of course, much like a lot of children back then, every time a ghost come out, I was like, I need it. How's that one? I had all the variations of the Ecto 1, 2, 3, 4. I even had one that was a Volkswagen Beetle that turned into a praying mantis.
Yeah, that was great.
It was fucking awesome, that was. Gaz, favorite for you from that line?
That was actually in my honorable mentions. And one of my favorites was a ghost. And it had like a ping pong ball for an eye, and when you hit it, it fired the eye out on a string.
I had that one. I actually, because I was that kind of kid, because it had a bit of string on it. You'd hit it and it kind of go, ah. So me being me, I cut the string.
Pump. Gave my sister a black eye with it.
That's
So-
not good.
That toy was quickly taken away from me. The only other one honorable mention for a toy here, my favorite ghost in that line would have had to have been Fearsome Flush.
Oh, the toilet. Yeah.
It was a fucking toilet that had big scary eyes and a tongue that popped out of it. It was a fucking weird ass toy, but I loved it.
Yeah, it was a fun toy line, to be fair.
Oh, it was. It
with
was.
a Dracula and there was a Frankenstein.
I had all of
Yeah,
those.
the male like a postman, and his stomach came up and he had teeth in his gut.
I had that one as well.
Yeah.
See what I mean? Every time I saw a ghost, I got a ghost.
Yeah, it was great. Actually, I don't know if I can. I have
Oh,
up here somewhere. It's the goat, the
I-
Moscow 112.
you've got you jammy git. You've got the 112 Ghostbusters.
Yeah, I got
Guy, the
it last
112
Christmas.
guy, the 112 collective Ghostbusters are the movie Ghostbusters.
Ah,
Yeah, the great.
Now he's interested. Now he's back awake.
ah. Egon does not have blonde hair. He doesn't.
And Peter Venkman does not sound like Garfield, which is ironic, considering that Bill Murray ended up playing Garfield.
Yeah, that was a funny one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So then throwing it over to you now then, Guy.
Yay! Well, what can we say about my next choice? They are working overtime fighting crime. Fighting crime. No? Mask.
Mask
M-A-S-K.
Crusaders.
That was in my next honorable mention. So I now have no honorable mentions.
Oh,
Mask
violence
was
Dr. Bolt.
What did MASK stand for?
Mobile Armored Strike Command with a K.
Boom! There you go. I knew you get it. I only had, again, hand me down toy line slightly. I only had one of these. I had Matt Tracker with Thunderhawk. With the gull wings to make it fly.
Yes.
I love that thing. It's the only retro toy that when I see it at like toy shows, I'm like, if it's a good price, I'm buying it.
Mm.
I don't normally buy myself retro toys. If they're bought for me as gifts, not a problem. But buying retro toy lines for myself, it's very specific items I'm after, and that is one of them. But recently I saw a boxed one for nearly £300, and I shat my pants.
Baby.
Yeah. But to be fair, it was a sealed box. It had never been opened. So, I mean, justifiable.
And then your arsehole started going like that.
my butthole went like that. My bank account went, ah!
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd love to get a hold of one of those because the
Mm.
only one I had, it was again, mixed in with other toy lines because it was the right kind of scale.
Yeah.
So there we go. That was one of my
Yeah.
favorites. Guy, you must have a favorite.
Oh, God, yeah. Did I ever? I had Condor, I had Gator, I had Piranha, I had Jackhammer. Jackhammer was fucking brilliant.
That was
I
the
was
big
once-
rig truck, wasn't it? The jackhammer.
Jackhammer was the SUV that had a gun to it that just popped up when you pressed down on the
Yes.
back bumper.
Yes, I do remember now. Yeah.
And it popped up and the guns popped out just out of
Out of nowhere.
Yeah. Great quality toys. They were fucking awesome quality.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they had great play sets as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the I can never remember the name of it. The Boulder, the big mountain.
Boulder Hill Garage.
Boulder Hill Garage, that was it. I knew it started with Boulder something, but yeah, that was a brilliant play set. I didn't have that. One of my friends had that.
I never had that, and I always wanted Rhino, and I never got fucking parents again.
Well, they can make up for it now. They can go out and buy you the original.
Oh yeah.
You're making a lot of starring appearances.
Fucking hell, my dad's in his 80s, Violet. For fuck's sake.
Hello.
I'm sure there was word of Hasbro thinking of relaunching that line, but in the
They did a
6-inch.
comic. They did a comic a couple of years ago that kind of brought all their toy lines together, like Visionaries, Mask.
Transformers.
Transformers, few other ones that kind of all brought it all together.
Oh,
Like,
wasn't that IDW?
no, it was part of the Hasbro convention thing they did.
All right.
And a lot of people were like, "Oh, does this mean we're going to get like new versions of like Visionaries and Mask and stuff like that?"
Yeah,
and
got everyone hyped.
got everyone hyped, and then did fuck all with it.
Well, no.
But
It's another
you
toy
never
line that's
know.
just ripe for a
I mean, if you
reissue.
think about it, you look at what they're doing currently with the GI Joe line, where they're doing like their HasLab stuff for like the bigger vehicles. If they did something like that with Mask, where you got the standard figures and then you could buy the vehicles, okay, they'd be expensive as shit.
Yeah,
but
they would.
I think if
Mm.
you're right, they could relaunch Mask, and it would go along with people's current collections of Marvel Legends, the Indiana Jones stuff, GI Joe stuff,
Mm.
Transformers. I mean, Hasbro
Black Series.
Yeah, Black Series.
Yeah, Star Wars
Exactly.
Black Series, that kind of style. Exactly.
They've done quite a few vehicles for the Black Series, haven't they?
Mm.
Yes, they have like the TIE fighters.
That
and things
was
like that.
huge.
Oh, I saw it in Toys R Us once. The box, it was like,
Oh, I would love that.
oh, yeah. I want their Unicron that they did.
Yeah, that
Ooh.
Unicron looked fantastic.
It's one of those things. It's like, it's so big. Do I dare transform it or just leave it in one mode and put it somewhere?
So big it transformed you.
Yeah, it could do. You're not careful.
Unicron did look good last night in Rise of the Beasts. Just got to be said.
Oh, Uni's in it, right? Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Spoiler.
Spoiler, but yeah, but he was seen on the trailer, dear.
True.
It's hardly a spoiler.
Did you have a favorite Mask figure then, guys?
I did, but I can't remember his name. Sure, you'll be able to tell me, Guy. He was the Asian guy who drove the motorbike. It was like a green motorbike. It turned into a helicopter.
He wasn't Asian.
Was he
He was
not?
American. No, he's
Oh, was he?
American. His
Oh,
name
okay.
was Brad Turner.
Brad
Brad
Turner.
Turner. I swear
yeah.
I've had that one though, but I cannot fully remember. I do remember having a toy of a green motorbike, but I never had the figure with it. I didn't have the figure with it though. Again, it's hand me down. So,
well, if you ain't got the figure, it ain't worth shit. You gotta have the figure and go with it.
true. I mean, you gotta have a nice figure.
I wish I did.
Okay, then. So that brings us on to Gaz's next choice.
Is this my number one pick?
I think.
Well, they're in no. I'm doing them in no particular order. Oh, my lights
I've got two left.
well, do you want to go then, and then I'll because I've got a few honorable mentions, but this is my number one. So if you want to go.
Well, we're going to jump forward a little bit here, going into the 90s with 1994. Toy Biz swooped in and kind of saved Marvel thanks to a very lucrative toy deal. I am talking, of course, about the Spider-Man, the animated series toy line.
Nice.
Absolutely loved those because for their time, they were pretty good action figures. They were still trying to work out the articulation system. It's the first time we started to see things like joints in elbows, joints in wrists, joints in knees. You know, it was that very early idea, which would eventually, 10 or so years later, go on to become the Marvel Legends format, which is still going strong now, even after being taken over by Hasbro. So this toy line is kind of quite significant in terms of Marvel action figures. If it wasn't for Toy Biz doing these, we probably wouldn't have Marvel Legends as they are today.
Yeah, that's true.
But my pick for that toy line was Cyborg Spider-Man.
Nice.
Just because when I saw it in the shop, I was like, what the hell happened to Spidey? He's got a big robotic arm. He's got a bandage over his head. He's got a monocle thing going on. He's got this big backpack with rocket launchers. And I'm just like, that is a freaking... And he had stitches all over the costume.
Yep.
Absolutely loved it. And then it was that good that Insomniac actually made it as a skin for the PS4 game that they did. So, can't go wrong really with that.
No.
There was a lot of robot arms going around in the 90s.
Oh, there
Yeah,
really
I think it was a Rob Liefeld thing. It really was a Rob Liefeld thing. I mean, you could tell it was Rob Liefeld inspired because it had pouch after pouch after pouch after pouch. Two ways you know you're looking at a Liefeld drawing. Tiny little ankles, lots of pouches. Much
Huge
love, Rob.
chest. Huge
Yeah.
chests.
Captain America with a chest that you could rest your dinner on.
Yeah.
Even Pamela Anderson looked at 90s Captain America and went, fucking hell, mate, tone it down.
Pegzilla.
Kind of, yeah. But yeah, so that was my favorite figure of the line. Gaz and Guy, passing it over to you. Did you?
Oh, I mean, I can't say enough about. I mean, well, the cartoon for one.
Fuck yes.
I don't think there's been a better Spider-Man cartoon.
Nope.
It's not been better. I don't give a fuck what anyone says.
That 90s cartoon is just the best
Yeah.
Spider-Man cartoon.
Yeah, I
And
don't
the
think you'll
great
get
thing-
many people disagreeing with you on
Yeah.
that one.
The great thing about that was, I read an interview with John Semper Jr. and all Avi Arad was bothered about was the toy line and getting out every single toy possible to get out.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
Which, of course, plays into our hands, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, I do remember actually. This is a kind of a weird thing. I remember when the toy line and the show first came out over here in the UK, and the first wave of figures was you had the likes of Spidey, Venom, Green Goblin, Hobgoblin, Alistair Smythe, Kingpin. Now, the thing that confused the hell out of me was Alistair Smythe was this big hench thing with these tubes sticking off of his back and blue metal plated legs that look like an insect of some sort. Then you see him in the show, and he's a disabled guy in a hover wheelchair. It wasn't until season 2.
Yeah.
And I'm
No,
like,
it was later than that.
well, however long it was like that toy line came out as the show was first airing here in the UK. So I'm looking at this thing, I'm like, it looks nothing like it does in the show. Of course, that toy comes and goes. By the time he shows up in the show here in the UK, that toy's long gone, and everyone's like, "Oh, well, now we get why you look different." Me and all my friends who were Spider-Man fans were like, "Why does that figure not a representation of that?" Because they had the hover chair like vehicle thing to go with it.
Yeah.
Again, looked nothing like it did in the show. Flash forward a couple of seasons, and all of a sudden, okay, now we get it. Now that we can't get it, now that we can't go and buy the figure, now we know why it looks different.
Yeah.
Sorry, random little rant there.
No, I'm a big fan of the cartoon. I was too old to be buying the toys.
You're never too old for toys.
Well, I know, but I was at that sort of age in my sort of later teenage years.
Fair
Like,
enough. I got to keep
yeah,
your head up.
you know, I can't be buying toys. I've got fucking cigs and booze to pay for.
True.
You know, Christ, I've got a habit to form. So,
I've got an addiction to nurture. Leave me alone.
but I did see the toys at the time, and I did think, well, fucking hell, fair play. They're really rinsing it.
Oh, they did, but I think that was kind of good because there was so many toy lines back then that when the show launched, you got kind of the core 3 or 4 figures, then had to wait a year for the rest. Whereas Spider-Man came out, as soon as it come out, you could get characters that you were seeing on the weekly episodes. I remember
Yeah, it's because Avi Arad was just pushing it for the dollar.
Yeah, but I bought the Scorpion figure because I saw him in the episode and it was in the shop. And I was just like, look, as I'm watching the episodes, the representations are right there. So fair play to Avi Arad. As much as he pushed it, brilliant business strategy that was. Like, give them every character that's in the show so far, and as the show goes on, add to it.
Well, let's face it, without that show, we wouldn't have multiverse.
True. Very, very true.
Never Spider-Verse at all.
No, it did open up the idea for it with Madam Web and all that kind of lot, which trivia was voiced by Stan Lee's wife.
Yes, it was.
So they brought out a figure of her at one time, which had this cool big chair thing that fired a launching net or something. I did remember seeing it, but I never picked it up. So dropping it down to Gaz, did you have a favorite Spider-Man figure from that line?
I loved Venom. The Venom figure was great.
Squeezed his legs together and he did that little pathetic chomp, chomp, chomp. Barely moved his mouth. The second version that they brought out of that one though, where he had the rubber clip-on bit, so you like the symbiote was moving around, and you could take his Venom mask off and have the Eddie Brock head underneath.
Yeah.
That was a good one. And the Carnage one, I had the Carnage figure as well. That was a very good one. I had the clip-on symbiote bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like Guy though. I was just getting too old to. I had other things like girls and things, and smoking weed and whatnot.
Yep.
So, but I
To be
do.
fair, I
remember...
was going the same way, but I still kept that. What I mean, it was one of those things that if I saw a figure that I liked because I liked the cartoon, I bought it, and it wasn't to play with; it was to go on my shelf.
Yeah.
I'd open them up, I'd have a quick little fiddle around with them, up on the shelf. That's where they'd stay. So I was starting to be a collector even then. Some things
fair dues.
fucking change.
I know you mean about the Venom though. Fucking hell. Because that was one of the best versions of Venom.
Yeah, it was a huge toy as well compared to the rest of the figures.
It was very built. It was only him and Kingpin that were on the bigger body sizes.
Yeah.
Because that Kingpin now, if you get hold of one of those nowadays, you could probably kill someone with it. It's just a solid lump of plastic.
Best Kingpin ever.
Definitely. The animated version and the action version.
I had a lot of the toys that came the line before that one, but they were like the 5 points of articulation.
The
4 points I had.
Secret War stuff.
Yeah, I had a lot of those. They were more my time. Yeah, they were great. And they had the shields with the holograms on them.
Yes. I actually have the Wolverine Marvel Legend that is based on that Wolverine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the old school toy. So,
yeah.
So, again, wonderful toy line. But yeah, so, Guy, your turn next.
Last choice, I guess. So.
Last choice for you? Yeah, because I'm on to my last one as well. So, yeah. Go on then, Guy.
I'm going to give a shout out for the plastic bricks.
Lego.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely love Lego. Weirdly enough, I actually bought some Lego today as a Christmas present for someone.
There you go. See?
So
can
Lego,
you see all the Lego? This is all Lego, all this here.
I can't get to it because it's behind my Christmas tree at the moment.
All this
Lego
Ferrari.
Nice.
There's like a Ninjago set there.
Yeah.
Oh wow! I've got my
the wife loves it. The wife
I've got
is the big Lego collector.
Lego X-Wing Starfighter. Lego X-Wing. I would dig it out, but it's buried behind the tree, and I don't want to risk trashing shit. Maybe I'll put a picture up somewhere in the middle. I don't know. But yeah, so Lego. It's one of those toys. It's anything you want it to be, but if there's instructions, it can be what they want it to be. It's just so goddamn versatile.
Well, this is the thing. When I was a kid, I had buttloads of it. All sorts of different.
I had a big bucket.
Lego.
Big ass square bucket.
And it
Lego
was
branded one full of it.
Yeah. All different things mixed together, and I just made whatever I wanted to make. And then one day, went out with my dad for the day, and I came back home, and all my Lego had been sorted by my sister and my mum. So it's all in ice cream tubs going City Lego, and all labelled up as well.
Oh, very nice.
City Lego, Legoland Lego, Space Lego. Yeah, I go on and go on. There's all sorts of different.
Oh yeah.
And they picked it all out, separated it all, and I appreciated them doing it. And fair enough, they went to a lot of time. It's kind of not the same.
It's the chaos.
I just wanted to let my imagination go.
I think that's the thing with Lego. It's the chaos that's part of the fun.
Yeah.
Like the fact that you can just pick up a bucket full of Lego, dump it out on the floor, stand there and go, right, what am I going to build? And you just go to town, you build whatever the hell you want. You know, I always used to do like houses with swimming pools on the top. Don't know why.
Why not? Why not?
Exactly. So, you know, but Lego, it's such a fucking fun toy. And like I
Yeah.
said, whether you've got instructions and plans to build something, or you just go with whatever you want, it it's an ageless toy. You can be 5 years old and love Lego. You can be 50 years old
Yeah,
and love
exactly.
Lego.
Yep.
So
It's so fucking versatile.
it is. It is. It is.
Yeah, and
And
they're bringing out some amazing sets.
well,
Like,
this is the
Really
thing.
are.
and the thing that they've done now, where they've opened it up to normal people, that's like a big
Yeah,
competition, and they
I
send
love
in sets what they have this Lego ideas, and then
Oh
Lego
yeah, yeah.
chooses.
I
And
love that.
I
So
sent I sent Violet some, I don't know if you remember, they were Hellraiser sets.
Yes, yes, yes. I
Yeah, they were
hope,
great.
I hope, I hope and pray they do one. I
yeah,
really do. A Hellraiser Lego set would just be,
yeah, 'cause, yeah, I saw somebody do an Airwolf Lego set, and I was just like, oh, please, please.
oh, see, there's
Yeah.
so many possibilities out there they could do with Lego. There really is.
I've got the firehouse, the Ghostbusters firehouse, just up here.
Oh,
Um,
cool.
it's great, and the Ecto one as well.
I
Yes,
That was one that I looked at in my local toy shop, and at the time they wanted, I think it was 145 for it, and it was one of those things. I was like, I've got the money, but I've not got the time.
yeah,
That's the other problem, isn't it? Now,
Well, doing the X-wing with my daughter when we built that when I first got it, it cost me 90 quid. Wasn't
Mm.
too bad price. It took us a week to
yeah.
build it because we had to do it like wing by wing and then attach
Wing.
the wings, and
Yeah,
it was fun. Don't get me wrong, it was a fun little thing for us to do. Spend like an hour a day on it, building a bag or two, and go on with it. And when it all finally came together, it was that sense of wow, this
made that.
box like this
Mm.
turned into this thing that is this big. You know, it's Lego. Gotta love it.
It's so expensive. I wish they'd have come up with the licensing that they have now back then.
Oh god, yeah. But back then though, Lego was seen as kids' toys.
Yeah.
It's only been over the last sort of 10, 15 years that us adult collectors are looking back on, again, point of this episode, we're looking back on toy lines that we loved, and we're pursuing the companies who made these toy lines. Like, come on, we
Yeah.
want these things again. Do it,
Yep.
give us newer, better versions of these original toys. And Lego, I think, is one that perfectly encapsulates that because every year it's gone on. It's gone from strength to strength to strength. Whether it's been the Bionicle stuff, the Lego Technic stuff, and the new now like Lego collector stuff that's
Yeah,
proper.
the new Ornithopter from Dune.
Yeah,
The Ornithopter.
one of my friends who has appeared on the channel before, Simon, he bought the Death Star and the
Oh, I love the
Millennium
Death Star.
Falcon from the collector series. And it took him like 2 months to put the Millennium Falcon together. But when you see it's actually got internal working mechanisms and everything, all made out of Lego,
Yeah.
that's when you go, wow.
Yeah, like 500 plus pounds though.
It's, 600
Yeah.
675 quid he paid for that one. For the
Expensive.
expensive, but high-end Lego. Why not?
Yeah. That's the thing. I keep knocking my light off by mistake. Didn't mean to.
I have a funny story to do with Lego before you move on from it.
Ooh.
Go on.
My mum used to work in like a textile factory. So where guys' mum put these Lego into ice cream tubs. My mum had these like denim sacks made. So I used to have like a denim sack full of Star Wars toys, a denim
Oh,
sack
cool.
full of
Nice.
He-Man figures, and like a denim sack full of Lego. And one time I had chicken pox. I was so itchy. So I just tipped this bag of this denim sack full of Lego on the floor and just lay on it and just rolled around on it. Like, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Normally stepping on Lego hurts, but when you got chicken pox, it's a freaking relief.
Yeah.
Right then, so that brings it up to Gaz, your last choice.
Yeah, my number one pick for the 80s toys is
Superman.
Superpowers, Superman.
Yes.
We loved it. Loved the superpowers line.
I had one Superman figure. I bought it from Guy. You might remember this if you were around the area at the time. Do you remember when the marketplace used to have a little toy master right on the corner?
Oh God, yeah. Yeah.
Right, they used to sell the DC Superpowers figures in there, and I had a Superman that came with a kryptonite ring that you could wear because they had opposing magnets in them. So if you put it near Superman, he'd flop over.
Yeah.
And I just remember doing that all the time, like standing up, boom, killed him, boom, killed him, or slowly do it and see how close you could get to him before he'd actually drop. And I had a Joker who had a backpack that you plugged into his shoulder.
Oh, that was the movie one.
Yeah, a long hose. You gave it a squeeze, and water was supposed to squirt out the flower. Mine, it just kind of dribbled down his back, and it looked like he'd had an accident. So... But yeah,
Oh,
that was a brilliant toy line. That was a very, very good toy line.
Yeah.
I didn't have any of those.
Guy, let him side down again.
Yes, I am.
I'm doing a lot tonight. Joking with you, honey. So go on then, guys. What was your favorite from that line?
So yeah, it was the actual Superman figure himself. I must have gone through 3 or 4 of them because I just played with them till they became loose and the arms came off, and I was constantly losing the capes. And as I said, my mum was like worked in this textile factory, so she was constantly getting girls who worked on the sewing machines to make me new capes for him. So I love that line. Brainiac was a great figure as well.
Yeah, I had the Batman from that line as well.
Batman was great.
Yeah.
And they all had like the actions where you squoze the legs together and like the arms pumped away and stuff. Yeah,
punching action. It looked more like they were jogging though.
Yeah.
Or doing something else.
I just remembered an action figure, but I can't remember what it was that had. I think it was a Star Wars figure that had you squeezed its legs because it brought a lightsaber up in the middle. But if you did it quick enough, he'd be like. Anyway.
Hey.
Getting late, things are devolving again. So
Depraved childhood aside.
Let's get on to my final pick then of the night. I have some visual aids for this one. Again, toy line that guys absolutely gonna love. So bear with me. I am, of course, talking about from Kenner in 1995. Gargoyles. Gargoyles. I have Brooklyn.
Hey, just like
I have more.
Just like the dragons. I'm out.
I have. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. I have Hudson with, and we were talking about spring-loaded actions earlier. There you go, look, guy.
He's doing a wee dance.
He's dancing for you. And finally, my absolute, well, not my absolute favorite from the line, my favorite from the show, my favorite figure in the line was Demona, just because Demona, favorite character. But here we go. Cold Stone. The original version with the spinny personality thing in his chest and the missile firing action in the arm does still work. These are all originals from 1995. And
very cool.
I love the toy line because I love the show. It wasn't a very long toy line. It only lasted 2 years, but we got some great vehicles, some great figures with different kind of actions. Like one Goliath had a breakaway skin. If you squeeze his legs, or the stone skin popped off. You had one that had electronic roaring sound with movable fabric wings.
it was a very inventive toy line for Kenner when they were kind of in their middle point in the mid 90s. Again, it's a bit niche, but I absolutely love it. Trying to track these down now, don't bother. Do not bother. They're always missing the wings, the accessories, and the tails. I know. I've looked. I looked out getting these ones because they were still in their OG packaging, but the packaging was damaged. Hence why I took them out. So, but yeah, Gargoyles. Absolutely loved it. 1995. Loved the cartoon. Loved the toy line. Gaz?
Yeah, NECA are killing it right now with them as well, aren't they?
Oh, I know, but they're not available over here yet.
Are they not?
No, no. I think it's a licensing issue, much like they had with
The Turtles.
yeah, when Turtles first came out, there was a
Mm.
big whole licensing problem with it. So they will come out eventually, and when they do, I'm buying them
You'll
all.
have to jump on it. 'cause
Oh, I really will. I
when the-
really will.
when the
Oh, I'll have
Turtles
to
came
jump
out, I wanted the animated ones,
Yeah.
and they sold out so fast that I couldn't pick them up. And then once they were done, I couldn't get into the line because there's no point getting into the line if you can't get the Turtles.
Exactly. You need
They
the four
yeah.
Turtles.
They
Yeah.
they re-released the 4 Turtles, but they re-released them twice. They re-released them all in like the art cover colors, so they were basically all the same color. And I
Yeah.
didn't want them. I just couldn't. They weren't from the cartoon. I
Yeah.
wanted
They weren't from what you
representation.
remember. Yeah.
Yeah. And then they released the next set, and they were Turtles in Disguise, and it was a 4-pack, and they all came with the
Trench
disguises.
coats, yeah.
Never came out over here. So,
Exactly. That was one of the reasons why I didn't go in on the Ninja Turtles line, and it wasn't until the movie figures came out. Tangenting people, we do apologize. It wasn't until the movie Turtles came out that they actually got a worldwide release.
yeah.
So I'm hoping,
I've got the movie Turtles down
yeah,
here.
I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that they do sort out if it's a licensing issue, whatever. They should come out over here within the next year or so. But
Yeah.
if not, I'm just gonna have to pay extra and get them from the States. When I've seen a Goliath going for 90 quid, I'm kind of like,
Oh dear. Oh dear.
So yeah, did you have a favorite from that line or?
I didn't watch the show. We
Oh,
talked about this last time I was on, and me and Guy was like, "Oh yeah, we promised we'll watch the show. We'll do it. We'll watch it." But
never did.
we never got around to it. No. So
Guy,
sad.
Guy keeps putting it off until like what are we on season 24 now before I'm allowed to do it.
No, we're gonna have to squeeze it in on season 44.
The 60th anniversary.
The way we go through seasons, that'll be in about 2 years' time.
Oh, shit. Hey guys, do you want to sub me for that episode?
Maybe we should both watch it, and then we can come back together as a trio and say, "Look, we've watched it. We watched
I
it.
tried.
You tried. It was.
I tried.
Not to get all Star Warsy on you, but do or do not. There is no try.
Oh, you twat. And you stop laughing at all.
See, I got backup.
Fucking estrogen twins.
The adjudicator has spoken.
Exactly.
Oh, she always does, mate. She always does.
Right then, I think that blings. That brings
Is it blingers?
Yeah, it blings us. That
Oh,
brings this
oh.
episode to a nice little closer. I have no honorable mentions. Do either of you have honorable mentions left?
No,
do.
because you mentioned some. So.
There we go. I knew this would happen. There was going to be so much like, I picked that one. I picked that one. We all picked
Overlap.
that one.
I have two that you've mentioned one, but one that we've not mentioned at all.
Ooh, come on, then.
Oh.
So
What are they?
the one that was briefly mentioned was Visionaries. Love the Visionary toys. Yeah, I
yes.
love the holograms on the chest. I love the cartoon. I was a big fan of that.
Yeah, I
And
watched the cartoon, had a couple of the toys. Can't remember which ones though. It was one of those. Oh look, it's got a hologram on it, kind of thing.
my favorite was a guy called Witterquick. He was like grey and red, and his whole persona was, he was fast. So he had like a cheetah that come out of his chest, and like
Oh yeah,
a
yeah.
tornado thing that came out of his staff.
Oh.
And the other one, I don't know if you remember this one. It wasn't a huge toy line, but it was the RoboCop's Ultra Police.
Yes,
With
I had a couple of those. They had cap firing
Yeah,
mechanism in the
in
back.
the back.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had the RoboCop, the Lewis, and didn't remember the name of this one because it was given to me by a friend. It was like, I don't want this toy anymore. Here, you have it.
Mm.
He was in an orange jumpsuit with a big blue metallic vac metalized chest plate. I
Right.
don't remember
Okay.
its name, but yeah, I had the RoboCop. I wanted the Ed 209 from that line,
Yeah.
but my parents
Yeah.
refused outright.
Got the NECA
The NECA one.
Edzo 9.
I want that.
I've got the
Nice.
NECA RoboCop. I've got the NECA RoboCop.
Yeah, Robocop stood in front of him. Robocop's there, and then Ed's here.
Yeah, I see that.
Got a power loader. It's the power loader just there.
I sold my Aliens collection. I got rid of it.
I've got another cabinet over here with all my Alien and Predator stuff in it.
All mine's in storage at the moment because I'm hoping to move soon.
Good stuff. Yeah, but yeah, I love the caps. They had great vehicles as well. There was like there was a police car, there was like a helicopter.
Yeah.
I think the villains had the grey van thing that like from the beginning of the movie.
Yes, they did. Yeah, armored panel van. Yes, they did have that one. They did kind of revive that toy line slightly when the RoboCop TV series came out.
I think it was RoboCop 3. I think when that movie came out, they
got a lot of reuse.
More articulation and sounds in the chest. And
yeah, I had quite a few of those. You could swap the arm out for the gun arm, that kind of thing. So yeah, but that's it then. So no one want to make mentions from you guys?
No, you picked them all, so that's been buggered.
Yo-yo.
Yo-yo. Hey, come on, Cal. Not that.
What was Guy's favourite toy when he was a child? Dirt, because that was always available.
Oh, you wound me, madam.
Right then, so that's it for tonight's episode, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Thank you very much for having me back on. It's been great fun.
You're welcome. And as
Pleasure,
I said
mate.
before, guys, you are welcome to come back anytime. If there's a subject that you want to add to, maybe season 4 will hit you up for some Warhammer stuff.
Yeah, because we do sort of keep we sort of fit around it.
Do you touch it slightly?
Rumble says, "Come back, Mr. Gaz, come back."
He's on day release from the old Decepticon home.
Bless him. He weighs himself a bit, but he's all right.
Yeah. Rumble, more like grumble, but okay. But right then, so this has been Hun Ya Geek showing our season finale, the 4th part of our 80s 4-part trilogy, the return of the revenge of the son of the 80s 4-part trilogy. I have been Miss Violet Impulse, rocking a new dress for today. He's been Random Man, he likes his spam, Guy JB. From Twitter, the wonderful Gazman, Invisigaz down in the bottom.
And can I just give a quick plug to my YouTube channel?
Of course you bloody can.
Yeah, so it's not Invincigaz. It's that's my sock puppet account. That's so the YouTube channel is called Strange World Collective.
Which I couldn't remember last week.
Yeah, thanks for giving us a shout out.
I'll apologise now, mate.
Okay. I will link Gaz's channel in the description for this video.
Thank you very much.
And also at the end of the video, I'll put a little thing for your channel up as well. Because we're nice like that over here at Calico.
That we are.
Well,
when we're not being cut.
So, good night, my sweet tortured souls. And remember,
do with us, Gaz.
If you can't be good, be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get
sadistic.
Bye.
Bye.
Stay classy, Arizona.